Before we dive in, we'll go ahead and call the meeting to order. Jasmine, if you can help us take roll.
Chair Lozar.
Here.
Regent Rogers.
Here.
Regent Dombrowski.
Here.
Regent Bow.
Here.
Regent Buchanan.
Here.
Regent Southworth.
Here.
Regent Sexton.
Here.
Commissioner Christian.
Here.
Governor Gianforte is being represented by Dylan Klopmeyer.
Here.
And Superintendent Arntzen will be with us tomorrow morning.
Excellent. Thanks, Jasmine. So welcome to the March Board of Regents meeting. Excited to be particularly on this campus. We always enjoy having the opportunity to meet here, to be in community, and to be on this campus. It's such an incredible place, always one full of warmth and hospitality, even though it's -20 out there. So thank you all for traveling to be a part of this meeting this week. I'd like to take a minute to thank Chancellor Reed for making this happen. We know there's a lot of planning and coordination that goes into these meetings, so we can't thank you and your team enough for all the work pulling this meeting together. And to everyone here, welcome to Dillon. I hope you had a chance to, you'll have a chance to explore the campus and to visit the town and spend your money in Dillon. As everyone can see, we have a new face at the table this morning. I want to extend a very warm welcome to our newest regent, Regent Jeff Southworth. Governor Gianforte recently appointed Jeff to the board after Regent Nystuen completed his term in January. Regent Southworth is the co-owner of Allied Steel in Lewistown, where he has been incredibly active and engaged in the local community there. We're thrilled to have you on board and really look forward to working with you. So please join me in welcoming Regent Jeff Southworth to the board. And I'd also like to welcome President Sandra Boehm from Salish Kootenai College. She's going to be joining us a little later today. We're grateful to have her travel to Dillon to be with us. We certainly value our relationships and our partnerships with SKC and all of the tribal colleges around the state of Montana, and we look forward to continuing to work with the tribal colleges on collaborative projects throughout the rest of this academic year and academic years to come. Before we dive into the preview of our agenda over the next couple days, I'd like to highlight a very special event that will be happening on campus next month. On April 23rd, Western will host its Education Hall of Fame Night of Stars event to honor excellence in education. This event will induct 5 alumni into Western's Education Hall of Fame and will honor several outstanding education students. Educating tomorrow's teachers is integral into the history of this campus, and this year's event will feature an especially noteworthy honoree. The campus will be presenting a Lifetime Achievement Award to Earl Barlow, who received a degree in elementary education in 1948 from Montana State Normal School, now at Western. Earl Barlow has had a remarkable life. He was raised on the Blackfeet Indian Reservation and graduated from Browning High School. He then enlisted in the Army and served in World War II before beginning his journey in higher education. After his time here in Dillon, he obtained a master's in education from the University of Montana. Earl then went on to have an incredible career in education, serving as a teacher, as a superintendent in several communities across the state, from Hot Springs to Stevensville to his hometown of Browning. Earl has held distinguished positions with the Bureau of Indian Affairs, both in Washington, D.C., as well as in Minneapolis. Both Governor Gianforte and Governor Bullock have proclaimed every June 2nd as Earl J. Barlow Day in Montana after his lifetime of dedication towards enhancing Indian education in Montana and beyond. So I hope many of you will be able to attend this event, and I can't think of a better person to receive this award. Now, looking at the agenda, we're going to start the meeting this morning with some comments from Chancellor Reed and what's happening here at the University of Montana Western. After Chancellor Reed's report, we'll receive an update from the Commissioner and his staff. The Commissioner has a few items to cover this morning, including an update on Apply Montana and the Career and College Readiness Portal, which we're really looking forward to learning more about. We're also, we'll hear from Dr. Demery Mikulau, President of the Western Interstate Commission for Higher Education, or WICHE. Following Dr. Mikulau, we'll hear from Dylan. We always appreciate hearing the update from the governor's office, and glad Dylan is able to be here with us this morning. After a quick break, we'll then turn to the Budget Admin and Audit Committee to consider a number of staff items, requests for designation of emeriti faculty, as well as several facility items. We'll also receive information on the fiscal year 23 performance funding allocations, the development of our 2025 biennial budget, and campus priorities for long-range building program. We'll take a break at lunch. Regents will join student representatives for lunch, which we certainly always look forward to. And then we'll reconvene to go through the Academic Research and Student Affairs Committee. We will ask, which will ask us to take action on a few honorary doctorate awards for some remarkable and distinguished Montanans. We'll also review a request to plan for a BS in data science at MSU. At the end of the day, we'll meet at the Beaverhead County Museum for a reception, and then we'll come back tomorrow morning. The board will meet at 8:45 in an executive session, and then the board will reconvene at 9:45 with an update from Superintendent Elsie Arnson. And after the superintendent's report, we'll go through the two-year committee information items, which will cover prior learning assessment and some developmental education. And I think with that, obviously we have a very action-packed couple days, a very busy agenda with some pretty key items for us to cover as a board. Before we dive any deeper, I will turn it over to our host, Chancellor Reed.
Thank you, Chair Lozar, and good morning. As Chancellor of Montana Western, it's my privilege to welcome you all to the beautiful campus and also to the wonderful community of Dillon. I hope your time is productive and enjoyable while you're here. I do have to say that we are on spring break this week, and some of you have noticed that means some of our amenities like the bookstore and the coffee shop are not available. They're closed. We've tried to accommodate you the best we can. We have snacks, coffee, restrooms, phone chargers, everything outside, but if for whatever reason there's something that you can't find and you need, please feel free to reach out to me or to any of the Montana Western personnel. We'll do the best we can to try to accommodate you. Also, Chair Lozar mentioned, we do have a reception this evening at 5:30 at the Beaverhead County Museum. This is located in the historic district of Dillon, Montana, right across from many of the restaurants and beverage establishments. So we hope you'll be able to join us this evening and be able to learn a little bit about the county and about the region. There'll be self-guided tours available for review, and refreshments and drinks will also be available. Also, while you're in the area, the Patagonia, many people know that that's a community resource here. They are going to be extending their hours through 7 p.m. today, and they have some promotions that they will be continuing and holding over for the Board of Regents meeting. So feel free to stop in there. They're a great supporter of the university. I'm excited about this opportunity to share with you some of the changes that have happened over the last year and or that are coming in the immediate future. These are things that I'll talk about first that we feel really are going to impact and benefit the student life experience on Montana Western's campus. One of the first things is last week we publicly announced the campaign for a new sports and activities complex. We're very grateful for John and Phyllis Erb for donating property, 14 acres right next to the current Bulldog Athletic Recreation Center. Currently, Montana Western is the only institution in the Frontier Conference that does not have a sports complex on its campus. Our activities, our athletic events currently are held about 1 mile east of campus, right adjacent to the high school. In fact, most people think that we're practicing on or playing on the high school field. It's actually the university's field, Vigilante Stadium, but it's not on campus. The result of that is thousands of people every year never get to see this beautiful campus. In fact, quick story, one of the athletic teams, before they came to play, they reached out to the coach and asked if they'd be able to work out a little bit before the game. Okay, we're on. So they said, is that working? Okay. They said, Coach, we don't know where your campus is. Where's the locker room? And all right. The benefit is it wasn't just me. That's all I care about. So it'll provide a better game day experience, but it'll also give us the opportunity to have these individuals be able to come to the campus. We think it'll help us in our recruitment and retention, and it also gives another opportunity for alumni to visit a campus that they've grown to love. Also excited to announce that Montana Western successfully transitioned Aleutian Banner to the cloud. We're the first institution in the MES to be able to do this. This has been a tremendous benefit for the university. With this transition, our ITS staff are able to maintain and upgrade server hardware. They no longer have to worry about maintaining and upgrading hardware and software. We used to be down probably 2 or 3 times a week where we weren't able to access our student information, and we have not had any issues since we've been able to fully implement on the cloud. One of the other benefits with this is now our ITS staff are able to focus again on the things that really matter, supporting the faculty, students, and staff of Montana Western. The university purchased a software program called DegreeWorks. Many of you may be aware of that, or of that software. It's a software that's used to help in advising and plotting the plan to graduation for students. We purchased that software over 5 years ago, and we're never able to implement it. And within the last 6 months since going to the cloud, we're now ready to deploy that. So again, we're already seeing some benefits of this. And as I mentioned the ITS staff, I realized immediately I failed to thank Hillary Lowell, Jasmine Casanovas, the ITS staff, our events and conference services staff, our facilities staff, and our dining staff for putting on this event. They put so much work into getting everything prepared, and we're really excited that you're here to be able to see the great things that they've done. So I apologize for not mentioning them at the opening comments, but as soon as I saw IT, I went, oh my goodness, forgot that. Also, at the last meeting, we were trying to get some funding to be able to renovate Block Hall. I'm happy to announce that we did receive $15 million through the LRBP process in the Montana legislature to be able to renovate Block Hall. And as I was trying to think about a picture says 1,000 words, what could I show you to help you understand why this was important? Renovating Block Hall will do a lot of things. It'll address the abatement concerns. You can see the asbestos in the bottom right-hand corner. But it will also address many upgrades needed for the amenities. If you can look at that left-hand picture, I think that's pretty telling. What you're seeing there is non-GFCI electrical sockets under water faucets next to gas valves. Try to do that in today's construction world. So again, I look forward to sharing a different picture here in 2 years when you come again. Okay. One of the other things that is happening is we are upgrading our heating plant. I was sitting in my office the other day and I felt a little tremor. I turned to Hillary and I said, are we having an earthquake? I wasn't sure what was going on. And they're demolishing the existing heating plant. You might feel some of those tremors today. But currently, the University of Montana Western has a biomass boiler that was installed in 2007. Those 2 great big bays that you see on the upper right-hand corner, those are usually filled with wood chips that we haul in every 2 days from Clancy, Montana. Unfortunately, the biomass boiler, although a great idea, has been offline more than it's been offline the last couple of years. So we have funding to replace that. And just as a point of reference, that electric circuitry that you see there to the left, that's at about a 2-foot by 3-foot panel. You could replace that with a 3x5 card today. So we're looking forward to the improvements that that's going to bring to the campus. You probably weren't able to see it as you came into the campus because of the snow, and I'm very grateful for the snow. But Montana Western has a new face facing Atlantic Street. You can see the before. We used to have an old retaining wall, crumbling sidewalks. All of that's been removed. We now have a beautiful sidewalk. It's at street grade. It's going to be beautifully landscaped. All of that should be finished this spring. And then Montana Department of Transportation will be redoing that road. This project was done in part by State A&E through the LRBP process, and also in part by Montana Department of Transportation. Montana Western has the privilege to host the Montana Youth Challenge Academy. Some of us got to see them out there this morning, minus 18, out there doing their thing. This is a program through the Department of Defense that helps high school age youth complete their high school education and teach practical life skills. It's approximately 130 students each semester that are on our campus, and they add a tremendous amount of energy, and it's a great partnership. One of the challenges we had, however, with Youth Challenge was during COVID, we didn't have adequate space in our dining hall for Youth Challenge and our students. And so with partial funding, 75% of the funding from the Department of Defense, we were able to dedicate some space for Youth Challenge. The building there on the left used to be the old swimming pool and was being used as a fitness room. We were able to turn that space into dedicated space for the Youth Challenge, and it's also their mess hall. So that's where we take the food from our dining services, cart it over there, and the students are able to eat there. But what that's done is it's allowed a lot of flexibility for us to be able to make some renovations in our dining hall. Many of you will get the opportunity to eat there today. The food is fantastic, but you'll feel like you're still in high school. And so we did receive approval through the Board of Regents in a previous meeting to spend up to $800,000 in making improvements in this space. The architects are working on that right now, and we look forward to seeing that change here within the next year. And again, I think that'll have a big impact on the student experience at Montana Western. One of the other challenges we've been working on is how do we bring some vibrancy into our student union building, and how do we reduce costs? And what we looked at doing, we actually stole an idea from Helena College, and we combined our bookstore with a convenience store that was in the same building. This move saved over 50% in our personnel costs. Combined the two operations has greatly improved traffic in there, but it also opened up some space. What you're looking at here is where the bookstore used to be. We moved the Cup, which was a coffee shop downstairs in the basement of this building, over in the student union building in this lobby. And so this has turned into what's now the Bulldog Lounge, and it's just a vibrant, beautiful little space where the students are able to hang out, they can have coffee and relax, and so it's just been a tremendous improvement over what we had before. We're really excited about that. Right next to that, when we moved the bookstore, we had a little storage space, and one of the challenges that you face in a small community is there's not a lot of things open 24/7. You might be able to catch a gas station, but it's not right next to campus. And our students were struggling with finding places to get snacks and beverages and things like that after hours. And when I say after hours, I'm talking midnight to 3 a.m. I'm in bed, they're not. And trying to find places to go. With basically the cost of a door and some paint, a few other expenses, but with our existing contract that we have for vending with Pepsi, they put in all the equipment, and what we have is a 24/7 convenience store where students can let themselves in with their Bulldog card, and they can purchase snacks and drinks at any time, and it's available for them right there in the student union building. So that's been able to help the students have access to that at their convenience. I'd like to shift now to some of the things that we're doing with regards to our academic programming. Montana Western is extremely proud of our partnership with the tribal colleges. We started a program back in 2016, first with Blackfeet Community College, and then expanded it in 2019 with Little Bighorn College. This program assists Indigenous educators in completing their four-year education degree. They don't have to leave the communities and their current positions of employment to attain their degree. When completed, they graduate from the University of Montana Western with a degree in either elementary education, special education, or post-bac secondary education. I know there'll be more talked about this later, so I'll just introduce it there. Also very proud of Dr. Tyler Seacrest. He just happens to be here today, and we're excited for him. Actually, he doesn't look any different in that picture. I think you look good, Tyler. Tyler has published an open educational resource publication on informal calculus. This is a lot of work, and it provides a textbook that's free for students and faculty to use in developing and putting together the curriculum. Dr. Seacrest has used real-world, Montana-relatable problems and examples in his book to illustrate calculus. And some examples include determining the volume of earth that moved in the 1959 earthquake to create Quake Lake, and then also modeling using calculus to determine moose and wolf populations. And I'm sure there's a lot more, and I might have even butchered that. So, Tyler, afterwards, if you want to correct, we all right? Okay. But I would recommend it as a read, but I have not read it. I just don't know that I will. I probably wouldn't understand it, honestly. But so what I like to talk to is experience one and what makes Montana Western revolutionary. I think everybody, or if not, hopefully by the end of the day, everybody will understand what the block program is. What is Experience One? But I want to stress something. In fact, my goal today is to make sure everyone in this room understands that we are much more than a block schedule. I hear that all the time, and it's important. But the block schedule is merely a means to a much greater end. And I want to talk about that today. If you look at the vision of Montana Western, our vision is to be recognized as the leader in innovative experiential education. Notice it doesn't say a leader. It doesn't say the leader in Montana. It is the leader in experiential innovative education. There are only two other institutions, none of which are public, that operate on a block schedule. And we'll talk about why that's important as we address innovative experiential education. Also, our mission is to educate students using immersive practices in their field of study, strive for continuous improvement, and achieve evidence-supported student outcomes. So let me first make sure we're all on the same page. Let me just illustrate what the block program is. To do that, Mr. Matt Allen, our Director of Admissions, has a little slide presentation, a little video presentation for us.
My name is Matt Allen. I'm the Director of Admissions at the University of Montana Western. Montana Western is the only U.S. public institution in the country that operates on a block scheduling model called Experience One. Instead of your semester looking like this in a traditional system, the block schedule at Montana Western looks like this. This innovative approach allows students to really focus on that one homework area, have one final, communicate with one professor. More importantly, there's one professor communicating with that class. The big difference between Montana Western and other institutions is that our students typically have 2 to 3 years of experience in their field of study. And it's experience that employers and grad schools are looking for. And like I said, it's experience that a lot of college students don't typically have at that point in time in their academic career. Student success is our top priority, so our faculty and staff are here to help students through their entire student experience.
So what's critical to understand about the block schedule is it allows for an extremely focused and flexible opportunity to provide those in-depth experiential education opportunities. An exciting example about this that I'd like to talk about has become known as the Hogsback Project. This is a new project that was started this fall. The project is an innovative, high-impact method utilized to teach math and science. Each course is intensive curriculum focused on reading, writing, inquiry, and high technology use. The student, just as a reference, the student on the left, that's a intermediate algebra class, Math 095. Think back to your math classes. How many of you did that? Okay, so we'll talk a little about that. The students participating in this project are coming from various different disciplines and will participate fully in immersive practices following the cycle of scientific process. The students learn how to do independent and codependent collaborative research, utilizing the skills and methods being taught in their various courses. In this slide, for example, the students are collecting data to map spatial patterns of active harvester ant mounds, conducting soil and vegetation surveys, and monitoring soil moisture levels and temperature. This class is cross-discipline, and it's interesting to note, when you look at all the classes combined for the fall semester, 16% of Montana Western students were involved in this program. So can you imagine within just a couple years how many of our students will be involved in this? 5 professors have collaborated to make this project a reality. Doctors Joseph Eason and Eric Dyerson from math, Erica Krutoff and Rebecca Levine from environmental sciences, and Michelle Anderson from biology. The project integrates research across STEM disciplines, engages students in multiple courses in different parts of the research cycle, and incorporates independent student research projects. And again, if you look at that, we have courses ranging from intermediate to honors level courses, and the students are all working at different levels and learning different skills to be able to apply to their research. Students participate in data collection, analysis, modeling, writing and editing papers, making testable predictions for new studies. The picture on the left, for example, is a predictive model developed to demonstrate foraging patterns of harvester ants based on observations taken on location. So they literally went out and watched ants and recorded ant movement, and from that, using mathematics and statistics, they developed a model to be able to predict what the ants are going to do and how it's going to go. So this is a prediction of what ants will do. In the upper right-hand corner, you see an ant mound that demonstrates the ways ants shape their mounds to utilize the effects of solar warming to increase larval growth. Again, something put together by the students through their observations and using the data that they've determined. Focusing on a single area, such as an individual ant behavior, gives students a concrete starting point for engaging in scientific research. The long-term goal of this work is to increase Tier 2 and Tier 3 independent student research projects at the university. In the short term, we want to increase the total number of students participating in Tier 1, 2, and 3 projects in classes with students transitioning ultimately to independent research projects. The students, by the end of the block, will have been able to gather data, test their hypothesis, present and defend their findings to fellow students, and ultimately write a research document for an in-house peer-reviewed journal. Just imagine how well a student must understand their topic of study at the end of this project. They will have collected data, done the research, developed predictive models, presented projects and findings to their class, defended and or debated the processes and methodology, and ultimately write an article detailing the research and activities in a peer-reviewed journal. Again, Montana Western students learn by doing. To summarize, students at Montana Western are able to focus on one subject and course at a time. They work directly with one faculty member at a time. And equally important, those faculty are working directly with only that one class at a time. That gives them the flexibility and the opportunity to do the things that you just can't do in a traditional semester model. I'd summarize the whole statement saying it isn't just the block schedule that sets Montana Western apart, it's what we do with it. Again, welcome to Montana Western, and we hope that this is an enjoyable stay for you.
Thank you for the presentation, Chancellor Reed, and your leadership here on campus. Certainly, I underscored your point of learning by doing, which is the model here at University of Montana Western. So thank you for your presentation. I'm going to turn to the approval of our minutes from our January 6th meeting. I'll entertain a motion to approve.
So moved.
Moved by Regent Dombrowski. Is there any discussion or corrections from members of the board? Is there any discussion or corrections from the campuses? Is there any public comment? Is there any public comment? Seeing no further comment, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Any opposed, same sign. Okay, motion passes. All right, well, with that, I will turn it over to Commissioner Christian for his commissioner's report. Commissioner Christian.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the board. Thank you for being here. I'd like to extend my welcome to Regents Southwark. Thank you for taking this on. I probably should just start with an apology. For some reason, Southworth doesn't really roll off the tongue for me, so as I butcher it throughout the next 7 years. I apologize. But truly, thank you for accepting this appointment and joining this group. I think you'll find the work incredibly enjoyable and challenging and all those things all at the same time. But we appreciate you dedicating a portion of your life to this, because it will be. And that doesn't go unnoticed by me or your team at OCHI or members of this campus community. So thank you. Also, like to certainly acknowledge and thank Chancellor Reed for the warm welcome, the update, but also for accepting your new role here. Obviously not a brand new role, but your first opportunity to host the board here in this meeting. Transitions are always an interesting time in campus life, and appreciate you taking on this journey for the campus, but also appreciate the campus community and their embracing you and your new leadership here, and what has to happen for all of those things to blend together. I think, it's always just so great to be in Dillon. Chair Lozar mentioned, even on a cold morning, the welcome here is just always outstanding. The outreach. Went to dinner last night, and people are excited to have us in town, and that's not always the case. So I think, though, that it really speaks volumes about how this campus interacts with the community and how the community embraces this campus. And that relationship, something we work for in every community, but certainly demonstrated here on how well that is working and how well that functions. So thank you for that. I want to turn to just a quick somber moment, and then we'll move on. But I want to take a minute to recognize what's going on right now and those that may be impacted by the crisis in Ukraine. The images coming out of Ukraine right now are certainly horrific, and I think speak for everyone when I say I hope there's an immediate end to the violence and the conflict that's going on there. But more importantly, on behalf of the system, I just want to encourage faculty, students, staff, anyone that's impacted by this crisis to reach out and seek assistance from the networks that exist throughout the campus communities. We truly are a family in the MUS, but our families cross many borders, many boundaries, and we have people that are impacted in different ways throughout our communities, including many amongst us that have spent time in conflict zones. And this certainly brings back some issues and memories for them, too. So I just encourage anyone that is feeling the need to reach out to your administrators or your campus communities where there are assistance to be offered and ask for help. I don't want to ruin all of the good president's thunder, but I do want to turn to a little happier news and extend my thanks on behalf of the system to the Gianforte family. We're going to have an item here in a bit to talk about a $50 million gift that they've made that will create a new building for the School of Computing, amongst other things, on the MSU campus. An extraordinary gift. I think the second, maybe largest gift in the MUS history, and so truly outstanding support in a field that ultimately will benefit Montana in across the state and in many different sectors. I just want to extend my personal thanks to the governor, his wife Susan, and the entire Gianforte family for their gift. Dylan, please extend that back home too as well. On incredibly bright news, I want to just take a minute and talk about the University of Montana reaching R1 status. Congratulate President Bodner, and the two presidents are on a conference call at the moment, but they'll rejoin us here very soon. But just to extend a congratulations to UM, to our Vice President for Research, Scott Wittenberg, and their entire team for reaching R1 status. It truly is a monumental achievement for the university and those that have worked hard to make it possible. And it's also incredible news for the system. They join their counterparts at MSU in becoming the second institution now in our state to have reached R1 status. For those of you that don't know, R1 is a designation from the Carnegie Foundation that is their highest level of research achievement. There are 146 institutions now, U of M becoming 146, out of almost 4,000 that are in the ranking system, so the top 3% of institutions reach this benchmark. It recognizes to some extent quantity, but more importantly, the quality of research that's going on at the institution. Research that'll ultimately impact the campus, our communities, our state, and the country around us. And so just want to say how impressive it is that we've gotten there now with 2 institutions. We're the only state in this Northwest region at this point in time now that has 2 in our 2 flagships that have reached that benchmark. We've got a lot to cover this morning. Chair Lozar mentioned a little bit the work that Scott Lemon's going to show us around the portal and the Common App. Obviously, been a very intensive process to get here, something we've talked about a lot with this board. We're also going to have Demi Mikolau, as mentioned, will talk to us in just a few minutes about the really important relationship that we have with WICHE, with WUI students, all that it brings to Montana, and Helen will give us a federal update. So I think we'll dive right in there, Mr. Chair, unless there's any questions so far, and ask Scott to join the podium. If you recall, he did the bug catching out of the air last meeting, and that was good, but we're looking for a little higher level of kind of intensity at this meeting. And so, Scott, thanks for being here.
Mr. Commissioner, yes. Thank you, Mr. Commissioner, Mr. Chair, members of the board. Good morning. It's great to be up here. We've got some great news to share. As you recall, we've gone through, I've tried to be up here, I think, a few times now and talking about the progress of the Apply Montana Resident Student College and Career Readiness Portal. I practiced that quite a few times to get it right overall. And this is really step 3 for us. Step 1 was establishing Apply Montana as a standalone brand, a program, if you will, for the state of Montana, but also for us to identify exactly what it is we're setting out to do. Step 2 was the common application, the central application system that the commissioner had mentioned overall. And we're on our 2nd cycle. We're transitioning into locking in that 3rd cycle overall. Pleased to announce we've got all 16 campuses that do participate in the central application overall, and those numbers are looking very encouraging there. I'm going to focus today on what you see in front of you, and that is that the website actually works. I've shown some updates and different screenshots. We've gone through a variety of processes to get to this point overall. And so really pleased to share with the hard work of a lot of people sitting behind me here, OCHE staff, our campuses. John Thunstrom has done an amazing job putting a ton of time into this process, as well as Edwina Morrison, and their efforts are not forgotten in this process getting to this point. And so what you see here is the homepage. I've showed this. I'll actually go through a little bit of a demonstration. I'll do my best to drive from the podium here and kind of go through a couple clicks. I think that'll be interesting overall. As you recall, we've been laser focused on resident student access here in the system, trying to decrease that roughly 40% of students that elect to not engage post-secondary education through the system. And through this process over the last 12 months, we've taken a ton of feedback about how we can better serve Montanans in their quest, but also their families. How do we provide more information for parents, for guidance counselors, to get all of the great things that are happening across the state in a variety of different agencies in one single place? How do we provide that one-stop shop for students to explore what it is to go to any one of our campuses? Also, how to apply? How do we make that process more streamlined and simplified overall? We also look to better define what the Montana University system is, right? There's a lot of folks in the state that don't quite see where we fit into the larger picture of all the campuses overall. And so we're super excited about this process, and I'm really glad to be up here showing you something that actually is live. So anybody can go to applymontana.mus.edu and engage this site overall. I'll take you through the top bar and through probably what is the most interesting will be the career finder here in a second. We've taken a lot of great information that currently exists on a variety of sites. We put it into one place, which is really exciting. It's going to save folks a ton of time overall in getting the information that's best. We've also highlighted a lot of the great work that's occurring not only in OCHE but at DLI. We've got the Montana Career Lab here, MCIS here. We've got DLI data that I'll share here in a second overall. But through these themes, right, through the career piece, which we know is important in Montana, the colleges overall, what is the breadth of the MUS? I'll talk about that here in a second. And really importantly, how do they pay for school? How do we find opportunities to really show students how to do that? And then the prepare section. How do we get to students a little bit earlier in the process? How do we find these resources for them to actually get a chance to engage overall? So primary navigation, as you see at the top through this process, we've got the application students can link directly to that overall. There's a contact function for us here at the MUS for them to reach out directly. A feature we carried over is the search bar. So anybody can actually go into the search capability. If you wanted to look at mental health, for example, you would have an opportunity to search through all that exists on all of the sites combined, as you would see on mus.edu now, but we're providing that in a single place here on the tablet. Excuse me. The personas. So one of the first things we tried to set out to do is really define different lanes for users to go through. Depending on what you are, what lane you think you're in, we wanted to provide this information as quickly as possible to folks. And so we decided high school students, the adult learning population, parents, and guidance counselors would have an opportunity to actually engage directly with some of the information that is most relevant for them and get it to them directly, right? How do you prepare, how do you pay, and how do you learn? We've tried to incorporate as many real folks in the state of Montana as we can to show the bios. I'll get to that here in a second, so that we can actually highlight all the great work that's occurring across the state, but also give folks that user-friendly experience. Also like to point out that Montana is really leading the way in this. We've had a lot of states reach out to us actually through this process in our work and finding opportunities to actually see some of the demo capabilities we have for our site overall. And it's been an honor to kind of work with states that helped us get this far, but also just see how far we've come in leading the way with the site. The Career Finder is probably where folks will spend the most of their time on. We know we wanted to make this career focused. We know we wanted an opportunity to demonstrate the opportunities that exist in Montana. And so we pulled some DLI data, 2 different dashboards that we're able to break down by region. So a user can come on here, a student, a parent, a counselor, and actually show students exactly some great information about where they might want to live and what they think they might want to earn, and then what programs might be available. And so this is where I cross my fingers and really hope that this works as I go through this process. But on the career preferences side, we've got 2 questions. It's really fast. The student can go in here and we ask them where do they want to work. They can select regions, just a couple or all. They can go into one of the 16 national career clusters and find different areas that interest them. Overall, they can select one or all of these and have an opportunity to come into a variety of different opportunities that exist within the system. And as I've shown in previous different screen shares, we're actually putting out real data that's tied to Montana. This is DLI data. Overall, we're giving average salaries, what study times might be available, and they can engage with these tiles. So if I'm interested in being a registered nurse here in the state, I can actually see what helpful high school courses are out there for me to take right now, what that average salary might be here in the state in the regions I've selected, and what that study time looks like. As we continue to incorporate more bios and more of actual students that either are engaging in this process or have just recently graduated, it does provide that personal feel from a variety of different campuses overall. So a high school student can see what I need to work on right now. Overall, we provide that blueprint for them, but I can click on a campus. And so if I think I want to go to Montana State, it'll take them directly to the program of study on that campus itself. So we're getting them that streamlined information while also highlighting our campuses overall. I can also adjust this through the different sliders. So based on salary, this will actually, call this data however I want to do, depending on how many years of study I'd like to do. I can get into this process and actually narrow it down a little bit, depending on what I want to, how long I think I want to study for, which is also really helpful for these folks. And this will continue to get better. I'll get into that on the next steps piece, but something we want to continue to do is build in more data, provide more user-friendliness in this process overall for us to get that information to Montana families and students alike. Also, the breadth of the MUS. One of the things we really wanted to highlight here is how large we are and how many great opportunities exist in our state. And so students can come here, families can actually engage in any one of these sites. We've built out standalone pages. We're at University of Montana Western, so I'll select that overall and look at who's going to the University of Montana, who's graduated. We've pulled this information in partnership with a lot of communications teams here in the MUS, but also taking some of the great work that they've already completed and providing unique statistics for our campuses overall. Of course, a direct link to the application to make that as easy as possible, but provide that personalized touch and user experience for every campus that exists with the MUS overall. We also allow students to come through the quick links for that campus to get that information that they want to do. So we want to have the personalized feel for any student to actually come through this website and get as much information as they possibly want about every one of our campuses overall. Likely the career preferences probably the most, where we'll see probably the most traffic. I'll have more to report in future meetings as we get these analytics starting to compile with the users and where they're going. So look forward to sharing that information overall. Next steps for us is really to engage in an awareness campaign. We've got some tremendous opportunities to be in person with a lot of the state leadership in providing information about Apply Montana, but also what this website can do and what we want to do here in the future. The value of the Common Application for our state and how we're able to leverage those opportunities for school districts overall. And those will be in person as well as digital. We've got awareness campaigns that we're working on now to get this out and about as efficiently as possible. But a lot of hard work. I'm presenting it, but as I've said in previous meetings as well, there's a lot of folks putting a lot of time into this overall. So really pleased to share that. I'm happy to stand for any questions if the board might have them.
Thanks. Thanks, Scott. And awesome. I had a chance to fiddle around, super intuitive, lots of information. Got a couple of questions.
Sure.
You comment that we're being recognized by peers around the country for what this is accomplishing, and I assume that's developing aptitude for the student that's applying, figuring out what career paths. And a couple of the questions I've got relate to how do we change the behavior of the students in the sense of historically I apply to University of Montana or I apply directly to a campus instead of going through a systems portal. So interested in hearing what our engagement strategies are there, and then if any discussions among you and your staff, if we do still see students applying directly to one institution or another, how do we export some of these career exploration tools to that student that isn't coming in through the portal? I'd love to hear some discussions there. And as a system from our, do we look to ask to make that a mandatory component for all of those, whether you're coming in through the portal or through a direct admissions website from a campus? Lots in there. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, members of the board, Regent Buchanan, great questions. I'll do my best here. I think from a state leadership perspective, yes, I think other states have looked to us to say, we've heard amazing things about what Montana's working on, largely in work with the partnerships we've had with Idaho and the outreach we've done with a lot of other states that are asking similar questions. And so it's an honor to kind of be at the forefront of, I think at this point, getting to show what we've built versus what we'd like to build, and they're in that phase now. So that's been incredibly exciting. I think they're asking the same questions in a lot of different states. I know our meetings and our partnerships are, what is the value proposition in public higher education today? And so that's the work we're doing right now, is really looking at how do we better define what that means for a Montana student to apply, not just to the MUS overall, but what does that look like for you long term? What are your goals, instead of asking more transactional questions, I think, historically, as we've seen. I think campuses are still receiving applications that they can get. There's a handful of campuses that receive applications from Apply Montana. They can receive them directly from their site overall. And I'll defer to those campuses as far as why they would like to continue to receive in multiple places. I think there's a lot of value in students being able to find it directly. If you know you're going to University of Montana, you know you're going to maybe MSU Bozeman, and it provides more, I would say, lanes for students to apply. I think there is value for having these conversations about what maybe is best for a Montana student and looking at the most efficient way to get your application into as many campuses as possible. So those conversations will be ongoing, and I'm sure we'll have plenty more to report as far as what the best fit might be for the system. But certainly that's a decision we'll make and have future conversations about what the data is going to look like there overall. Thank you.
Chair Lozer, Scott, really impressive. I know this has been a work that preceded my time on the board, and I congratulations to the team and to the board for pushing this. I know it isn't easy, and I like the inclusion of the lifetime data and the searches. But at this point, so when you now, what does success look like for you? How are you going to measure success going forward?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the board. Regent Bow, excellent question. I think success moving forward, now that we've got this live, is to continue to make it better. I think we're going to measure the engagement by user activity on our site to see where folks are going. I think the more opportunities we can provide guidance counselors and parents to remove steps instead of adding steps in this process for a college application. We're using apps largely as an indicator of success as far as who's engaging all the way through the application process overall. I think the more students that we can get interested in public higher education, is obviously going to be the best thing for the Montana University system overall. To define success is something that I think we're going to look closely at with the analytics for the site engagement. We're going to continue to find new opportunities to engage our state through Apply Montana, and by any means necessary to communicate the value of public higher education a little bit further. Data-wise, we're going to have the engagement statistics for the site itself. We're going to have app data. We're going to see who's going to be showing up to campuses. I've said before that we stand a 0% chance to yield students that do not apply through the MUS, and that is true, but we've also got to see some really good activity levels with campus enrollment, and hopefully we're contributing to that overall.
Sure, and I guess my follow-up is, when you have more granular data about, how much usage you're getting, how many school counselors are using it, how often they're using it, and how much traffic we can identify that's coming through. You know, I think that kind of data would be helpful for us when it's available.
Thanks, Chair Lozar. This is probably a stretch, but I still think at some point we have to say, with the data, have we connected the right jobs to the right employer need in Montana? And it's maybe more of a statement than sort of a direct ability to do so, but I think our charge is really educating our residents and to be able to then hopefully stay within Montana. So I look at the registered nurse and everyone knows we don't have enough. Okay, but what about all of the others and how do we, so I don't know if you have a comment or it's just more of a statement that we have to connect the dot.
Thank you, Chair Lozar. I have two questions. My first question is actually somewhat related to Regent Dombrowski's question. And I apologize if it's already on there and I couldn't find it, but will there be connections to internships and like direct, so you know, if you look at a career and you can say, okay, these companies in Montana offer internships that you could access. Is that something that you're looking, is it there or are you looking to add it in the future?
Mr. Chair, members of the board, yes, it is something that we're definitely looking to get to that place from an internship perspective overall. So yes, that's something we're definitely looking at.
Okay, great. And then my follow-up question is, I think it's really easy to navigate, and I struggle to picture somebody who would have issues with it, but if somebody's having trouble navigating the application, are there resources on campuses, or are our campuses adequately trained and supported to provide help if people are having trouble with the portal, or do they directly contact OCHI, or what does it look like if somebody's like, hey, I have no idea what I'm doing and I'm not finding my answers, where do they go?
Mr. Chair, members of the board, Regent Sexton, I'm assuming your question is about the user trying to complete their application overall. There's multiple channels for students to get assistance if they're getting into any sort of hurdle in the application process. A lot of them are provided through the application itself. So we've got click to chat, we've got a dedicated call center for our students to actually pick up the phone and get a human being to answer questions for you, as well as email response. There is an Apply Montana standalone Contact Us application as well. Campuses have seen it. They're very proficient in it. I wouldn't say that we provide dedicated campus training every year on the application itself overall, but there's multiple streams for students to get assistance that they need if they get into any hurdles overall in the application process. You're welcome.
Thank you, Chair. Great presentation. I just, first of all, want to say I can't imagine the hundreds of hours that have gone into making this site, and to congratulate you and thank you and your team for that work. I mean, I do this kind of work and this blows my mind, so thank you. Just to tag on to Regent Bow's comment, completely would be looking forward to looking at the data, seeing the outcomes, seeing how we can continue to improve. And to Amy's point and, Regent Sexton's point and Regent Dombrowski's point about connecting to employers through internships or other career paths, can you speak a little bit to, so you're showing students what potential degree programs that they have. Are we then also showing different places that they can work in the state of Montana? Are there ways that Montana employers can engage with OCHI to be able to be represented on the portal? How are we facilitating those connections?
Mr. Chair, members of the board, Regent Rogers, yes, that is the next step for us, is to get more information regarding that overall, and that is the end goal, is to find opportunities for our state to take these students going through programs and actually into jobs here in Montana. This is to provide a snapshot. I think we've talked in previous meetings about amplifying the efforts that are occurring in the state, whether that's DLI data, the areas that we can have the most impact from a workforce development perspective, and then the variety of programs, right, from certificates all the way out to doctoral programs. What is it exactly we have to offer on that front? And I'm working with Deputy Commissioner Tessman and seeing all the great work going on across ARSA and across OCHI. I know that's the next step for us, is to look at how do we actually make those connections with our users into this process and actually into some great Montana jobs. Great question.
Thank you, Chair Lozar. I just had a follow-up point. I also would encourage connection and collaboration with the Registered Apprenticeship Program in Montana. I know those are some really well-paying jobs, and you already have employers ready to work with you. So if that is a potential area that you could explore, I would love to see it.
Thanks.
Any other questions from members of the board? I too wanted to congratulate you, Director Lemon, and your team. Just kind of looking back, this particular website and this tool has been a focus not only of the Board of Regents, but of OCHI, of the legislature, of Governor Bullock and now Governor Gianforte. I think this kind of stitches together this collaborative focus on what value we're trying to bring to Montana families, to students, to prospective workers, et cetera. So I think we've been waiting for this website, and it's certainly intuitive, it's wonderful. The one thing I would sort of underscore is sort of pedal to the metal on the awareness campaign side. You know, it's beautiful, it works, it's got real-time data, it's got all the utility that I think we envisioned 3 years ago. But if the parents don't know about it and the students don't know about it, this is going to fail. So I just want to make sure that you guys are investing the staff and the resources you need to make sure this is in front of every Montana parent, this is in front of every graduating student, this is in front of every 7th grader, so that they know this is a tool that exists to answer any of the questions they have about post-secondary education. So pedal to the metal on the awareness side, and congratulations to you, Commissioner, and Dr. Lemon and your team.
And just one
Thank you.
one follow-up on Casey's point, if it's okay. And is it an app? Because I haven't seen a high school student on a website in a decade. You know, so like, you know, just to ask the obvious, I guess.
Mr. Chair, members of the board, Regent Ball, it is not an app at this moment, so that's something we definitely, for next steps, what we're looking into.
Mr. Chair, thank you for that and the good questions. Director Lemon, obviously a ton of work's went into this, you and your team, John Thunstrom pulling together data, other people that have really worked this thing through. Very, very pleased with where we're at. I think a lot of the questions lead to, you know, we're step one now. First we had to build it. I think just in terms of kind of the roadmap, next we really do have to roll this thing out, and that will be the barometer. It's got to get in every high school, and it's got to become intuitive that is a place to go. I do see it a little bit to some of the comments. This is the initial efforts behind this have been to create the funnel, right? Not into the MUS, but there is a lot of conversations going on with Department of Labor, the Governor's Office, others about where can we go with it. I don't want to set the expectation that we're there tomorrow, because I think in terms of what we're doing, it's getting it complete. There is work on the app side of this. Very pleased with where we're at in the time frame of it all. We're meeting our goals in terms of that. Driving people to the application process, I mean, that's kind of where we started this thing. But then there lots of conversations about where can it be maybe more toward the back end, connecting with internships. Even some new conversations around, can it be a place where employers and students meet? What that looks like, you know, our own version of Indeed, or who knows, right? But where truly we can take programs that are Montana focused, knowing that it's built off of, and that's some of the unique thing that other states are like built directly in concert with Department of Labor information. What are jobs in Montana? What's the job market? How do we fill those? Merging all that together is certainly a goal as we move down the road. But I think ultimately one of the questions is, how do you measure success? This answer makes Tyler a little nervous in a nation that's seeing pretty substantial declines in enrollment across the country. But I think ultimately what we set out to do a couple of years ago was drive more Montanans into some post-secondary education. Saw some polls over the weekend. 80% of the country thinks that some post-secondary education is highly valuable. Now, whether that's a welding certificate or a PhD, it's anywhere from a 3-month certificate to post-bac work, but it's valuable, and we know that. And ultimately what this effort has been about for a couple of years is to drive more people, a broader swath of Montanans. We're capturing 35 to 38% of Montanans into the MUS, capturing a larger percentage, some self-serving to help our own institutions meet their objectives, but I think the overarching goal is to help Montana's workforce meet its objectives and ultimately add to our economy. And I think the scary answer is how we really measure success is in a few years when we start to see more people come to the MUS. And that's going to be in part this, but it's also going to be in part working with campuses to see that we're reaching out to a broader swath of students. You know, what this conversation started over, instead of our two flagships fighting over that same 32%, we really need to be fighting over the 60% that aren't going to the MUS. And how do we do that? I think this is a first step, and I think working with the campuses and that conversation about how this is utilized by Montana residents broadly, and whether this is it or what we want to do. I think that's future conversations that we need to have, and OCHA will be part of that, and this board will have to weigh in on ultimately its use. But I'm incredibly pleased with the work that's went into it, where we're at in the process, and it's up and running, and that's the first step, and excited to see where it goes. Scott, thank you for everything you've done on this thing. I know you've got a team, but it wouldn't have happened without your leadership, and we appreciate that.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I think that wraps that up, unless there's any follow-up on that. We're going to turn to a little conversation around WICHE, Western Interstate Compact for Higher Education, U.S.-sanctioned compact that we've been a part of since its foundation. We have the president here, Dr. Demi Mikelau. We also have, before we dig in too far, Dennis Mohat here, who runs the mental health side of it. And I don't know if meetings have themes. I don't think so, but to some extent, we do want to, you know, we hear over and over from faculty breakfast this morning and beyond that the mental health challenges across the country and certainly across our system are significant. And we want to address some of that at this meeting in particular. And thanks to Demi and Dennis for being here. We'll hear more from Dennis later, but we're going to hear from Demi right now about the relationship that we have with the Western Interstate Commission. Demi, welcome back. Demi was here 2 years ago. Not that we're talking about what happened 2 years ago, but.
We will not discuss that. Good morning, Chairman Lozar and Commissioner Christian, members of the Board of Regents. My name is Demi Mikelau, and I'm the president of the Western Interstate Commission for Higher Education. It is great to be back here in Dillon and back traveling around the region after a 2-year hiatus. During my brief comments this morning, I am going to talk a little bit about WICHE, what we are, and while we engage in a lot of different activities with the state of Montana, I'm going to focus on our student access programs. So WICHE is an interstate compact, and we were formed back in 1953 by the Western governors. And at that time, the Western governors came together around ideas and the notion of regional collaboration and resource sharing. And just to be clear, while we are an interstate compact that was ratified by Congress, we really are a state organization, and we were formed by states. Our mission is quite straightforward. It's to work collaboratively to expand educational access and excellence for all citizens of the West. And we do that through promoting innovation, cooperation, resource sharing, and sound public policy. Excuse me. So this is a map and a visual representation of our region, and we can't fit everybody who is a member of WICHE on our map, so what this is trying to depict is all of our members, but also the great geographical expanse of the region. And so we go from the Dakotas all the way out to the Pacific, and that includes the Federated States of Micronesia and the Republic of the Marshall Islands. And not only are we quite large geographically, we're diverse in terms of demographics, political leanings, economies, et cetera. We are governed by what we call the WICHE Commission, and our WICHE Commission is composed of 3 members who are appointed by the governors of each of our states and territories. And as you can see here, Commissioner Christian is on our board. We also have Representative Lori Bishop and the past president of the University of Montana, Sheila Stearns. As I mentioned, I'm going to focus on our student access programs today. And our student access programs are designed to serve students at 3 levels: the undergraduate, graduate, and professional. And they really work to increase access for students, tackle affordability, and they help states and institutions maximize their higher education resources. And you're going to hear a series of acronyms, and I always feel like I have to apologize for these acronyms, so if I get a little carried away, please, you can feel free to stop me. The Western Undergraduate Exchange is known as WUI, and you may have heard of WUI either from your own families or through your work in higher education. But the idea behind WUI is to provide greater options for students to keep programs robust and viable. It helps institutions and states avoid duplications of unique programs. It diversifies student populations, and how it works is students pay up to 150% of resident tuition at 164 institutions across the region. And in academic year 2021, so the most recent, we had over 46,000 students that we served across the entire WICHE region. And that amounted to $503 million savings for students. And in Montana, that savings was almost $8 million, so quite significant. And I apologize that this map is these two maps are a little bit small, but what I'm trying to depict here is the student mobility. And what you can see is that more WUI students are coming into Montana as part of WUI than leave. And you have about 3,700 students that come into Montana each academic year, and about 1,200 who choose to study in other states. And most of your students that are coming into the state of Montana are coming from Washington, California, and Colorado, although you can see that there are quite a few students from throughout the region. And I included this just so you can kind of get a sense of the distribution of where the students are coming to into your institutions. Montana State University in Bozeman does receive the most students, and then you do have quite a few students, over 1,000 at the University of Montana. But here right at Western, there are 254 WUI students. So it's really the institutions across the state are benefiting. And I included this even though you probably can't see all the numbers, but I included this graph just so that you can see the trend line here. And what you see is that since 1996, which is a long time ago, there really has been a significant increase over time in WUI participation. And in the last 10 years, we've seen about a 70% increase in WUI participation from students coming into the state of Montana. And what that says is that Montana is a very attractive place to go for students and families across the region. And just a few moments on the Western Regional Graduate Program. This is a similar program to WUI, but this is at our graduate level. And about 3 or 4 years ago, this program was restructured so that it looks a lot like the WUI program in terms of the students paying up to 150% resident tuition. And that has really resulted in a growth of institutions offering different types of programs in WRGP. And so we expect that growth is going to continue. We think that that is a really great thing for access across the West. And so we're at about just under 3,000 students across the region. And in Montana, you had about 99 students save $1.5 million at the graduate level, and 95 students came into the state this past year. And again, you have this map, and this just shows the distribution. And you had 95 students coming into the state, and most of them, again, were, oops, sorry, went a little too fast. Most of them coming into Montana actually came from Washington, Oregon, and Wyoming. The final program that I'll mention is our Professional Student Exchange Program. And this program is structured differently than both WUI and WRGP. It's known as PSEP, and that Professional Student Exchange Program allows students to pursue careers in 10 healthcare fields. And it's structured differently in that the states or territories provide tuition support for their students. So there's an actual state investment that happens, whereas the first two programs, there's no money that's between states that change hands. And what you see here is that Montana has participated in WICHE PSEP for 70 years, so this is not a new program for the state. And last year, 80 students paid reduced tuition in 6 healthcare fields that were not offered by public institutions in the state, and that saved students about $2.2 million. And again, that is an investment by the state. And so the final comment that I would make about PSEP that is a bit different than WUI and WRGP is that the Montana residents that participate in PSEP, they do receive preference in admission on top of paying that reduced tuition level. So with that, I am going to conclude my comments. I know you have a lot on your agenda today, and I, again, appreciate the opportunity to be back in Dillon. And Mr. Chairman, I welcome questions if you would like. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Mickelau, for your presentation and for coming back to Dillon. Any questions from members of the board? Regent Dombrowski.
Thanks, Regent Buchanan. Can you describe a little bit more on the PSAP? I'm thinking, I just wrote down, not offered by a private institution in the state. Is there any, will there be a challenge for that as medical schools are developed in the state of Montana that might impact that?
So with PSAP, we do have private institutions in PSAP. That is allowed. Okay. So it sort of depends if you know, there's a lot of flexibility if the institutions participate, if the states invest in that. But we certainly do have private institutions in PSAP.
All right. I like the it depends and probably
Yeah.
more to come on that. Thank you.
Yeah.
Regent Buchanan.
Chair Lozar, thank you. And kind of on that same line, Regent Dombrowski, and maybe this is a question for Commissioner Christian or you, as you guys map out the next 10 years, 15 years in strategies, what is that stretch? Where do we push Witchy? Are we getting exactly what we want out of it, or do we need to be modifying, expanding? What is the strategic priority for the organization at this stage?
Mr. Chairman? So with respect to the organization, that's a bigger question, but I can talk about PSAP for just a minute. We recently had some transition in our leadership, and we're taking this opportunity to look at our PSAP fields. We are hearing in every single state, it's across the nation, about the shortages in healthcare workforce. And so we're looking at the PSAP fields that are currently offered, are those the right ones still? And they may be, but we just were, yesterday, we annually survey our deans around PSAP, around the support fees. And so we're including a question in there to get a sense from them. We're going to be working with the commission to, again, ask that question, are the PSAP fields the right ones? We still do believe that PSAP is quite relevant. We have states that don't have these programs in their states, whether it's dentistry, you know, whichever one. And so it's still a very robust and viable program, but we think that there's a lot of potential for reimagining what those fields might be. At the same time, with WRGP and that change, making it more like WUI and that structure and that growth, we think that there is a lot of opportunity there as well. Before you had to there were some restrictions on it, and it was really, I think, artificially constraining what institutions might be able to offer because we required it to, and this was right as I was coming into this position, but as I understand it, you may remember more how this worked, but you had to have a unique program. They limited having it being at resident tuition, and so allowing institutions to charge up to 150% tuition and not restricting the types of programs, it really allows institutions to include things in healthcare fields, for instance, which is, again, where we see the most demand, to really allow that growth. So we're putting a lot of time and energy on healthcare right now. About a month ago, we created a healthcare right now we're calling it the Healthcare Working Group, Workforce Working Group, which is not the best name ever, but it's about a month old. And we're gathering people from state agencies across the West, and they're meeting at the moment every other week. We'll be bringing that to the commission and reporting on some of that fact-finding mission. But again, in terms of these types of programs, we're really putting our energy around healthcare.
Mr. Chair, Regent Buchanan, Regent Dombrowski, I think your two questions are related because I think it really is where do we envision this thing going, and even in terms of our legislative funding and other things. So far, although there are new opportunities on the horizon, but the need for these professional occupations in Montana have outpaced our ability to meet them, whether it's through WWAMI, WEMU, or other cooperative programs, or through the PSEP programs through WICHE. So we worked hard, for example, when we expanded into the vet medicine program with WSU, the WEMU program, to also preserve those resources within WICHE and within PSEP, because I think it does a lot of things. It meets demand or helps to meet demand on one end, but it also, these create a lot of flexibility for students that aren't necessarily inherent to our cooperative programs. I think the cooperative programs offer a lot, but a student can go to a much wider variety of institutions than the specific ones that we have with UW or WSU or that. Minnesota Dental, other programs. So I think that preserving these resources is incredibly important as we move forward, even as we form new partnerships with osteopathic medicine and some of the conversations on the horizon. I think we should fund some opportunities there, but not lose the funding that's been through PSEP, because I think it does create those opportunities in an area that we have tremendous demand that's by far outpacing any of the things that we can accomplish within. And the other thing, whether it's public, private, we also have through OCHE, through our certifying officer, we have a lot of flexibility where we use those funds. Those funds all come into program 2, I believe. But we can, depending on the applicant pool, we can fund more veterinarians one year and less dentists one year, and we can fund more dentists and less vets. So we have flexibility in how we use that in the PSEP program. And so I think all of those things really push us to try to preserve this stream within the legislative funding as well, even as these new conversations are starting up.
Any other questions from members of the board? No. I know your presentation, Dr. Michelau, focused on student access, but I'm curious if you could maybe preview some of your initiatives or priorities as it relates to WICHE as a coordinating body as in regards to public policy or sound public policy.
Sure, and thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I will stay away from behavioral health because we have Mr. Mohat here today, and he will be talking about that this afternoon. But in terms of some of the key initiatives that we're working on, we have our Interstate Passport initiative that is an effort. That's actually a national initiative because transfer doesn't necessarily stop at our easternmost border. And that is an initiative that is focused on the learning outcomes as opposed to course-by-course transfer, because we know that students transfer across state lines. And one thing that we've noticed, and the data bear this out, is that not only has our intention was to facilitate transfer across state lines, but it really helps students within states as well that have, for those states that have engaged in interstate passports. So we're really excited about that. We have an active OER, Open Educational Resources effort that the state is involved in. We are, Montana's actively involved in the state authorization and reciprocity work as well. I would say those are 3 big ones. We are looking at, it is not funded at the moment, but we are actively engaged in trying to be funded on an effort around behavioral health on campus. We know that that's really important for all of our states. Maybe I will, and of course we provide some, our usual data resources that are on our website. And I would encourage you, if you need to look at where Montana sits in terms of key data metrics, to look at our website. Those are certainly available to you as well.
Thank you. Any other questions? I'll turn it back to you.
Thank you. Thanks, Demi, for being here.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
All right. Mr. Chair, we're going to turn to Director Thigpen and have a little update on the federal front. Still lots going on in the federal landscape.
Mr. Chair, members of the committee, can you hear me okay? It was a little quiet in the back. Nice to see you all. Welcome, Regent Southworth. Great to have you at the table. That is a little, it's hard to roll off the tongue, but we'll get it. Yeah. Well, hello. So I am here to give another round of the federal state update, what's happening in the legislative arena. I've got some scribbly notes and several topics to touch base on. So I thought what I do was just kind of start where I left off last time, which is with some of the competitiveness legislation, as it's referred to, that's moving its way through Congress right now, because this is a really big deal for Montana and especially U of M and MSU as we navigate this process. So these are the bills that are designed to address sort of America's global competitiveness in research and technology, especially against China. There are two bills that are currently in Congress, a Senate version known as USICA, that's the United States Innovation and Competition Act, and a House version known as the America Competes Act. Both bills are designed to better position the U.S. in research, technology, and innovation, and would provide pretty historic expansions in funding for federal science agencies, and both bills would provide significant investments in STEM education. There are several pieces that we're tracking in these bills that are of interest to us and in the higher education community in general. One piece is this concept and a proposal to establish regional technology hubs. Some version of that is included in both bills, but there are some key distinctions that we're pretty engaged with or trying to be engaged with to help shape a little bit. So a regional technology hub or consortium is really just a group of universities and other economic development partners and entities concentrated in a specific geographic area that is determined to have potential in an area of innovation and technology development. So the USICA bill in the Senate would ensure that one regional technology hub would be headquartered in a low population state, which is really essential for us. We believe that this would ensure that small and rural communities in the state can benefit from this and engage in it. So that's a piece that we're really tracking and are supportive of. The USICA bill also provides more locations for the hubs and provides a little bit more funding for those as well. So I've mentioned this before, but MSU and UM have helped form and are leading a working group of institutions in our region to position us as well as possible to be selected as a regional hub. That would be done through a competitive process if the legislation were to pass. So it's a really great example, I think, of how our institutions have worked together in Montana, and also as a region. So I really want to thank Joe Teal in our office, who's been helping with that effort. Scott Wittenberg at U of M and Jason Carter at MSU have been really engaged on that and bringing everyone together to really position us, again, as I said, as a leader for innovation and research in this area. There are some other provisions in the bill that are incredibly important to the higher education community, and that is some pieces that relate to foreign gift and contractor reporting. And this you may recall, has come up in the last couple of years. The USICA legislation includes a provision that would require a committee at the U.S. Treasury Department to review all gifts or contracts over $1 million. And there are separately some changes to Section 117 reporting, which is a provision in the Higher Education Act that relates to reporting of foreign gifts and contracts. The contract requirement, the current requirement is $250,000, and both legislation, there are proposals in both bills that would lower that amount pretty significantly in USICA to $50,000, and then in the Competes Act to $100,000. So there would potential to be some significant changes there. They are also proposing to create a new Section 124 of the Higher Education Act, which would require institutions to create and maintain databases to collect info about foreign gifts and contracts to individual faculty and staff. And that has the potential to have a particularly big impact, and it's sort of been referred to as it would include everything as much as a cup of coffee could be included within that, because there is no limit there. So we're monitoring that pretty closely on the research front, but again, just want to thank all of those that have been engaged in that. It's been really great work. There are, and I should mention, those bills are currently they have both passed. The version in the Senate passed last summer. The House version just passed about a month ago, and now it's headed to a conference committee. So we're working in that process and are trying to keep some of the provisions that we like in the USICA bill related to the innovation hubs alive and going strong. So that's the update on that. For Pell Grants, as you know, there's been a lot of discussion about this at the federal level in Congress. There is a $400 increase that was proposed in the FY 2020 appropriations bill, which I'll touch on in just a second. There's also a $550 increase proposed in what is sort of the current version of the Build Back Better bill, but that bill, everyone seems to agree, is unlikely to move forward at this point. There is also a separate standalone bill in an act called the Pell Grant Preservation and Expansion Act that proposes to double the maximum Pell Grant to over $13,000 annually, but that is also pretty unlikely to move forward at this point. The president again called for an increase to Pell in his recent State of the Union address, and he asked that to be increased by $2,000. It sounds like, and everyone sort of seems to agree, that the most likely proposal to pass is the $400 increase proposed in the FY 22 appropriations bill, and I'll get into that here in a second. And this is where it gets into me scribbling down some notes, because there is some late breaking news on this. In early February, Congress agreed to extend the Government Funding Act till March 11th, which is tomorrow. The House and Senate Appropriations Committees then announced sort of this agreement to agree on a framework. My favorite quotes from some of those discussions were, "I am not unhappy, and we are pleased to have an agreement on a framework for an agreement." So, but there is an agreement for a framework, and we saw that yesterday. The House actually did pass a very large spending bill yesterday, so there does seem to be some movement there. The Senate is expected to take it up this weekend, right under the wire, before the deadline. So we'll see. I think there's probably some extension in there for a day or two just to get it done, but it looks like finally we might have an FY 22 appropriations bill after several extensions. So that's good news. And that's all on the congressional front. There is so much, and the commissioner and I were talking about this yesterday, there is also just an incredible amount of activity at the agency level that we're trying to stay as plugged into as possible. Everything from activity at Homeland Security related to new regulations for DACA students, that's the Deferred Action for Childhood Arrivals, which has an impact on higher education entities. Title IX rules, that's going through the process right now at the Department of Ed. They are indicating that the new rules will be, at least a notice of proposed rulemaking will come out, so we'll be able to see the draft language in April of this year. And that has been sort of a football going back and forth every couple of years in terms of whichever administration is in place. So, I mean, that is our biggest concern on that front, is just really trying to provide some stability on that front for Title IX rules. So, but as I said, those will be released in April. There's another piece that we're tracking from the Department of Labor, which may have a pretty big impact on our fiscal folks, so we'll need to engage them in HR. But we're watching some discussions about increasing the, related to the overtime rule, and the conversation at this point has been updating the salary threshold under which white-collar employees are entitled to receive overtime wages. The threshold right now is around $35,000, and there's some discussion to take that up to around $85,000, which would have an impact on us as well. So we're tracking that pretty closely. And then I didn't want to leave off some pieces related to our state efforts, because that is an area where we've been really engaged as well. So on the state side, we're continuing to engage with legislators and the interim committees, as well as the ARPA, or the American Rescue Plan Act, commissions that were set up last session In January, Director Miller in our office provided a great presentation to that committee on Montana 10, which received really great feedback. They had a lot of questions around it, and so that seemed to be very positive on that front. The committee also continues to be interested in efforts across the system to help address the teacher shortage, which our own Director McLean is very plugged into as well. And then we're also planning to go back to the committee, hopefully soon, to give them a similar demonstration that you received today about the portal. We think that would be incredibly valuable for them to see, and we've highlighted that to that committee, and I think that would be a good conversation to keep going there. Both the Interim Education Committee and the Interim Budget Committee are meeting next week in Helena. So we'll be reviewing our FY 2022 quarterly report for that committee, and also sort of giving them an update on our shared policy goals, which we have with that Section E Budget Committee. So that's always a good time for us to interact with that committee. We'll also be providing an update on some of the projects that were funded with one-time only funding, and just really want to thank everyone that has provided information to us on those projects and how that's going. We've committed to updating that committee on what's happening on that front, so appreciate that. And then with respect to the Arpa projects, I know a lot of you have been incredibly patient and waiting for updates on what the status of those projects are. They're in the works. It sounds like they're being reviewed, and we're plugged into that and are monitoring those closely. So hopefully we'll see some positive news from that, but if anybody has any questions, I'm happy to answer them. Mr. Chair.
Regent Sexton.
Thank you, Chair Lozar. Helen, you really caught my attention with the salary increase. Can you talk a little bit more about that?
Yes, Regent Sexton, right now, it is just a discussion, and it happens every couple of years where there's been some proposals to increase that threshold where we would need to compensate certain employees for overtime pay. So there's that, as I mentioned, there's that threshold right now, and if that is raised, we would need to work with very closely with our HR professionals on campus and how to structure that and how that would work. I doubt it will end up being at that amount, but because right now it's really just some discussions, and in previous years when it's come up, you know, there's been some support in different circles, and then it kind of there's been some court challenges, and then it ends up staying at this threshold that we're at now. So anyway, that's sort of the basics, but we need to have some pretty good conversations internally about how all that would work if that were to be raised. Yeah.
Any other questions for Director Thigpen? Excellent. Thank you for the update.
Thanks, Helen. Mr. Chair, that sort of concludes the various reports. We do have the campus reports published on the agenda. Encourage everyone to take a look at those. Some great information there. We have a very few introductions, but I would like to do those, and then we'll hand it back to you. If we could start, Chancellor Reed, I believe you have one or two.
Thank you, Commissioner Christian. Yeah, Montana Western, we have two individuals I'd like to introduce today. First, Tricia Fiskus. I think she's back here. Tricia is the Vice Chancellor for Administration and Finance, and also serving as the Assistant Dean for Helena College. This is a joint position that Helena College and Montana Western put together to cover the CFO duties and responsibilities. Tricia has worked in higher education for 24 years, 21 of those at Washington State University, and the last 3 while she was serving as the Vice President for Finance and Administration at Klamath Community College in Oregon. She has a bachelor's degree in business administration, a master's degree in adult organizational learning and leadership at the University of Idaho, and she's finishing her dissertation at the University of Idaho for a PhD in education. Born and raised in northern Idaho until her venture in Oregon, she's excited to be back and close to home and be part of the UM and MUS associations. Welcome, Tricia. Also would like to introduce our Provost and Vice Chancellor for Academic Affairs, Dr. Johnny McLean. Thank you. Dr. McLean began his role as UM Western's Provost and Vice Chancellor for Academic Affairs at the beginning of January. An alumnus of the University of Montana's Graduate School, he has returned to Montana after spending the last 11 and a half years at Southern Utah University, first as a geology faculty member and then as a member of the Provost's office. Dr. McLean holds a BS in geology from Furman University, a master's in science degree in earth sciences from Syracuse University, and a PhD in geosciences from the University of Montana. Welcome, Johnny.
Thanks, Chancellor Reed. Welcome to Johnny and Tricia. Next up, Chancellor Cook, I think you have an announcement or two.
Good morning. I'd like to introduce and welcome our new Vice Chancellor for Student Affairs and Dean of Students at Montana Tech, Dr. Craig Elliott. Craig joined us in January, and Craig comes to us from Samuel Merritt College in California, where he served for 17 years as the Assistant Vice President for Student Services. We are really fortunate and excited to have Craig on staff. He is the past president of ACPA, which is a national student affairs higher ed organization, has been extremely involved as a leadership facilitator and in numerous other professional organizations, and we're really excited to have him on campus with us. Thank you.
Welcome, Craig. That's it for you. Perfect. I believe we have Provost Makwa that's going to make an introduction for MSU Bozeman.
Thank you, Commissioner Christian and Regents. I'm thrilled to be able to announce and welcome Dr. Christoph Zaba to Montana State University. Christoph is our new Dean of our Global Engagement and International Programs Office. Christoph comes to Montana State University from University of Massachusetts, Boston, where he has an extensive background and experience in international programs. I'd also like to thank and express our appreciation for Dr. Deb Haynes, who has served in that role as an interim for the past 18 months, taking on that position at the beginning of the pandemic. It's been quite challenging, and she has certainly stepped up and done an exemplary job. So we really want to thank Deb, and we're excited to welcome Christoph. So thank you.
Thanks, Provost. Welcome, Christoph. Mr. Chair, that concludes our update. Thank you for the time.
Thank you, Mr. Commissioner, for a thorough report and system update. Before we take a break, we'll transition over to Dylan, who's representing Governor Gianforte. Dylan, floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair Lozar, and thank you, Chancellor Reed, for hosting us here at Western. It's a beautiful campus. We had some great updates this morning from the Commissioner's office. It's always great to see the updates on the portal from Director Lemon. I've been working closely with Deputy Commissioner Tessman and his staff to promote that as some of the questions came up. We're working with groups like the High School Principals Association and school administrators to make sure that the word is getting out about that central portal and the opportunities there. And thanks to President Mikulawicz for coming. I got to read that report that you sent our office a couple of months ago, and it's great to see the benefits that are coming to Montana students from that partnership. President Bodner isn't back yet, but I do as well, on behalf of the governor, want to congratulate the University of Montana on that R1 designation. That's a huge deal, not only for the state, but for the UM system. It's going to make them not just a regional, but a national leader in research, and it's a huge opportunity for our state. Also want to welcome Regent Southworth. I really look forward to working with you. Your bio has already been gone over, but you obviously bring a unique background and a lot of skills to this board that I think are going to be highly beneficial, and the governor was very pleased that you put your name in the hat for this position. Since the last Regents meeting, the governor's had the opportunity to visit several campuses. To visit several MUS campuses. Just a couple weeks ago, he was over at Carroll College, which is a partner of the university system, to announce a new Accelerate Montana subgrant for their accelerated nursing program. That's an exciting opportunity to produce more healthcare professionals, which we desperately need in Montana. That was part of the overall $6 million investment that the state made earlier this year in the University of Montana's Accelerate programs. He had the opportunity to visit MSU's bioscience lab recently, really enjoyed that visit. He was at the University of Montana for a public safety roundtable with President Bodner and some community leaders in Missoula County as he's traveling the state with Director Gutkin in Corrections, promoting public safety. And then finally, just on Tuesday of this week, he was at Helena College. He's been very interested in the Boeing partnership that Helena College has and the opportunities that we have to expand careers with Boeing through Helena College. Additionally, the governor proclaimed February Career and Technical Education Month, and he's been visiting high schools around the state promoting career and technical education as well as work-based learning opportunities. Many of these have a dual credit or a dual enrollment component with colleges and universities in the areas. I especially want to thank Regent Buchanan for setting up the one in Red Lodge, cutting the ribbon on the new CTE Center there in Red Lodge. That was a great opportunity. Some work-based learning initiatives that the governor's promoting, and we hope to see more pilots this year and welcome ideas from campuses and community partners on these pilots. I just want to shout out one that we got started this year. It's a partnership with Glasgow Public Schools and Miles Community College, as well as long-term care facilities in eastern Montana. What students have the opportunity to do under a new bill that was passed in the legislative session, House Bill 246, is school boards at the local level can free up student seat time and declare course equivalency for high school credit for work-based learning opportunities. So this pilot with Glasgow and MCC is allowing Glasgow high school students to take MCC's online certified nursing assistant courses while doing in-person training in the area long-term care facilities, and they're getting high school graduation credit for it as well. And I mean, what this does is it provides students with tangible skills that lead directly into a post-secondary college track or a career track right out of high school if they're interested in the CNA profession. It gives student workers to these long-term care facilities who are desperately in need of employees. And if more high schools jump on board, this one example could make MCC kind of a leader in eastern Montana for producing healthcare workers. As we all know, we really need, especially in the rural eastern part of the state. So any feedback on pilots like that we could do with other campuses across the state would be fantastic. The governor's office and the Department of Labor, as well as the other partners involved with WIOA, the Workforce Innovation and Opportunities Act, which includes OCHI and OPI and DPHHS, are just finalizing amendments to our federal WIOA plan, and that'll be out for public comment here soon. The governor has fully appointed the State Workforce Innovation Board. They'll be having their first meeting towards the end of April, and that OCHI is also represented on that SWIB board. And that is a unique opportunity to bring together state partners and make this SWIB board kind of the driving board for workforce innovation and tying together industry, secondary and post-secondary education in the state. So I'm really excited to see what that board is able to do to promote our common goals in the coming years. Did just also want to state another valuable resource to both the K-12 and the post-secondary systems is the Education Commission of the States. We got the Montana team together recently. The post-secondary system is represented by Craig Smith, the Vice President for Fort Peck Community College, and it's made up of the Governor's Office, post-secondary, the Office of Public Instruction, as well as representatives from the legislature. The Montana team, like I said, got together for the first time this year, just a couple weeks ago, and are looking forward to the opportunities we have to take advantage of another, national organization that we're a part of and see how Montana can make sure that we're getting the benefits of that partnership. The governor just, I believe, recently wrapped up his meetings with all of the regents. I appreciate all of you taking the time to meet with him one-on-one. He also routinely meets with Commissioner Christian to just talk about your priorities for post-secondary education and his priorities and how we can work together going into the future. And he also met recently with the director of the Digital Academy. I think, especially right now, we have a real opportunity with the Digital Academy to bring more online learning to students, especially rural students. And again, many of those courses within the Digital Academy are dual credit or dual enrollment tracked. Yesterday I was at the Montana College Attainment Network conference. That was a fantastic conference, their first in-person one since COVID hit. There were a couple hundred people there, and it was an opportunity for me to really discuss the governor's vision for post-secondary education. The theme was career and technical education, so it couldn't be more fitting. And really the discussion was about how do we attract that population of students who aren't college bound to see the value in some post-secondary education, whether it's a short-term certification, whether it's a longer-term degree. How do we make the college, like I said, how do we make the college experience accessible to everyone that's not just bound for a 2-year or 4-year degree? And I think a lot of I discussed some of the innovative programs that are happening across the campuses, whether it's, ATG Cognizant at UM, whether it's the nursing and healthcare expansions at MSU, the diesel tech programs up at Havre. MCC is doing a lot of cool stuff with auto mechanics and meat packing and agribusiness. So really making our campuses hubs for workforce development, regardless of what that workforce development training means to the individual student. So that was a great conference. One thing I wanted to touch on, it came up in the earlier reports, is one of the breakout sessions was with the Department of Corrections and their correctional enterprises folks. Ochi and I work pretty closely with Marissa and the education team at the Department of Corrections. With unemployment at record lows, we have to look at how are we tapping into historically underutilized sectors of the workforce, and that includes the incarcerated and formerly incarcerated. We've got some exciting opportunities coming up with Second Chance Pell. There's already 4 campuses across the state that have been accepted to participate in Second Chance Pell Grant programs with our correctional institutions across the state. And so I think that is a huge opportunity for all of us to come together and get more Montanans the skills that they need to fill desperately needed positions. And then the last thing I just wanted to touch on is tomorrow I'll be at the Board of Public Education meeting, and they're going to be discussing the OPI's proposed changes to educator licensing, freeing up some of those regulations. And while this isn't directly under the governor's purview, it really fits in with his red tape initiative to remove unnecessary barriers to licensure, especially occupational licenses, so that we can get more high-quality Montanans into the workforce, and that includes into our classrooms. So that should be a great discussion tomorrow. I know that your deans of the colleges of education are going to be represented there and giving their input, but this is really an opportunity that we haven't had in quite a while to discuss what does the teaching pathway look like, and are there ways that we can open up multiple pathways to the teaching career. So thank you, Chair Lozar.
Excellent. Thank you, Dylan, for a thorough update as well. And then certainly one thing you didn't mention was the governor's gift to the Montana State University. So we certainly appreciate his continued investment at MSU and beyond. And if you would extend our appreciation for the one-on-one time between each of us and the governor. It was great to listen to sort of his priorities as well as share sort of some of the key initiatives and priorities of the Board of Regents. I think that type of dialogue is very productive in terms of identifying collaborative projects and initiatives that we can partner with the governor's office on. So please extend our gratitude to Governor Gianforte.
Thank you.
Excellent. With that, we're going to take about a 10-minute break. Right now it's 10:16. We'll come back at 10:26. All right, welcome back. We are going to transition to our first committee for the meeting. I'll turn it over to Chair Dombrowski to chair the Budget, Admin, and Audit Committee.
Thank you, Chair Lozar. Again, thank you for the opportunity to chair this fine committee. I have excellent participation by other regents, and of course, always have excellent support from the OCHI staff. A couple of things I want to call out. Chancellor Reed was talking about the LRBP process, and I think really the work that the Budget Committee and really the OCHI staff have done in organizing all of that work on behalf of the university system is outstanding. So thanks for calling it out and giving us some fine examples of that, and again, thank you to the staff. I just want to call your attention, of course, to this very long agenda that we have from the Budget Committee, but we worked through it quite well ahead of time. Let me just ask you please to look at all of the consent items. There are many. Just want to make sure I give you a chance to look at them and decide if there are any that you want to pull forward off of the consent before we'll ask for approval there. So I don't see any options or any requests to move any of these items off of the consent, so that is there a motion to approve the consent agenda? All right. So then we'll move on down to action items. Again, there's a fair amount of action items, and I will, at this point, always turn it over to Tyler Trevor to lead us through those conversations.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee. The first action item that I won't even try to read on that screen is a request for the board to authorize the University of Montana to sell a parcel located on 1325 Gerald Avenue, otherwise known as the President's Residency. There are some stipulations in policy that we need to make sure we cover, and I think for all of these action items, I'll just give you sort of the 5 bullet point summary, and then see if there are any questions. Also call on Ron Muffick and others to provide extra detail if needed. So in that vein, of the 5 bullet summary, the President's Residency has been utilized by the University of Montana for approximately the last 40 years. The property has traditionally held a dual purpose, and I think this is really germane to the topic of selling the property, is that dual purpose has jointly been a household for the President and his family, as well as a university facility to host guests and open at various times to the public. That nature has affected the deferred maintenance and the level of deferred maintenance which is required at a higher standard, and to accommodate the public. And in fact, this now has risen to a level where we just don't believe it's cost effective. And that nationwide there are new approaches to President's residencies that have shifted to providing stipends to a president to accommodate their home and their living locations. The administrative functions that have traditionally been utilized at this residency for the hosting of meetings and the public will be shifted to an on-campus location. It's the Prescott House. I believe it was recently renovated, and it's an excellent replacement. The University of Montana, in terms of addressing the criteria in the policy, which establishes that an appraisal will be obtained, also that the notice of the sale will meet certain public announcements for a 4-week period of time, will all be addressed. And Madam Chair, with the approval of this board, the university will move forward and begin that process.
Any questions from the regents?
The proceeds will go to the benefit of?
Madam Chair, Regent Bow, we have stipulated that the proceeds would be used for the benefit of students. So it would be up to the university to ensure that the focus of those funds are to the best benefit of the students.
Thank you. Madam Dombrowski, would we anticipate this happening on other campuses, or is this a local specific issue for Missoula?
Madam Chair, Regent Buchanan, I think it's a conversation that needs to be had. Other campuses, some campuses, have a similar situation where the president's residence is off campus, and I think in those instances, if we end up in the same spot trying to renovate properties that are at a different sort of public entrance standard, that we would maybe look at that in the same light. There are some that are, those residencies are in the middle of campus, and like here and like Tech and others that in those instances, no, I don't think that's probably in the best interest. So I don't think it'll be one size fits all, but it's something we would do. And Madam Chair, if I may, to Regent Bow's question, the other thing worth noting is that we had secured some money to renovate the property, not enough money as it turns out, but we're working with the donor that those funds would go to a student use as well. So it's kind of a win-win for us in many ways.
Madam Chair, I would note before we move on to the next item that in our information section, we'll talk about an improvement to a policy that would accommodate for the stipend of the president.
Yes, thank you. I think Chair Lozar has a question.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Dombrowski. I guess I'm in support of this, and we had a conversation in our January meeting about the strategy, the logic behind this item. I guess the only request I would have as it relates to, the proceeds and the use of the proceeds, that we could get an update on how those revenues are specifically supporting students. So it doesn't have to be at a board meeting, but maybe through the commissioner's office, we get an update on that when the time comes. Thanks.
Okay, thank you.
Madam Chair, members of the committee, next item under action is item B, request for authorization to build an athletic indoor practice facility on the University of Montana campus. This is, as mentioned, is an indoor practice facility, a turf field with a inflatable dome in the northwest corner of the campus. The purchase price is $7.25 million. The funds are being provided from private funds, donations, et cetera. Also rental income that is available for other entities that might come in and use the facilities. One thing to note in this item is that we utilize a section of state law that allows the campus to lease the land to the foundation in order to facilitate the management of this project. So I guess the summary point here is that this is a significant benefit to the athletic program as well as the overall campus recreations, and providing rentable opportunities to private groups as well. There's an MOU and a lease attachment for the agreements with the foundation that are also attached to this item, Madam Chair.
Questions, please. Okay.
Item C is a request for authorization to increase spending authority at the University of Montana for the renovation of Knowles Hall. And this should sound familiar to you, as you originally approved this item in May of 2021 for a spending authority of $12 million. And since that time, U of M went out for bid. I should mention, this is the renovation of a dorm on the University of Montana campus that was built in 1963. A very much needed upgrade. Since the time of the approval in May of 2021, U of M has gone out for bid. The low bid has been returned at $18 million. I think this is a trend that we've seen in other projects. The increase in costs have been extraordinary. So this $6 million spending increase is the authority to address issues not only related to inflation, but the high cost of materials. It'll be funded by bond proceeds and facility improvement funds. Madam Chair.
Thank you. Questions? Chair Lozar.
Thank you, Chair Dombrowski. I'm just curious between, the authorization to spend up to 12 million and then it coming back, the bid being at 18 million, if there was any sort of adjustment in the scope of the project to be closer to being on budget?
Madam Chair, Regent Lozar, no, there were no adjustments in the scope.
So this is primarily construction costs and just,
Madam Chair, Regent Lozar, absolutely yes.
Other questions? Okay.
Item D is a request for authorization to purchase, finance, and operate an equine property facilities at the University of Montana Western. This is I have a little bit of a bias towards this topic, so I say a neat project that fits in with Western's mission. And it's a purchase of an income-generating facility, i.e. auxiliary facility, for $1.25 million. The property is 125 acres, I believe located just northwest of town. I could be incorrect on that location. Includes an indoor, one indoor arena and 2 outdoor arenas, I believe, multiple barns, and a barn that is really fantastic looking, by the way, and a small living quarters. The key, the facility's key here is that the natural horsemanship program, which I'm not positive all of you are aware of, one of a kind in the nation located on this campus, can utilize this facility as well as the rodeo teams. They've had recent, I think, adjustments and movement in the current facilities that are available for both of those groups. And so this is an excellent opportunity to own their own facility, but also be able to generate income with a community that has a need for this, to help pay for the intercampus loan that they'll receive from the University of Montana to make this work. Madam Chair.
Thank you for the explanation and the neat description. Are there questions?
Madam Chair, Tyler, your bias is positive. Why do you have a positive bias here?
Madam Chair, Regent Buchanan, there's a longer explanation to that answer than I probably could give nor would give in public. So I'll talk to you later.
it's neat.
Duly noted. Okay, if there's no questions, please.
Madam Chair, members of the committee, the final item here is a request for authorization to purchase and finance the Molecular Bioscience Building at 960 Technology Boulevard within the Montana State University Innovation Campus. So this has been a building that that Montana State University has looked to obtain for the last couple of years. It's an add-on to their research facilities located in the Innovation Campus that I think you're aware of is immediately adjacent to the campus. It's a 39,000 square foot building. The purchase price of $9 million with authority to go up to $9.5 million to cover the financing costs. I believe those are coming in lower than that amount, but that would be the overall authority you'd grant the campus. Montana State has received bank bids and actually closed a deal with an RFP with a bank, and the interest rate of 2.9% would be paid for with the F&A, the Facility and Administration Cost Recovery, from the grants that are generated through the programs in that building. In fact, I believe they already lease a small portion of the building, so this would exonerate them from that and move those to an owned facility. The key is efficiently finding more space to expand in this area of biomedical and bioengineering research, so this is a great opportunity. We have attached, if you're interested, the property map, as well as, in this case, it'll be a financing resolution that we'll ask the chair and the commissioner to sign. Madam Chair.
Thank you. My one comment is I'm glad that the building is built. That's. Questions?
Next meeting.
Yeah, or, right. Okay.
Good.
All right.
Okay, Madam Chair, members of the committee, that is it for the action agenda. We do have quite a few items on the information side of things, and the first one is the allocation of the FY23 performance funds. I have kind of a packaged presentation here that, with your indulgence, I'd take about 5 minutes or so just to explain the model, just to make sure we have some new regents and others that I think would benefit from some discussion related to the model itself before we talk about the actual allocations to the campuses. So, a real brief history. We've generally described the funding model in the Montana University system as being driven by one single metric, and from 1972 through 2014, and that was enrollment. And so, heading into the FY15, so in 2015, we ventured into new ground of adopting a very small, meager performance funding model, 2 metrics, and some about 5% of state appropriations, total state appropriations from the legislature designated for performance. We worked on that model throughout those years, and it matured into something to which we have now, and we have improved over time from 2016 to present. We're up to $15 million of state appropriations that are allocated annually. That's approximately 7 to 7.5% of our total appropriations. And I'll talk to you about some of those details. But first, I think it's important to take a look at what are the goals of performance funding, and what were they when they were stated, and how are they, I guess, operationalized now. And the first one really was to increase the overall educational attainment of Montanans, so increase degree production. And second is to incentivize campuses, so focus on output as well as input. That's the difference between the metrics we have now and the enrollment metric we used historically. And then finally, connect finances with outcomes, or pay for what you value. And I think as we look through this, one of the primary benefits of performance funding is the clear communication from the regents to the campuses of what's important. So first off, how do we determine how much money a campus is eligible for in the performance funding allocation? And we do that by a percentage of what percent a campus represents throughout the system in its resident student enrollment. And here's just an example of that from a prior year. We took the average from FY17 through FY19, and if you looked at Bozeman, they're at 8,830. That represented 35.5% of the total resident enrollment in the system, garnering them $5.3 million, which is 35.5% of $15 million, so on and so forth. What's unique here compared to when we approve operating budgets, the embedded two-year campuses are pulled out and measured and allocated performance funds to, even though they are a part and parcel of the overall main campus's finances. So the second point is the metrics, and what's really important here is to recognize the fact that 2 metrics, the overall count of undergraduate degrees and certificates awarded annually, and retention rates are measured identically for all of the campuses. Those are our foundational metrics. And inside those metrics, we also measure for underrepresented and at-risk groups. And I'll talk about more of those in a moment. And then each sector, the flagship campus, the 4-year campuses, and the 2-year colleges, each have their unique metrics related to their mission. As I mentioned, we measure for underrepresented and at-risk groups. There was a time where we these were add-ons. We just gave bonus points if you did okay in this area. We recently integrated that into actually driving dollars. Those 4 groups are listed on the board: American Indians, Pell Grant recipients, veterans, and non-traditional students. So I think this is one of the most important points, is that campuses compete against themselves. That first year in FY15, they didn't compete against themselves. And so when there was money left over, it got piled onto campuses that succeeded, rather than just creating a performance funding residual. And we'll talk more about that residual in a moment. But we take a look at the 3-year average, we compare it to what's current, and you measure the percent change. That's the fundamental math that we do. It gets a little more complicated when we provide weights in each one of those categories. And remember, the foundational metrics of retention and counting completions, those are weighted the highest across the campuses. And you can see how they vary by sector here. It's either 30 or 40% depending upon the total number of metrics that you have. We add in an extra 5% in each one of those categories for underrepresented at-risk groups. And it's never simple, right? So when you work with very smart people at the campuses, you end up with a more complex model than maybe something like I would create. But so now we index this to a standard scale of 1,000 points. And we ask campuses to improve by 1%. So on that index would have to be above 1,010. And the way that we get there simply is, as we talked about before, we take a look at the 3-year average. In this case, if we're looking at degrees awarded, it would be 200. In this example, that example campus generated 210. That was a 5% increase. What's a 5% increase on a 1,000-point index? It gives you 50 more points. You weight that by 30%, and you have 315. You total that all up, and you have an amount that is indexed to 1,000. So we're looking for campuses to get above 1,010. And to soften the blow on campuses and to account for noise in the data, I always like that term, there's a transitional loss zone. So in other words, when a campus doesn't make its 1,010 points, we don't just take all of the money away from them. We slowly back them down based upon a standard deviation of the last 5 years of the change that's in those metrics. So that creates a different cushion zone for each campus based upon the variability of the data over time. And finally, we provide opportunities for campuses that fall short to receive some funds back. And in this fiscal year, we're very focused on providing those funds related to campuses participating in system initiatives. So I'll just pause there. That's the 8 bullet point description of the model. Anyone has any questions, I'd be happy to try to answer those.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So system initiatives, just give us a laundry list real quick. What are things that we're prioritizing in that
Madam
list?
Chair, Regent Buchanan, Montana 10.
Quick list.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, indulge me, Tyler. Is it worth it for campus? Is it worth it for every campus to participate in this? So especially when you think about the fact that inflation's rising and that costs, there's a lot of costs and there's a lot of resources that you have to put into place to achieve these goals and incentives that we set about.
Mm-hmm.
Is it actually worth doing for every campus?
Madam Chair, Regent Sexton, I'm going to maybe interpret your question differently than you asked. Campuses don't have a choice whether to participate in it or not, because it is part of our allocation methodology of the state funds that come from the state of Montana. So there is no choice. I think maybe you're also asking, does this drive campus behavior? Is it beneficial for the campus to strive to achieve improvement within these metrics? My answer would be, unequivocally, yes. And if we look at the two foundational metrics, one of them being retention, and if part of the reason you retain students is to keep a consistent enrollment level or an improving enrollment level on campus, generates revenue to run the operations. We know retention is maybe more than half the story, is getting students to return for their second year and continue on into a successful completion, which would be the degree completion count. It's not a graduation rate. We're giving campuses a kind of a bivariate look at two different types of measurements, one that's measured in a percent, so it's not affected by the number of students that are enrolled in your campus, and the other one is a count, so that may have some connection to your enrollment, but we think that provides a really good balance. So yeah, that's maybe venturing further out than what your question is asking, but that's my response to it.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, follow up. No, I'm thinking more in terms of, as if you think about things like, the remedial education piece, and that is obviously different at different campuses, and the cost of staff going up and those types of things. And so you think about the different inputs that it would take to be successful in the different areas we're setting up. I just want to make sure that it's a big enough carrot and that the carrot pays for itself, for lack of a better way to put it.
Madam Chair, Regent Section, I understand what you're saying, and I believe that our metrics are a reflection of the campus mission to begin with. So they had a strong incentive to, for instance, in remedial area, work on developmental education at two-year campuses. That's one of the five-pronged community college two-year campus mission. This is an extra boost in that area, I guess, is what I would say that the model is.
President Bodner?
Yeah, Madam Chair, Regent Sexton, I think, from a campus perspective, we are absolutely incented by these. And I think, especially if you look at 80% of it, which is undergraduate degrees, or 75% if you're a flagship campus, undergraduate, retention, graduate. For undergraduate degrees and for retention, we're in a way triple incented on that, right? We're incented from a tuition standpoint, we're incented from a state funding standpoint, and then we're incented from a performance funding standpoint, which, some might question, right, does that is it kind of amplifying changes? And so maybe that's a question, but are we incented to do these things? Absolutely, we are, but we're already incented to do these things.
Regent Buchanan?
Yeah, thanks, Chair Dombrowski. So remembering back when we agreed with the legislature to focus on output versus input, this was 2013 when we created this. Give us an update on the collaborative process with the legislature at this stage. It was intended to be, we have shared policy goals, shared priorities. I don't know how often since then we've renewed that relationship with them, but to me that really spoke to the crux of this effort, that we have funding partners, legislative partners, shared priorities. We want to show them that we're driving investment to match those priorities. So can you give a little update on where we're at with that?
Madam Chair, Regent Buchanan, certainly. So I guess more on the micro scale, when we enter into a legislative session, the first, I guess, hurdle or most important thing we're going to do is talk to our budget committee, the appropriations committee for education. And the tool that we have in the toolbox to answer the question of what is the university system doing to improve time to degree, to continually measure your efforts, and to connect finances to those efforts are performance funding. Granted, we're different than other state agencies, but I would venture to say there are no state agencies with those clearly defined metrics, the accountability associated with those metrics that actually tie back to funding. So it's a point of pride for sure. We've created tuition freeze agreements and MOUs with the legislature since 2013, numerous times. In fact, I can't really tell you how many. It seems like every year almost. But part of those MOUs have always included the statement that and continue performance funding. So the legislature, particularly the Section E Appropriations Committee, I think they are ultra aware of performance funding. The legislature in its totality maybe not, but I think it lends to the reputation of the university system, which often comes from those people that know us best within the legislature, that we are accountable and we're transparent, and we're working to drive improvement through the way we finance the university system. So it gives us extremely firm footing when asked, how are we going about improving our operations?
Other questions? Regent Bow.
Chair Dombrowski. Tyler, a quick review of the past 5 years would suggest that the 2023 allocations are a bit of an outlier. Is there a COVID overlay or some other overlay we need to understand? You look back, you see that historically lots of campuses reached 100% or close, and it's clearly not this year.
Madam Chair, Regent Bow, that is correct. We have more kind of a widespread reduction at campuses. I think 60% or more of the campuses are going to see some sort of reduction this year. And I guess it's a combination of factors that are occurring here. And I wouldn't rule out the fact that some of it could be influenced by COVID, but I'm not positive that all of it is, that's for sure. Dual enrollment certainly has played a role. We have had year upon year of outstanding growth in dual enrollment. Eventually, that begins to plateau. And I believe, on the third year of 1-2 free, you start to see less of the effect. And so that, on the two-year campus side of things, has helped two-year campuses immensely to overcome probably some of the issues that they might have seen with either retention or declining completions. So the dual enrollment isn't doing the job of covering those up. I would contribute a good part of it to that. I guess also from a campus perspective, you'd want to hear me say that declining enrollment, which we've had at numerous campuses over a 4-year period of time, will naturally produce fewer completions. And I think you're seeing some of that. From the counter side of that, we would say, well, on a national perspective, some of the suggestions to counteract that is to get those who receive some college but no college completion to come back. And we have, I forgot the number, 140,000 or something like that in the state of Montana. So that's what we have often talked about in relation to that metric. But you're right. I don't have a pinpoint answer to your question. It is more widespread.
Chair Lozar.
And maybe to follow up on Regent Bow's question, and going back to your comment about opportunities for campuses that fall short to participate, essentially in Montana 10. What is the process for the 7 or 8 institutions that did not get 1,000 in the index to participate in Montana 10 and access those resources and those strategies?
Madam Chair, Regent Lozar, in general, I'd say we're working on that process. We don't have it defined right now. The focus on Montana 10 was sort of just a unanimous from the commissioner's perspective to Deputy Commissioner for Academic Research and Student Affairs, and that find a way to fuel this system initiative. So we need to model that out to be more precise on it. I believe some campuses that actually didn't receive a reduction in performance funding could stand to receive some of these funds to initiate a Montana 10 process on their campus. Other campuses we need to take a hard look at. I'd just say Montana Tech. It's not involved in Montana 10 at the moment. We need to look at capacity and understand our abilities to deliver Montana 10 there and do so if we can. And if we can't, we need to talk to Montana Tech about, they received a fairly sizable reduction, and see where we're at on other initiatives.
Amy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. For campuses who do fall short of their allocations, is there a lot of kind of research or diving into maybe some of the why? Because I like the idea of using Montana 10 as a, method to my, at least the way I view it is, it'd be kind of circling back and providing the resources to try to help campuses meet their goals. So if you have campuses that aren't, and they're already participating, can we look at like why is it not working? Also, do we have the capacity, and I think this is follow up a little bit to your question, do we have the capacity to continue to scale Montana 10 at that level if we choose to go that route?
Yeah, Madam Chair, Regent Sexton, you're pushing the boundaries of my extent of knowledge on Montana 10 and the detailed work that we do. I know I'm looking at Brock right now, and I believe that his team is all over this. And connecting it, I think we do a better job right now of connecting our financing to the academic side than we ever have. Could we do better on understanding why a campus has gone down, has dropped in retention rates, and is it related to either not having Montana 10 or a not fully mature Montana 10 process? I just don't know on a campus-to-campus basis. I do know, though, it's interesting and I don't know if we were even going to come close to having the time. We've done this before at a Regents meeting, going campus by campus through and seeing, just what each campus, why did they become deficient in performance funding. And I think it's easy enough to read on our own that each person on the committee can do that. But yeah, I don't have a perfect answer for you, sorry.
Regent Southworth?
Yeah, and sorry if I missed this, if this was obvious, but can you explain the unallocated piece? Like what happens with that money? How do you allocate unallocated?
Madam Chair, Regent Southworth, absolutely. So we have kind of matured our process of either the reallocation of the residual. Initially, when we first started performance funding, campuses could earn it back. We allowed them, if you improved in the second year, let's say you dropped in the first year by an you increased in the second year, we would give it back to you. And that just created all kinds of headaches and problems in between bienniums. And so we moved away from that to more of a grant back process. So campuses that are hit could approach OCHI with an idea, for instance, to anything that could relate to retention or increasing completions. And we've struggled a little bit with that in terms of the directedness of it. And so I think we've kind of moved to a phase 3 of that, which is let's focus on initiatives that the Regents early on in an academic year have identified as the top priorities for the system. And let's find ways to use that residual to fuel those efforts, not necessarily to make up for a deficiency of a single campus on performance funding, but to keep the overall system initiative moving in the right direction.
Thank you. Other questions? Chair Lozar.
Thank you, Chair Dabrowski. Just to follow up on Regent Sexton's question about the why, understanding the why when a campus does not reach the threshold. And I don't see John Thunstrom here, but I'm just curious, just when we look at the underserved and at-risk, there's several campuses that just didn't hit the mark there, and I think that's been a little bit of the commonality, year over year when we look at performance funding. I'm just curious about the data behind underserved and at-risk. Can we, and do campuses look at like the point differential based on the 4 categories of the underserved to see sort of is American Indian success driving it? Is it veteran success driving it, or vice versa? Do we have the data to truly analyze the effects of this strategy?
Yep. Madam Chair, Regent Lozar, if I was more proficient with this mouse, I'd jump out to our dashboard. And on that dashboard, you'd see each one of the categories, and we have 10 years of history for each one of those metrics under those categories, and then the overall total. So when I summarize it on this presentation, I am aggregating all of those, but we absolutely have that detail, and it's visual on our dashboard.
Other questions, comments? May I just end by having you, sorry, President Cruzado, it's hard to see my right here.
Yeah. I think that the system has done a beautiful job with performance funding. And talking from a campus where we have been blessed with the opportunity of meeting our goals and exceeding those goals, I need to say, though, when I saw the proposed allocation this year, I reached out to the commissioner. I hope I'm not breaking any confidence, and I expressed my concern. I expressed my concern about the results in other campuses because of, and I think it was COVID. I think that we will be hard-pressed to say that those campuses do not care about those metrics. They do. They're singularly focused on them. It's just that it was a very hard year. And I think that the legislators want nothing but for us to have a very robust system. So the commissioner explained to me that the conversation was about allocating more funds for those campuses to start Montana 10, which I, of course, applaud. Hilleman Scholars have been fantastic for Montana State. But Hilleman Scholars by itself cannot elevate the numbers to the places where they need to be. So I'm a little bit concerned that no matter how hard they try, even with Montana 10, the numbers won't be there. And then next year, they might feel frustrated. So how do we help them will be absolutely instrumental so that this does not become a death by 1,000 cuts, or that campuses become so frustrated because the mark is always elusive and they can never get to where they're poised to be. So all that to say, performance funding was great. COVID was horrific. And I know that campuses are doing an incredible job in attracting and keeping and graduating students to the best of their abilities.
Thank you. My last question had to do with metrics. Can you speak to, is there an opportunity to relook at metrics, maybe not necessarily related to President Cruzado's question, but perhaps as we look to the future, make sure we're measuring what did we learn in the pandemic and how much was the pandemic a part of it, and then how might it apply to the metrics?
Madam Chair, absolutely, and we have a history of continuing to analyze the metrics and improve. We've added metrics to the smaller four-year campuses. We've added in the counts of underrepresented groups, and I know at the two-year level right now, our remedial metric probably is not reflective enough of the strategies that we use to affect developmental education, and so that one is front and center, and I know that Deputy Commissioner Tessman and his team are gonna take a look at that with their campus counterparts. So in that vein, absolutely, and what we can do in terms of COVID, I think that time will tell when we look at the longitudinal data, and hopefully when we see the recovery from this, we'll see an equal bounce in retention rates and an equal bounce in completions. And so I think those two metrics, so regardless of what happens, are just foundational.
Thank you. Good conversation. Any other questions or comments on performance funding? I think you stopped sort of midway through, so would you like to complete?
Yeah, Madam Chair, and I don't have to cover these. I just provide a kind of a national landscape on performance funding. It's just sort of a visual there that campuses in blue, or states in blue, use performance funding, just to let you know we're not alone. Some recent studies and some statements that have been summary statements that come out of those studies bolster some of the things that we're already doing in our model. We used Complete College America and a lot of best practices and some guidance from consultants when we developed this, and some really great faculty participation when we developed the model. So I think our model stands up against in any state I would put it up against. And really that just comes to the summary slide, of which is the allocation based upon our procedures, and we have that by campus, and every slide that follows this is each campus's detailed metrics and how they improved or didn't, and really just this presentation is a resource to anyone who wants to explore deeper into these, and a link to the dashboard, which I don't know, maybe someday I don't even do a presentation and all we look at is dashboards, but I haven't quite matured to that level yet. Madam Chair.
Thank you. I'm comfortable with the way you're presenting it. I don't know that I want to go to a dashboard either. Okay. Chair Lozar.
Yeah, I had one question on slide 11. It's the map. Appreciate you doing the research to see where performance funding is happening in the U.S. Just in terms of the blue, do we have a sense of the percentage of total budget that is going to performance funding in those blue states? I know we're at 5%. I'm just curious, like where we're at ballpark-wise with those other states.
Madam Chair, Regent Lozar, I didn't see it in this exact study, but I absolutely recall looking at it from others. And depending upon the type of model you have, it really affects the percent. Some people calculate student FTE by removing Fs. In fact, F grades, which would contribute to your overall computation of your student FTE. Very few states do that still, but that was a trend where then you would say they have an extremely high percentage if then they drove funding based upon FTE. You could say up to 100% of it would be performance funding. But states that have, the multiple metric type measures like we do, they fall in a range between, 2 to 15%. I've pretty much landed us in kind of the center of that category. And we've had discussions about, increasing or decreasing. I will say this, the level that we've hit right now and the consistency that we've used with it has got us to a place where campuses can consistently budget. And that's probably one of the biggest concerns, is that annually you have to figure out how you are going to handle something that maybe you were counting as your base, which hopefully campuses are not counting the performance funding dollars as their base, but you'd have to be careful about that.
Okay. I think we're complete on performance funding, if that's okay.
Okay.
And I would ask you to then move to information item B. Tyler,
All right.
as you.
If you can back me up there. All right. Information item B is the 2025 biennial budget development discussion, and Director Shauna Lyons is going to take the controls here.
Can't see either. A little bit shorter than Helen, so had to lower that a bit, sorry. Madam Chair, members of the committee, doesn't like me. Is that better? Okay, sorry about that. Maybe we don't want to talk about 25 biennial budgets at this point.
It's a sign.
It's a sign, it is a sign. Maybe I can just talk loud enough and away from it.
No, because we got to record it, so we. Who else? Let's turn.
Is that better? Perfect. So why are we talking about the 25 biennium at this point? So unfortunately, in my world, we get to start talking about the next biennium way ahead of time. So we're at that point where we're starting to build the budget for the next legislative session. I feel like we just got out of legislative session, but it never ends. So why am I bringing this to you today? It's very important to start this dialogue early so that everybody understands how we get that beautiful presented budget that we take to the legislature every other year. So I kind of look at it, we have 5 big steps that we go through. The first one is what's called present law adjustment. That's an archaic term. I'll get into why we call it that here in just a little bit. It's not just inflation, and that's part of the reason that we call it a present law adjustment. The other part of it is we need to look at what employees we have in the university system along with those positions that are vacant to be able to build a pay plan if one's adopted by the legislature. So that's another step within our budgeting. And then we have new proposals. Are there things coming down the line from strategic initiatives with the board that we want to present forward to the legislative session that hopefully would be funded during the session? And then we also need to look at enrollment changes and what's happening with tuition. Tuition kind of is the third factor of how much funding we get from the state and what happens and drives that tuition factor in there. Or are we seeking another tuition freeze? Those types of things. So it's all of these components that influence how we build our budget going into this next session. Next board meeting, we'll be bringing numbers to you. I'm not bringing any numbers today because I'm still doing analysis, still looking at all of the factors that build the present law adjustment piece of it. We're working on the snapshot right now to ensure that we've got all the employees accounted for and all of that, so we have a good foundational piece to take forward to both the governor's office and to the legislature for this next session. Go to the next slide. So really, what is this present law adjustment that Shauna always rambles on about, and why is it important to us? So present law adjustment is the way that we calculate by state law from today how we're going to continue the activities of what we do right now into the future. Well, you're asking yourself, isn't that just inflation? But it's way more than inflation when it comes to the university system. We always have to annualize that pay plan. So when we get a pay plan adopted by the legislature and funded, we only get the funding for that first initial year that the pay plan is adopted. But moving forward, it's not like we can come in and say, sorry, we only gave you that raise for the first year. How does that impact our budgets moving forward, and how do we account for that when we request funding moving forward? So it's one of the biggest factors into it. Higher ed's also slightly different because we have other factors in building budgets. When we look at OCHI's administration budget, we look at insurance, how do we write checks, IT costs, but in higher ed, again, there's a lot more components to it. The health insurance, employee leave payouts, the collective bargaining agreements that bring in our merit and market increases, that all has to be accounted for when we present this information. So the build of this really accounts for all of those factors. IT costs for higher ed is a lot higher than what we see in private markets as well, so we have to account for that. We utilize a portion of inflation with it, but we use a specialized inflation called higher education price indexing, or higher education cost adjustments, not just the standard CPI. So we take those drivers into account in looking at how we can build this and present the information to the legislature. Then, if we have any new buildings, what's the O&M that goes into that, and how do we account for that within our request as well? So that's present law adjustment in a nutshell. If you ever want more details, I'm happy to give those to you, but not to bore you with all the details. So what does that look like for us? I gave a little example at the bottom there of biennial math. My campuses hate biennial math, but I like to talk in biennial math. We start out with a base year. So my example that I put up there, FY19 was the base going into the 21 biennium calculations for appropriations. So our first year in FY20, our increase was $16 million over our base year. So then when we talk about FY21, it's not the amount over 20, it's the amount, again, back over FY19. So we always revert back to our base year when we're talking about our appropriations and the biennial math side of it. So upcoming for you as the board, I'll be bringing present law adjustment numbers to you in May, along with any new proposals that will be brought forward. And then we start session again. I think that's where we're at.
Oh, Madam Chair, if I could just ask a question just for education too, for us as well, because we follow this. And just for understanding the 41% state share, that calculation, because that's about our state share, but it assumes that, okay, if state share has that increase, does it assume a tuition rate increase on the other 59, or how does that?
President Bogner. It's a factor of what happens in that base year. So our base year is going to be the final year of a biennium. So coming up, FY23 will be our base year. And so whatever increase in tuition that the Regents passed, and if memory serves me, that's a 3% increase on resident student tuition, and the effect that it has on the tuition revenue will combine with what we've already been appropriated from the state, and that'll produce our state share that we'll use in the calculations and Shauna would be already projecting right now. It's going to be a little bit higher than that 41%, probably about 44%.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Would you mind going over a little bit about higher ed inflation and how it differs from CPI? Because we're obviously not insulated from CPI, and we just obviously had to look at an action item that increased things quite a bit because of it. So if you could explain to me a little bit about what that entails, I'd appreciate it.
Most definitely, Madam Chair, Regent Sexton, happy to talk about that. So Common Fund is an organization that looks at CPI, and then they look at specifically what's happening in with the higher ed sector. So IT-related costs is a really big one that stands out from regular inflation on IT costs that would be projected for CPI. So we know that, take Scott's project, for instance, with Apply Montana. I can guarantee you that the inflation and the costs on those are a lot higher than what you would say if you needed to buy QuickBooks, right? So we know that the higher education IT costs and software that are associated increase at a much higher incremental rate than what you would normally see in private industry or standard industry. The other one is most industries, and CPI doesn't take into effect our libraries or the materials and resources that are required on a campus in order for instruction. So all your library acquisitions, they need a specialized inflation factor basically, because that's not accounted for within your standard CPI. So it's taking all of the components within higher education and saying what's really happening in there. Utilities is another big one that we're seeing right now that's hitting a little bit harder on higher education than it is in other industries.
So follow up, if I'm understanding you correctly, it in many cases could be higher than CPI or lower.
In many cases, it's going to be higher than CPI.
Okay.
That is correct.
Thank you.
Commissioner.
Madam Chair, Regent Sexton, so it's almost higher than, always higher than CPI, just given the nature of the makeup, I think as Shauna described. But then the other side of that equation is that we work with the budget office over the summer, and they use a variety of different measurements themselves and services, Global Insight and other things that will tell them about, what they think is happening in terms of inflationary factors all across state government. And the process, it's not as simple as us figuring it out. The process starts with us, but then it'll be reconciling what they would suggest would be reasonable present law adjustments to what we're proposing, and that's kind of a process that begins now and works through the budget book in the fall of 22.
Madam Chair, and for the committee and newer regents that haven't gone through a legislative session, so just think of present law as the primary driver in our base plus model. It's the plus, and every other state agency gets that plus. Is that we're kind of forcing higher education into the same kind of measurement of a state agency, which is just a little trickier, and that's where we start talking about these higher education cost index, et cetera.
Regent Sexton.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't know if this is the right time to ask this, but I know obviously we're in a situation where we're experiencing much higher inflation than anyone anticipated. What methods do we have to help campuses out in the middle of this? Because we set this budget for 2 years. So obviously nobody can predict the future. I mean, what options do we have, if any?
Madam Chair, Regent Sexton, traditionally we've not seen obviously the kind of extreme inflation that we've seen in the middle of a biennium. Regents have a policy that say we look at tuition every 2 years, but then there's exceptions. So I guess you could say that you could look to the tuition lever, but that, there's two levers, the state and the tuition. So the state's going to be what the state's going to be. So the likelihood of doing anything would rely upon tuition revenue.
One final follow-up, and I'm sorry, I'm very much more used to private industry. I mean, are there any reserves, savings? Because obviously I know COVID there, we had issues, so.
Yep. Madam Chair, Regent Sexton, that's a good reminder to us that we do have reserves, and we have 4 primary Regents designated reserve accounts. One of them is for scholarships. Another one that we recently passed and approved was for deferred maintenance. We have other accounts for leave payouts on faculty and staff, so we can pay out their retirement, not their retirement, but their sick leave and their vacation leave, et cetera, as they leave our institutions. And then we have a general revolving reserve account where campuses end up putting funds there. And we do have a report that we bring annually at the September operating budget meeting that monitors these. I know that Shauna, that's part of her role, is to identify where campuses are at with these funds and to ensure that we don't either go over. We have some that have stated limits and others that we want to see campuses have populated.
Thank you. I know everyone knows this, but I mean, I'm just concerned that, in the next year, campuses are really being strangled by flat tuition and, a slight raise and really extremely rising costs, so.
Thank you. Other questions or comments for Shauna or about the budget process? All right, thank you.
Is she done?
Longer LRBP.
Yeah,
Madam Chair,
LRBP, yeah.
maybe I can just make a couple comments.
Please.
I didn't know where we were in the slides, but obviously, Regent Sexton, to your point, we are concerned. We're looking closely at it. I think I'm always a bit of a bottom line, but some bottom line is we'll have to live within our means. There are some reserves. There are ways that we will stretch as far as we can. But certainly one of the rising costs, which is a little bit maybe the elephant in the room, but around our labor force, continues to be an incredible challenge on recruiting, retaining people, seeing that challenge increase. And so we'll look closely at that, and we'll build a budget, frankly, that may not be the most popular budget we've ever built, but one that we'll have to talk to the legislature about and this board about in terms of what do we need to do to meet those rising costs to keep us competitive in Montana, to be able to recruit and retain the type of faculty and administrators that we've long enjoyed and preserve the high quality of these institutions. And on the ground level, we need a variety of staff that are getting pulled away from our campuses, just kind of in every direction. So I see that as a sharp challenge. We spent a lot of time on it yesterday in our cabinet meeting. I think in my meetings with the board chair and vice chair, we've talked some about this. We're going to work toward providing some data around things like vacancies and our ability to fill those vacancies and what the increased costs are looking like in terms of when we fill vacancies, what happens, and that labor market is a challenging one. I still think we're in the labor market. For all the noise, as Tyler likes to say, around, what do we do about cost of living and what do we do about all these other factors? We compete like every other business. And I think our challenge is to compete in that space and to figure out how we can employ the people we need to make the MUS whole. And so that'll be a big focus of this budget. Obviously, there's the mechanics of the present law, but we'll have to work on that. And we'll have to have some frank conversations about what that pay plan needs to look like with the legislature, with ourselves, and those factors that fall into that in regards to tuition and state support and the rest. We are facing some significant challenges on that front, and that'll be a big driver in this budget, and we'll try to bring some data to the table that can help inform this board when we've got to make some tough decisions around how we're going to fund some of what we need to move forward. Sorry about that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Regent Sexton, yeah, please.
Thank you, Commissioner, and you touched it, frankly, most of what I've been driving at both in this conversation and with performance-based funding. Primarily what we do on every campus involves people, and all campuses are facing, they're already facing vacancies. They were already struggling from COVID, and now we're all dealing with this massive inflation. And so I just, obviously I know there's no easy answers, but we have to be talking about it and just reassuring campuses we are thinking about them and know that they're going through these struggles. So, yeah, thank you.
Excellent comments, thank you. I think we'll move to long-range LRBP.
Madam
Please.
Chair, the 2025 biennium LRBP process includes coming to this meeting with a draft list of projects in 3 categories. We have 2 categories up there for you. The capital projects, i.e. new construction, the major repair list, everything that has to do with renovation and maintenance up to $2.5 million. And then what we also put together is an authority-only list for projects that we know are coming that are likely funded or are funded with funds outside of state appropriations that are going to need authority from the legislature. So we'll bring the final lists that are prioritized to the regents in May. This is a little bit different this year in the fact that we have some projects that are on our lists that are possible ARPA-funded projects, and just difficult for us to identify which ones may or may not get funded at the time. So we thought it'd be more prudent to kind of pause that process, compile the lists. Director Muffet goes through meetings with campuses and presentations to develop these lists that eventually come to the commissioner and the presidents for prioritization. And so we will bring back that overall list to the May meeting and ask for your approval then. We have examples of we have the list by campus right now listed on our agenda. The University of Montana list is on the screen right now, but the equivalent one for Montana State accompanies it, and I'd open it up for any questions that the committee might have.
I would just encourage everyone to look at those lists. It's sort of daunting, not to be daunted, and I do appreciate really the rigor around the prioritization and the long-term funding process, and certainly glad there's deferred maintenance within the reserve as well. So if there's any questions or comments, now would be the time, but again, we'll bring this back. Tyler, may I ask you one more time, what is your sense of ARPA funds? I don't even know, I don't have to ask you, a percentage of covering numbers of projects, percentage of dollars? I'm not trying to put you on the spot, but.
I think Director Muffet has those numbers if you want to come up and let us know what had been funded in amounts and how much is left.
Certainly, Madam Chair, members of the board. The ARPA funds in the capital development section, the 602 funds is what they're referred to. There was 119 and some change available. About 89 million has already been allocated to other state projects, so there's about 30 million-ish available for the next round, which will be, I believe it's held in March when the commission meets again. So there will be about $30 million in ARPA funds as available when they consider MUS projects.
That's helpful, thank you. Any questions?
Okay, Madam Chair, members of the committee, we have 2 final items, and these are just in the name of bringing board policy changes that'll come before you in May as information items to this meeting. We have BOR policy 805, which we talked about earlier when we talked on the action item on the president's residency, to add a statement simply that says, in lieu of a residence, we can provide stipends. And no questions on that one. We'll jump to the next one, which are some updates to our policy on the WWAMI cooperative agreement that we have that lines out the procedures associated with applying state-funded WWAMI dollars and getting those to students. This was an addition for the Idaho College of Osteopathic Medicine. In the 2019 session, a bill was passed asking us to create an MOU with ICOM, as it's known, and we did, which would fund ICOM essentially this for the same amount per student as we do WICHE students. So we've, then in the 21 session, we received an appropriation for the second year of the biennium, $250,000 to fund the first cohort, and we will do that if ICOM receives its full accreditation, which it's going through right now. So that adds to our policies, Madam Chair.
Questions on either policy? I did have a question of Tyler on the second policy. Really basically could add 10 slots, so it's additive rather than whatever the opposite of additive is, so that I was, can't think what that might be.
Absolutely.
Okay. No questions? We're gonna go back to item D.
Oh. That'd be a good idea. Madam Chair, members of the committee, I apologize. I inadvertently skipped item D. I'd ask Helen Thigpen to come up and tell us about it.
Madam Chair, members of the board, Commissioner Christian, it's my pleasure and privilege to bring you this next item. As you probably saw and have heard, recently the Gianforte Family Foundation announced a donation of $50 million to Montana State University to construct a building to provide a permanent home for the Gianforte School of Computing. As noted in the item, this is a continuation of more than 20 years of philanthropy by the Gianforte Family Foundation to Montana State. And this builds upon that gift and will greatly enhance the experience for students in computer science, but also complementary areas such as cybersecurity, optics and photonics, electrical engineering, and other creative associated industries. So why is this coming to you today for consideration? This item is informational, as Deputy Commissioner Trevor mentioned, and it's to inform the board that in recognition of this remarkable gift, Montana State University will begin the process that is outlined in the board's policy for naming the building Gianforte Hall. MSU will proceed with holding campus meetings to gather public comment and community input on the proposal and provide those comments along with the proposal for consideration to this board for your meeting in May. The board policy outlines some parameters for naming property in honor of current office holders, which this board would look at and address at your meeting in May. Mr. Chair, and Madam Chair, I stand available to answer any questions about the policy or be available as I can, and I'm sure President Cruzado would like to make a few comments as well, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Regent Lozar?
Thank you, Chair Dombrowski, and thank you, Director Thigpen. Certainly an exciting day, right? $50 million gift to MSU is a really big deal, and I shared earlier we are very grateful for Governor Gianforte and his family contributing, continuing their 20 years of giving to the Montana University system. I'm just looking at our policy because we updated this policy probably 2 or 3 years ago. And we did add the section E to the policy as relates to naming associated with current elected officials. And we thoughtfully made some exceptions to that policy, and I'm glad we're bringing this up. I'm looking at sort of E2 in our policy, the exception that the philanthropic giving warrants some form of recognition. I mean, it's a little bit wishy-washy that we put that language in there, and certainly I think from an economic value perspective, $50 million is certainly worthy of some form of recognition. I think just one of the things that I've been thinking about as relates not to this gift but to our policy is ensuring that we're sort of underscoring when we make these decisions that it's not about just the money, but it's about the impact. Certainly we have some information noted in the information item somewhat around the impact of this. But I think what I would like to see is to make sure that we're consistent with the policy, that we're trying to find that balance between impact and economic value. So I would love to see, as President Cruzado and the campus goes through the appropriate procedures to get feedback from the community, that we're underscoring truly the impact of this gift and why it's critical right now and why it's critical for the state. And then when this item comes back in front of the board for us to take exception to our own policy, that we have more information related to the impact side of this. I don't think anyone in this room can argue with $50 million. So I'd just like to hear a little bit more about the impact, so we're making sure that we're testing out our policy in this case and doing it in a way that finds that balance between value and impact. So that's more just a comment, and hopefully, President Cruzado, as you're doing your outreach in your community, that you're sort of elevating the impact that this $50 million gift will bring to the campus.
Thank you, Chair Lozar. President Cruzado, did you have?
Sure. Thank you. Thank you very much, Madam Chair, Regent Lozar, and members of the board. And first of all, I just want to express my gratitude to the Gianforte Family Foundation for this very generous gift that will provide the students of Montana State University an incredible opportunity in an amazingly exciting field as computer science. It's no surprise that the relationship between the Gianforte School of Computing and the students of Montana State University continues to deepen. This is an area that it's of great need for our state, of great need for our nation. Just computer science vacancies and positions in the future are projected to grow at a much faster clip than any other occupation. So we are very excited that this gift will allow us to continue to prepare even more professionals in that field and to attract extraordinary faculty and retain the fantastic faculty that have been building this program that makes us all feel very, very proud. To the context of how do we make this building not only exciting in terms of a structure and the $50 million gift, but what goes inside it. How we envision the building is that it's going to be a building that will attract other technology and computer-related fields where Montana State University already has great expertise. Areas such as cybersecurity, optics and photonics. As you know, we take special pride of the fact that we have more spin-off companies in optics and photonics in Bozeman than in the city of Tucson, Arizona. So fields in electrical engineering. And then where I really became even more excited is how we started thinking collaboratively about other units outside of the Gianforte School of Computing that will be relying heavily on computing technologies in the future, such as film and photography, such as music technology, those programs in the College of Arts and Architecture where you can already see and envision a building that it's going to be vibrant, not just a collection of hallways and office spaces and classrooms, but really where people can come and see technology being created in the moment. Last but not least, as we have envisioned this building, we also wanted to pay tribute to something that the Gianforte School of Computing has been a pioneer on, and that is dual enrollment in Montana. Early on, the department head of, the director now, of the Gianforte School of Computing reached out to Bozeman Public High Schools and created a course that it's known as the Joy and Beauty of Computing. And I'm particularly proud of it because here's a director of a research university reaching out to high schools, going to high schools, teaching alongside the high school teachers the incredible opportunity that these high schoolers will have when they come to campus and then when they can see the different applications that we will be able to offer in our programs and in our research now and into the future. So I take that recommendation very strongly and with great enthusiasm, Mr. Chair, and hopefully we will be able to come back to the Regents and present a full report about how we envision this building. Thank you so much.
Thank you, President Cruzado. Other comments? Regent Rogers.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll try to talk into the microphone well. Similar to Regent Lozar, I was also going in the path of, because this requires an exemption to our policy, do we have the right policy? So I tried to go back and, rewatch the 2015 deliberations, 2017 deliberation that sort of arrived at our current policy. And, I think that we have a pretty good policy. I think that it has some flexibility built into it. I think that it's prudent in a number of ways to have some sort of constriction on existing state employees and elected officials, because our board was created in the 1972 Constitution for the purpose of preventing political manipulation of the campuses and undue influence. So I think that our policy is sound. I want to thank the campus for bringing this gift forward so early in the process. We're gonna have 2 months of public notice in advance of the ability for the board to actually come and vote on the policy in May. I am personally really looking forward to that public opportunity. I'll be joining it and also reading any public comments that come in a written format as well. And just really want to emphasize the importance of that and my appreciation for the ability of the board to be meeting so regularly that we have these opportunities to give information, come and meet as a board, deliberate in between, receive public comment, and be accountable to the people of Montana. So I am also excited about the interdisciplinary nature of the gift. I think that it elevates this high growth, high workforce need area to an area that it's really inspirational and visionary. So I'm looking forward to the process.
Thank you, Regent Rogers. Other comments, questions? I just wanted to emphasize to really understand the impact or transformation, and we've used those words a couple of times, and I know sometimes it might be difficult to think through that, but I think the time that's been allotted to this hopefully will be helpful for MSU to come back and not convince, but verify. Thank you. Any other questions or comments? Any other things that we might have missed? Tyler? Yeah. All right, if there's no other questions or comments, that concludes the Budget Committee work.
Thank you, Chair Dombrowski. It looks like we are set to take a break, lunch break. I don't know if they're going to be ready for us a little bit early. Chancellor Reed, what are your thoughts?
Chair Lozar, not knowing, I think for the general group, they're probably fine over in the dining hall. I would suspect for those meeting in the Lewis and Clark room, probably about another 15 minutes, knowing how they usually operate.
Okay, that's perfect. So Regents will meet with the student representatives for lunch around 12:15, so in 15 minutes or so. That's the same location where we were this morning at Matthews Hall, and then the rest of the attendees will be at the dining hall. And we will be back to start the Academic Research and Student Affairs Committee at 1:45. We'll be back at
1:30, it said.
I think it's,
Oh,
hold up,
gosh.
hold tight.
No, I don't know. You're the chair.
We'll start back at 1:45. 1:45.
Sorry, I saw break up there. It seemed.
Everyone had a nice lunch. I'm I'm going to turn it over to Regent Todd Buchanan to chair the Academic Research and Student Affairs Committee. Todd.
Chair Lozar and members of the board, thank you. Thanks to everybody in attendance. Posthumously from the last meeting, we can say thank you to Brock. This is today's agenda versus November's 3-4 page agenda that took up a chunk of time. Thanks to everybody for everything you've done to put this together. Got some meaty topics at the end of this agenda today that I'm just very eager to share. As we form these agendas for each of these meetings, I try my hardest to reach out to other committee members and solicit where the focus priorities are. And those three at the bottom are definitely those that surface the most often. So very excited to dive into those topics. And again, not to overlook the other incredible conversations we're going to have today. Just a prelude, we're going to spend a bunch of time in the strategic priority items. That said, we do get to start reviewing some action items. So Deputy Commissioner Tessman, I'll let you kind of lay the land for these honorary doctorates we're looking at.
Well, thanks, Mr. Chair, and members of the board. We do have, I think, a reasonable set of action items. We have a bit of a smaller request to plan list than we had in November, so we should be able to move fairly quickly on to the information items. And I know in a moment we'll have the honorary doctorates presented. I guess, Mr. Commissioner, if it's all right, just take a minute to follow up on a couple of items from the morning. In the first item, Director Lemon presented the Apply Montana portal, and first of all, just want to say thanks to Scott, the rest of the team that worked on it in our office, and also the campuses who played a really crucial role in making it tick, so to speak. I really like it, and I think it's in a good place now. Of course, we're always tempted to think about next steps. And to me, I think those next steps are based a lot on growing awareness, and you all should know there's a question about what we're doing there. We have a full slate of visits set up to regional meetings of the School Administrators Association. Dylan and the governor's office have been quite helpful on that front. Director Lemon presented already to the principals conference, the statewide principals conference in Bozeman. We'll talk to the School Counselors Association, and we'll have I think, pretty aggressive digital campaign as well. We could build the fanciest tool in the world. If no one uses it, it doesn't do us any good. I guess to the question of success and sort of what is the good, like what will define success for the portal, couldn't agree more that at the end of the day, it's about enrollment. Specifically, it's about enrollment among that 40% of students that probably were not on the glide path to college to begin with. And think about, well, how can the portal help in that realm? To me, it's about leveling the information playing field a bit. And I think for too many of our prospective students in Montana, they may have some preconceptions about what college means in Montana. They may think that they face some choices with respect to how to pay for college, what their degree options are, what the career pathways are. And the portal kind of tears down a lot of those barriers so that students really understand the full breadth of offerings. It's not just four-year degrees or graduate degrees. We have a ton of great two-year and shorter offerings across the entire state. A lot of those offerings don't force them to leave home. They can study online, or they can go to one of our nearby two-year institutions. And oh, by the way, we have more or less, I think, the best transfer network in the country. We have common course numbering and seamless transfer from the two-year college to the four-year college setting. So I think the portal is both an achievement in where it's at right now, but of course, just the tip of the iceberg. There's a lot more to come there. And again, thanks to Scott for presenting it. I know we'll be hearing from you down the road. On the item of performance funding, and I want to be careful here. I get Tyler's and Deputy Commissioner Trevor's in the office next to me, and so I'll get an earful if I dig into performance funding too much. But I kind of wanted to talk for a second about Montana 10 and how it fits into that performance funding philosophy that we have. Clearly, I agree with the comments made by Commissioner Christian and Deputy Commissioner Trevor. I mean, the performance funding framework isn't really a choice. It's kind of pact that we're engaged in with the legislature, and so it's important to maintain the framework and also maintain consistency in the framework. It doesn't do any good to have goalposts that move all the time. The question is then, what do you do with those unearned dollars that are on the table? And to me, the answer is, okay, well, what is performance funding meant to incentivize? And it is retention, it's completion. We heard today that it's a lot about supporting students from underrepresented groups. And we know, of course, it's about things like developmental education. How do we make sure that students who come in needing a little bit of support get it as quickly and as effectively as possible? And that's kind of the neat thing about Montana 10. I think it's why it's an appropriate use for unearned performance funding dollars. It hits all of those indicators. And, you know, depending on how punchy you want to get, it does make a difference. I mean, it is absolutely statistically significant in the impact that it makes, particularly among underrepresented students. And I think the goal with Montana 10 is to scale it over time. You've got to do that intentionally. Anyone who's built a complex program understands that. I think about the Hilliman Scholars Program, which has been, you know, a model for us from the beginning. It takes time to sort of develop that into a mature state. The same thing would be true for Montana 10. If that thing works, I think we'll have to find funding outside of performance funding, because what it'll mean is that the pool of unearned performance funding dollars should shrink over time, and so we'll have to find outside support for it. So I really respect it's a complex discussion. I'm really excited that we have Montana State University Billings joining with a cohort this fall. We have Helena College and Missoula College and City College and MSUB jumping on with new cohorts. And I think we're looking to expand our reach further as we find campuses that are willing to engage down the road, whether that's Montana Tech or our partners in Bozeman and beyond. So appreciate the opportunity, Commissioner, to just talk about my own reflections on Montana 10. Certainly excited to see more evidence and outcomes as that program matures. With that said, again, a number of other comments I can make as we get to the information items, but one of the real pleasures of the ARSA committee meetings is the action items, or are the action items around honorary doctorates. And I'd like to just take those in order, if it's all right, Chair Buchanan, and have the Montana State University items presented first. And President Cruzado, I will hand the mic to you if you want to spend some time with your honorary doctorates. Thanks.
Absolutely. Thank you very much, Deputy Commissioner. And good afternoon to the Board of Regents again. I am very honored to bring to your consideration two exceptional candidates for honorary degrees. As you know very well, the honorary doctorate conferred by the Regents is the highest degree that we can confer upon extraordinary individuals in the state of Montana. In the last few years, Montana State University has been celebrating 2 commencement ceremonies in May, and therefore I bring to your consideration 1 candidate for each of those ceremonies. In the morning ceremony, we would like to recognize Chief Judge Sidney R. Thomas. Born and raised in Bozeman, Montana, where his father was a longtime faculty member at Montana State University, Judge Sidney Thomas was educated entirely in Montana schools. As an undergraduate at Montana State University with a Bachelor of Arts in Communications, he served as a student regent to the Montana University System Board of Regents. Following his undergraduate degree from Montana State, he obtained his Juris Doctor from the University of Montana. Judge Sidney Thomas was a partner in the Billings firm of Bellingham, Longo, and Mather, and served as an adjunct instructor of law at Rocky Mountain College. Appointed as a judge of the Ninth Circuit Court by President Bill Clinton, Judge Thomas was only 42 years old when he received his commission on January the 4th, 1996, to oversee 9 Western states. As a judge of the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals, Judge Thomas arranged for 9th Circuit hearings to be conducted in Montana, and prior to that, the circuit had held 1 hearing in Montana's history. And on top of all that, he played in the Bobcat National Championship team of 1984 and remains a fierce Bobcat. Judge Thomas has brought great distinction to Montana State University and to the state of Montana. He has served the constituents of Montana, the state within the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals, and our nation with dedication and diligence, and with a great sense of humor, I might add as well. It is a tremendous honor for Montana State University to request the Board of Regents of the Montana University System to confer an honorary doctorate of humane letters to Chief Judge Sidney R. Thomas. We would be honored for you to consider that. Then in the afternoon ceremony, we have another extraordinary individual being recognized, and this is Mr. Charles Chuck Johnson, who has been one of the most reliable sources of news reporting regarding Montana's government. In his 45 years reporting on Montana politics and government for Montana's largest newspapers and wire services, Chuck Johnson covered 22 legislative sessions, 8 governors, 9 U.S. senators, and 12 U.S. representatives. His reporting was always clear, fair, and balanced, and he tackled the toughest, most important issues of Montana's government and its legislature. He was clearly recognized by other journalists, by legislative staff, by legislators themselves, and by members of the executive branch as a walking institution of fairness, who sought to inform the citizens of Montana about how their democracy was working. Importantly, he always took the time to mentor any young journalist who asked for help. As such, he became known as the Dean of Montana Politics, not just for his knowledge, but for his attention to educating the next generation of the fourth state. For 45 years, the Montana public could take for granted this reliable, fair, indefatigable, and knowledgeable, almost encyclopedic career of the news. He was in some ways Montana's version of Walter Cronkite, a trusted presence that everybody knew. After retiring in 2017, Chuck continued to serve Montana as a member of the Board of Trustees of the Montana Historical Society, and he later joined the Montana Free Press Board of Directors, on which he continues to serve. More recently, if you want to see Chuck, he's still a very indispensable resource, and him working with Montana Free Press reporters and MSU alumna Sarah Val have developed oral history programming for an event commemorating the 50th anniversary of the Montana Constitutional Convention, and that will be held at Montana State University on March the 27th. I hope to see all of you there. And for this and other contributions, needless to say, Montana State University is truly honored to request the Board of Regents of the Montana University System to confer upon Chuck Johnson an honorary doctorate of humane letters. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Cruzado. Any additional comments or thoughts? Excellent, exciting. President Bodnar, looks like you have an opportunity to get excited about a couple folks as well.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I will echo my esteemed colleague, President Cruzado's comments. This is, I think, one of the more enjoyable aspects of our job, because we get to, really acknowledge and recognize leaders who've achieved great distinction in their respective fields, but who really exemplify, what sits at the heart of University of Montana, and I think the MUS overall, is this ethic of service and commitment to community. And I am honored as well to present for your consideration two just incredible leaders who embody that ethic of service. And the first is Mr. Dennis Eck. Dennis, as many of you know, he grew up on the Fort Peck Indian Reservation before matriculating to the University of Montana, where he received a bachelor's degree in history and political science in 1967. Dennis started his career in business, rising through the ranks at various companies such as American Stores, the Vons companies, Cole Myers, ultimately becoming the CEO, and then later the non-executive chairman of Ulta Beauty. But Dennis Eck is not just a business leader. He's been a tremendous innovator, bringing technology into the retail space in the 80s and 90s and really forming the foundation for much of the e-commerce that we see today. But more important even than that is just his civic involvement. He has served in leadership positions for organizations such as the Alfred Hospital Foundation, the UM Foundation, and he's been a strong advocate for women's access to healthcare and women's leadership in business and politics. He and his wife Gretchen are active philanthropists, and they've made a significant impact nationally and as well as here in Montana. So it is my great honor today on behalf of the university to submit Mr. Dennis Eck for an honorary doctorate in business. As with Montana State, we have 2 ceremonies in the spring as well, and our second honoree we would propose is we would like to submit Mr. Jim Scott for an honorary doctorate of humane letters. Many of you on this board know Jim very well. You can't live in Montana and not know Jim Scott. His impact across this state has just been tremendous. Of course, he's well known for his impressive career in banking. You know, he obviously started as a director in 1971 at the First Interstate Bank System, serving as the chairman of the board and later the vice chair. And his current role of managing partner for JS Investments, still a board member at First Interstate, but we could talk about his business achievements. But I think it's so important to note, you know, just his commitment to his community, to our community. He has held leadership roles really across the entire state of Montana, the Montana Community Foundation, Montana Ambassadors, the Center for the Rocky Mountain West. He and his wife, Chris, co-chaired the Montana chapter of the Nature Conservancy. And I know Jim has had, and his family, a tremendous impact in Billings. Many of us know the transformation of the Fox Theater into the Alberta Bear Theater, excuse me. And you know, Jim just played a huge role in that. And you know, I think it's important to note, we'll have a panel talking about American Indian student success later in this session, and I think it's important to note Jim's commitment to tribal communities. He's been on the board of the American Indian College Fund. He's worked with Chris and Harvey Stewart to start the Foundation for Community Vitality to support leaders in communities on the Crow, Northern Cheyenne, and Blackfeet reservations. And so it is my distinct honor to submit for this board's consideration Jim Scott for an honorary doctorate in humane letters at the University of Montana.
Thank you, President Bodnar. Any additional thoughts or questions from board members? Incredible people. I think it's probably safe to say we all know each of these individuals in some capacity in our communities across the state. Thank you both for recognizing their role in our state. Helena College Mission, what a fun conversation we had during our committee meeting. I'm excited to invite you up and share again, so please come join us. We had a vibrant committee meeting here a few weeks ago, and this is a highlight as you think about an institution, you know, really getting behind what they're after. We're looking forward to your comments today. Thanks so much for joining us.
And Mr. Chair, if I think as you hear this, keep in mind the request to plan proposals, some of the academic initiatives that tend to dominate the ARSA committee agenda. They're all driven by these foundational statements about what the sort of role and scope, mission, vision, strategic plan of the campuses are laid out to be. And I've asked Sandy to talk a little bit, not just about the new mission statement and vision statement, but also the process by which the college has arrived at these statements. I'm hoping that over the next year or so, as a committee, we can spend a little bit more time on the strategic planning processes on the campuses. Mission, vision, certainly the core themes that are part of the accreditation process, and ultimately what you've heard us talk about in the realm of academic priorities and planning statements. Again, to give the board some context, a kind of architecture within which you can understand new program proposals, even maybe budget strategies in other areas of the university. So really happy to have Sandy Bauman here to talk about this as kind of the kickoff of a new way of looking at mission and vision items in front of the board. Thanks, Sandy.
Great, thank
you, Brock. Thanks, Mr. Chair and members of the board. I am here today to share with you the revised mission and vision statements, as well as guiding principles with which Helena College has drafted, and we're asking for your consideration. As Brock mentioned, because they are so interconnected to strategic planning, I'll also share with you a little bit about our strategic planning efforts, where we are now, and a little update about how we'll use that information to measure effectiveness and guide our work going forward. We are in the process of writing that new strategic plan that will take us from fall of '22 through 2027. And so as the first step in the strategic planning process, the campus reviewed and updated our strategic core. So our strategic core, those three elements, the mission statement is that description of who we are, what we do, and who we serve. Our vision as that aspirational statement of where we want to be. And then the guiding principles of the college as the pillars of our strategic plan, which represent how we do the work we do, how we live that mission, and how we're hoping to reach our vision. And these strategic core elements will frame the way that our campus measures mission fulfillment going forward. So the timing was perfect for Helena College to embark on this review with the change to the 2020 Northwest accreditation requirement for core themes. As we're able to move away from the core theme framework, we'll shift into this process. And so as I get a little deeper into this presentation, you'll see how we plan to use this in the future to guide our work, measure our effectiveness. At Helena College, it's the Institutional Development, Effectiveness, and Accreditation Committee, that's a mouthful, so we say IDEA on our campus. They're responsible for assessing mission fulfillment and strategic planning. And so IDEA developed a very collaborative process in order to update our mission, vision, and guiding principles, and then we'll ultimately develop and approve that strategic plan. In spring of '21, for each of those elements, mission, vision, and what we were then calling core values, a review activity was sent to every employee on our campus, as well as our associated students, asking them to examine those things for us, bring their thoughts back to a listening session. So everyone was invited to all three, but we're expected to attend at least one of those listening sessions to participate and contribute their perspective to the conversation and make sure that as we move forward, we have not only everyone's perspective, but also campus buy-in in how we move forward. All of those sessions were recorded. COVID has given us a lot of great technology, and so it was a really great process in which our IDEA group then could use the recordings to do a deep analysis of what our campus had to say. They did a lot of looking for themes, qualitative researchers in the room will appreciate that, and we're able to draft mission and vision statements that were reflective of what our campus had to say. So what you'll notice here is that the new language of the mission statement is not significantly different in meaning, but it is written in language to clearly state, what we do, who we are, and who we serve. And so words really matter. There's intentional reference in our new statement about path and tools. And that's because we've adopted a guided pathways model to focus on student success, get students on a very clear academic track and provide resources for them along the way. You'll also notice some of the things that were taken out. We took out the words high quality education because the community felt like that was arbitrary and very difficult to measure. The vision statement is reflective of the 2-year mission to support the entire community. And so we felt that our old statement was not very reflective of the work we do specifically with employers through our non-credit workforce training programs. And so as we move forward, we want to recognize that very robust work. And lastly, our campus felt the new language was more accessible to the community. There's less academic speak, it's less wordy, but it still clearly states what we do and who we do it for. So noticeably removed are the words comprehensive 2-year college. Our campus felt strongly that while those of us in education know what that means, it doesn't really speak to our community. So the new mission statement clearly communicates what a strong 2-year college does, who it serves, without using that academic speak. The guiding principles represent how we do that work. And so these 4 principles, effectiveness, stewardship, impact, and equity, represent the 4 pillars of our strategic planning efforts, and then the framework for how we'll continue to measure mission fulfillment going forward. So currently there are 4 work groups, 1 for each pillar. And again, these work groups are inclusive of all of the different stakeholder groups on our campus. They have 3 tasks ahead of them. First, they're writing defining characteristics of each principal. So each year, as the departments at Helena College write their annual work plans, they need to tie the work that they plan to do for the upcoming year to one of those defining characteristics to ensure we're focusing on our mission and those things that we've defined as very important. Next, they're setting 2 measurable strategic goals, what we're calling success targets, that will help the college move forward in key ways. It's part of any important strategic plan. And then lastly, they're establishing key performance indicators, KPIs under each, those things that we know we need to monitor to make sure that we're an effective 2-year college. Those work groups are set to finalize their drafts in March, I guess this month, to submit back to IDEA Committee with the goal of having the future listening sessions and the cabinet approve the plan by the end of this academic year to move us into the next year. So I thank you for giving me a few minutes of your time this morning, or this afternoon. I'm happy to answer any questions you might have and would love any feedback that you have for me.
Thanks, Dean Bauman. Any feedback, questions, or comments? Please, Regent Dabrowski.
I'm sorry if I missed it. Who actually participated in the focus groups? You said, so community members, just internal or external to the city of Helena?
Oh, thank you, Regent Dombrowski. The listening sessions we held were with our campus community.
Okay.
So all of our employees were expected to participate in at least one of those groups,
Okay.
and then all of our students were also invited.
So that was the internal process. Was there a process to engage the community of Helena?
So we've shared this work with our advisory board members. So we haven't gone community at large, but we do have very representative groups of the local community.
Excellent. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Big task. You're getting right to work when you get over there started, aren't you? Thank you.
Thank you.
A great example of shared governance and inclusivity. Thanks so much. We're
Thank you
excited
very
for it.
much.
Yeah, wonderful. I think it's appropriate, Brock, if you would grab an introduction for the prepared plan proposals, please.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, happy to do so. We've got a short list. It's a list of 1 this time around. I think we had 13 last meeting. Just goes to show that I think we're really careful as we bring request to plan proposals in front of the board. I asked Ange to look at our program tracking spreadsheet, and I don't think this board has ever tried to maintain a 1-in, 1-out policy on programs, but the fact of the matter is I've been in this role for about 4 years now, and we're basically even in terms of the number of programs that have been approved versus the number of programs that have been put into moratorium or terminated. And I think it just goes to show that the campuses have very rigorous internal processes, and they think very carefully about how they're designing their academic portfolio. Certainly the case for Montana State University, Provost Makwa, if you wanted to come to the podium to talk about the Bachelor's of Science in Data Science proposal. This is one of those areas where we have some similar programming in the system. There is a BS at Montana Tech. We may have other campuses. I know the University of Montana has a lot of data science work that they're engaged in. But it's an exploding area of study with huge amount of student demand. And I think it offers each campus its chance to kind of put its own signature on these types of programs. So Provost Makwa, I'm excited to hear your description of the RTP.
Thank you, Deputy Commissioner and Chair Buchanan. So Montana State University requests authorization to begin the process for building a curriculum for a Bachelor's of Science in Data Science. A few points about the program. It's truly a multidisciplinary program. Students will take coursework in a variety of disciplines, including mathematics, statistics, computer science, library, and we've added an ethics course in ethics and big data. Graduates of the program will be able to demonstrate knowledge and skills, to have demonstrating their ability to process large sets of data and then to be able to communicate it concisely and meaningfully to the public. There's a lot of information in the request to plan. I'll highlight 4 items that I think are important as considerations. One, this program is highly in demand. It provides good career opportunities for students who have a strong interest in those fields that I mentioned. 2, it supports the high-tech industry in the state. Recently, we had a visit from the Montana High-Tech Business Alliance on our campus a couple weeks ago. And what we hear from industry leaders is the need for more and more students that have those knowledge, skills, and abilities to process large amounts of data. And this program will provide that, and it will also be an economic engine for the state of Montana. So 3, it serves the research enterprise on our campus, in the state, and nationally. And it also provides students in this program, in this undergraduate program, a clear pathway if they seek a doctoral degree or to further their studies in graduate school. And 4th, just like we heard from Dean Bauman, this aligns directly and closely with our academic priority planning statements in our strategic plan. We anticipate when launching, after we get this program stood up, about 50 students per year based on what we've seen in these other disciplines. And so when fully built out, I fully suspect we'll have at least 200 students in the program. And that's my summary. I stand for any questions you might have.
Thank you, Provost Makwa. We appreciate it. Exciting as well. Any questions or thoughts or additional comments from anybody on the board? From other members of the audience? Excellent. Well, thanks. Well presented. And based on what we use as far as data after looking at Deputy Commissioner Trevor's report, we need a pipeline of potential replacements as he thinks about moving. So thank you for the presentation. We appreciate it. I think that sums up action items to be reviewed for tomorrow's action, if that's correct.
Yeah, it does, Mr. Chair. And I think the request to plans are certainly for new programs. I won't miss the chance, since Dean Bauman was at the podium standing right next to Chancellor Reed. There are also cases where we don't have new programs for approval, but we have new connections between programs. And I think since we're here on the Western Campus, just so good to highlight some of the collaborations that are occurring between our institutions, so that they don't have to stand up new programs all on their own. They can take advantage of each other's strengths. And I think in elementary ed, secondary ed, in art education, there are 2+2 programs underway. So students could stay in Helena, for example, and finish their bachelor's degree at UM Western in industrial tech and in accounting, software engineering. It's just a really good example of how we don't have to add new programs in order to create more opportunities. So I thought I'd squeeze that in there at the end of the academic approval deal.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Why don't you go ahead and jump into academic review items, please?
Yep. And Ange, if you could click on this, just remind the board, there are certain approvals that are delegated either to our office or to the campuses. So for shorter term certificates, putting programs in a moratorium and termination, we compile this memo. It includes all the items that have been acted on or decided on since the last board meeting, basically. And this one is 181 pages long. It does include a lot of detail. I'm always happy to dive in if anyone has questions, but these have been vetted at the campus level, at our office, and I think reflect the ongoing academic prioritization that occurs throughout the system. So happy to stand for any questions on this. No items that we flagged in our internal review process.
Any questions or comments from members of the board? Members of the audience? Excellent. Well, thanks for that. There's work in there as well. Yeah. As we transition to strategic priority items, I just want to reflect a little bit on some of the conversations around the 3 topics. Regents Southworth said something at lunch today about the portal that I thought was interesting, that who knows what we're going to learn about what our students are looking for now that we have the ability to capture the data of them navigating our system, right? And I think that these 3 topics that we're going to be talking about today are reflective of the system's commitment to keep them as standing items. Not one of these subjects has a finish line. Not one of these subjects is static. You know, they change, they evolve as we talk about mental health issues. Obviously, COVID introduced an entire new database and an entire outcome. As we talk about the progress being made with our American Indian students, I mean, we're learning so much more. And as I reference a podcast that Chair Lozar was on over the weekend, Planet Money, talking about the importance of data from the Federal Reserve's perspective and identifying this as a group. If we don't have the data, how can we tell what's needed, underrepresented parties or entities, and of course the excitement in the research conversation. So I would just comment that as we prepare for this, and as the staff that Brock and his team prepare, the amount of heart and energy that I see and we feel in our discussion is so obvious. And I mentioned this when we started. as I poll the committee members as to top priorities, every time these three surface as the top. So I think this is an exciting conversation. There's some meat in here that I know we're all going to ponder and think about what we can do with and move forward, but remind ourselves that, again, these are not static conversations. These are conversations that evolve, and the fact that we've got such high-quality people on point with these conversations and a structure that is allowing us to continually evolve with them just really makes me feel kudos to staff. I mean, you guys keep the work supporting our priorities, and I'm excited about these conversations. So I imagine Director Miller will be joining us for the mental health update, and I don't know, Deputy Commissioner Tessman, if you have any additional comments as we introduce the first strategic priority item.
Chair Buchanan, thank you. And we'll have Director Miller at the podium first, I think, followed by Dennis Mohat from Witchy, who accompanied Demi Mikelau here, and he'll provide some context. These three items do fit in with the strategic priorities we've established for the committee at the beginning of the year. It's about access, it's about equity, student success, and then innovation and development. On the mental health side, I mean, I don't really know how quite to put it. We're back in this room. It's been a crazy 2 years since we were in this room in March 2020. Clearly, mental health has become even more of a priority for the system during these past 2 years. The stress and strain on our students, our staff, our faculty, it's undeniable. And there's a ton of work to do. There are a lot of areas where we know we have strategies and tools available to us. One thing that we know that did help, and that was maintaining as much as possible the in-person instructional life, the in-person student life on our campuses. I don't mean to suggest that that solved any problems on its own, but as we talk to colleagues across the country and we see what's happened in systems or on campuses where they've basically been off campus for the last couple of years, I'll tell you, on the whole, the situation's a whole lot worse. And I think that this board, Mr. Commissioner, if I can say so, I think this board faced very tough choices along the way. The Healthy MUS Task Force, OCHI faced some tough choices, but primarily this board faced some tough choices along the way, but managed to keep us largely in person. And I think we're in as good a position as we are in today, partly because of that. And I guess I just say thanks to all those who were involved in thinking through what we needed to do to minimize risk as much as possible and to find ways to maintain as much in-person student life and instruction as possible. As we'll hear from Director Miller, there are certain advantages that we have in terms of our role as a university system, and there are certain things that we can really do to make a difference for our employees and for our students. And there are other things that are indicative of problems that extend well beyond the university system. So we'll hear that from Director Miller, and then I hope from Dennis we can hear a little bit about the context, the Western context within which Montana operates, and we'll find that we're doing pretty well in certain areas. Christine, thanks a lot for your work and looking forward to your presentation.
Thanks, Brooke. Good afternoon, everybody. So I'm going to give an update today on mental health in the MUS, and largely I'll focus on the activities of the Suicide Prevention and Mental Health Task Force, which, as you all know, is kind of the central body in the university system that is driving work on mental health at the system level. There is a ton of work going on at individual campuses and individual units across campuses. I know our graduate colleges across the system are really involved and connected around student mental health. So I don't want to suggest that the work that the task force is doing is the only thing happening in our system on mental health. It's what's going on in a big way at the system level, and I encourage all of us to continue to learn about those other activities that are happening on the campus, unit, departmental, counseling center levels all across our system. So I'll start out by just talking a little bit about who the members of the Suicide Prevention and Mental Health Task Force are and what their kind of scope is. So you see this list of people here who, I won't read them all because you can read them. We have counseling directors, we have clinicians of various kinds, we have health promotion specialists, we have deans of students. We have people who are really connected to not only supervising the areas of mental health and wellness on their campuses, but who are directly connected with and dealing with and responding to some of the mental health and wellness challenges that come up with students, with our campus communities, working with the communities that our campuses are in. The people represented on this task force, almost without exception, have been on the task force longer than I have been working with them. They're a very good group of people who are connected to this and who, for a very long time, have been driving this effort. I will also say about the task force that, and I think that this is a lot to Commissioner Christian and the board's credit, we're pretty unique in this way. Sometimes I look across the country or at other states and think about, well, what are models? What are other people doing? There are very few states that have a system-wide and a statewide task force like ours that has been active now over, gosh, about 7 or 8 years, I think. So it's a long-standing group who has continued to set the priorities for the system and has done a lot of good work to that end. And I think that this board should get some credit and recognition for making this a priority and supporting those activities over time. And not just supporting them, but understanding that mental health is a project that's never done. It's not something that we can set a goal for, check that goal off the list, and then move on. It's an ongoing, continuous activity. And I think that all of our continued attention to this has been really important and what has sustained and made possible some of the work that I'll share with you here. So in 2016, the Suicide Prevention and Mental Health Task Force, under the direction of Director Muffick, who I don't see here, but prior to me, Ron led this group, and they developed a set of recommendations. And this set of recommendations has sort of changed and adapted and grown over time, but it continues to be a really important touchstone for the work of the task force, and I think our understanding of what is going on in the realm of student mental health and wellness in our system. You can look into these more if you want to click through the links here. You can click on a very recent report that are, and no need to click on it now, but just independently. There's a recent report on an update and a survey that all of our campuses participated in, sharing where they were with each of these recommendations. And it's less of a check-in and more of a trying to gain an understanding across the system of where we're doing well on this set of recommendations, where we experience persistent barriers, and where we as a system need to look to address different kinds of needs that either are emerging due to circumstances or that just aren't addressed in our original set of recommendations. These recommendations are largely influenced by national best practices, such as those identified by the Judd Foundation. And they're also now several years old, and I think that we will maintain them and keep them. But as I said, we always need to be doing continuous work on this, and so I think that we will use the reporting on this, use some of the work that's ongoing to inform how we continue to move forward while kind of maintaining true to this core set of principles that I think are a guiding set of principles, not just in the system, but all across the country for positive student mental health. The other thing I want to say about the work of the task force and the recommendations that they have outlined here is that, you know, I think when we talk about mental health and campus and college and university mental health, we think really globally. And we always hear concern and, you know, these challenges that we're facing, and there's a mental health crisis. And that is true. There are some really steep challenges that our campuses and our communities face. At the same time, I don't ever want to let an opportunity go by where I don't note two things. And one thing is that our campuses are actually highly protective environments for our students. If you look at data across the country of college students and their peers who are not in college, college students fare better in terms of mental health. And part of the reason for that is work like this, work that's happening on the campus level, work that's happening in counseling centers. The other thing I'll note is that sometimes when we talk about student mental health, we have this sort of rising alarm about, we see these pretty dramatic increases in visits to counseling centers and demand for counselors. And that should give us some pause. That should help us ask, are we providing the right resources, structures? Do we have in Montana, this is a big question for rural states that I think we'll hear about, do we have the right kinds of pipelines to develop that workforce need of providers? It should not raise alarm to us that our students are engaging in really positive help-seeking behavior. We should see it as a positive sign that students are seeking counseling, that they're getting the counseling that they need. And we should also see it as a positive sign that when students attend counseling, we have good data on this across the system, those students have really positive outcomes. They stay in school, they have their mental health challenges dealt with, and they stay with us. We have good graduation rates from those who are in our counseling centers. So we shouldn't see that as a negative thing. So I'm gonna sort of transition here for a second from focusing on some of what our task force has done and is up to and kind of the origins of it to moving back and looking back a little bit about what they did during the COVID era. So, and Brock spoke to this a little bit. Very early on, our task force had been regularly meeting, getting together, but very early on in the pandemic, about, I would say, 2 years minus 3 weeks ago, we got together as a group and said, this is hugely impactful. We need to do something to address the changes happening in our country and in living in this global pandemic right away. That group acted kind of as a community of practice. They got together, they shared information and resources about how to transition to online remote telehealth. They shared resources, they created a toolkit, and they maintained that. That group met regularly, almost monthly throughout the entire pandemic to do those very kinds of activities. In those early days when our system went remote, the two most pressing concerns that we heard from that group were that students were much more difficult to identify when they were in need because their peers were not seeing them, their faculty were not seeing them, staff were not seeing them, and it was also much more difficult to deliver the services that those students needed to maintain their mental health and wellness. I want to point this out because in addition to the academic gains and what I think is a really positive choice that all of you in our system had to make during this time, I think it was also very valuable for students' mental health to be back in campus, on campus in person. There was some national surveying, some surveying we did in state, and students by and large across the system and across the state, actually, we administered a national college health assessment across all campuses in Montana, including some of our tribal college partners and our private institutions. There were about 3,500 students who responded to that survey. Overwhelmingly, those students said that they valued having in-person college experiences. So even though it was difficult to make that possible, not just here, but our faculty, everybody at our institutions, our staff, in this regard, it was very positive for our students. Just a couple of weeks ago, Regent Rogers was able to join one of our task force calls, and I think that you heard this, Regent Rogers, that that group again validated the importance of in-person counseling, in-person experiences for the purposes of mental health and wellness, in addition to all of the other benefits. So that was one of the biggest things that the task force sort of tackled and managed during this time. The other thing that our task force has done and that will be an ongoing value for our system is securing resources to support ongoing virtual services that are intended to address student mental health and wellness. I've talked about these a little bit before. I'm sure you've heard of them on your campuses, and I know that I've talked to the Regents about these. We have 3 new services available to every single student in the Montana University system. And these services don't just kind of come out of a vacuum directly in response to COVID. They were very valuable when our students needed to be remote and practice social distancing and didn't have quite the freedom that they do now. But they're also really in line with those recommendations and those kind of core principles that the task force has established previously. So these resources are Cognito, which is a suicide prevention and mental health literacy training. We have 2 trainings. There's one training that is specifically for faculty and staff and helps faculty and staff learn how to identify and respond to students who may be in distress or in crisis and refer appropriately. The second training available through Cognito is for students and helps them gain skills in identifying their peers who may be in distress or in need of support and gives them the tools to respond. You at College is, I always say it's an app, but it's not actually an app. It's a web-based platform. It's a web-based platform that is a tool that helps bring resources and strategies and very interactive, dynamic space for students to gain all kinds of knowledge about wellness more generally, whether that's mental health directly, whether it's study skills and academic skills, connection to campus resources. It's a really, really great tool, and we had a lot of our math students were involved in identifying that as the thing that they wanted. We also have Thriving Campus, which is an online referral platform that connects students to providers and specialists in their community or virtually throughout the state. It also acts as kind of a referral loop closing for counselors so that they can communicate with non-campus clinicians should a student be referred to a specialist in the community or something, which is a tool that is, I think a lot of our counselors will say, is very valuable and something that we just don't have necessarily the staffing capacity for. So in addition to being back in person and having all of those robust campus resources that students are accustomed to, we also have these new tools that we will have over the next few years and will really help our campus environments grow and promote the kinds of positive mental health and wellness support that we want to see. So kind of fast forwarding again to right now, as you might imagine, our counselors, our clinicians, our deans of students, all these people on the task force, as all of you have been, are immensely occupied and were immensely occupied with the pandemic. And now as we're coming out of that and kind of turning to our attention to what a post-pandemic landscape might be, the task force is really kind of reassessing where they are and establishing what our new priorities are. I think as we move forward, the things that really stand out to me, the things that our task force is laser focused on, that our group of student affairs officers is focused on, and that I hope all of you will join us in focusing on, are some of the same things that you've heard before. Making sure that we have the right capacity for clinical services, and also making sure that we broaden out our spectrum of what we mean and what we do to promote mental health, including things like health promotion. So we're not taking away from clinical services. We're making sure we have kind of a both-and approach and thinking very broadly about what we need to promote mental health and wellness on our campuses. We need to continue to have strong system-level data and evidence. I mentioned that we worked with an organization called NASPA to get funding for a statewide implementation of a survey, the National College Health Assessment, that's kind of a mile wide and an inch deep. I would really like us to see as a system move more towards a mental health specific survey and really understand, or some kind of needs assessment, and really understand at a deep level what exactly are the mental health and wellness challenges that we face. I think when we talk about mental health, we might be talking about totally different problems, and we often are. And I think that makes it very difficult to come together to identify goals and to make progress on those goals. I think that has happened, to be sure. I do think that we need stronger, more consistent data and evidence over time to be able to do that in a little bit more strategic way. To a similar point, one of the goals of the task force is to continue to expand mental health and wellness literacy. Like I said, I think we all talk about mental health and wellness. I don't think we're always talking about the same thing. And I think that we can do something about that. There's some education that we can do. We can do some shared literacy around that. And I'll tell you about some plans for that in just a minute. The final thing that we can do, and that our task force is focused on, is integrating mental health and wellness into campus and system culture. I, like all of you and most of you on your campuses, I think take our leads from our task force at the system level. We take our leads from our directors of counseling and psychological services, the people whose areas of expertise are mental health and wellness. Even when we're in different areas on campus, there still are leaders who are helping us understand what we ought to do, what the challenges are, and what the possible opportunities are. I think we'll continue to do that as we look to other areas of our university system and try to think about how each person in each role in each unit can play a part in creating cultures of care across our institutions. So, with that, I'll share just one last note before turning it over to Dennis. In the fall, coordinating with our September Board of Regents meeting, we will host our second system-wide MUS Suicide Prevention and Mental Health Summit called Enriching Community Mental Health and Wellbeing, hosted, Chancellor Hickswath, thank you so much, hosted at MSU Billings. Save the dates. We will make sure that there are sessions that all of you are invited to and can participate in that without conflicting with our meetings here. But this is one of the opportunities that the task force is using to do some of those things that I've been talking about. We have invited the co-PI, the co-lead of the National Healthy Mind Study, which is kind of the premier survey and study that institutions use to understand the mental health of their student bodies. We will also do a lot of that mental health literacy work at this summit and invite all of you and your campus partners to join us. With that, I will turn it over to Dennis, and then happy to stand for questions afterwards.
Thank you, Director Miller. I appreciate it. Mr. Mowat, please join us.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the board, and Christine, thank you for the setup here. My name's Dennis Mohat, and I'm Vice President for Behavioral Health for WICHE. A few years ago, I think as Clay would tell you, we would do new commissioner orientation with WICHE, and one of the first couple 4 or 5 questions that would be, why does WICHE have a behavioral health program? I don't get those questions too much anymore, but I think there's been a steady shift. The other thing I just wanted to say is that I feel like all I want to do is get up here and say, way to go, because you're leading the pack. As I look across the landscape of higher education in the West, I don't see too many systems doing what you're doing, and I can only commend you. As we go through my slides, I hope that it reinforces that you are doing the right thing, and maybe I'll tease a few other things that you might think about. So why is this a problem? First of all, it's a completion issue. It's a success issue. 64% of young adults who leave college because of a mental health problem never finish their degree. So that's real. There's only been a few studies. No one's investing in this kind of research, but there have been a few studies, and it's been pretty consistent, right around 65%. And so that's something we should be concerned about. And as my mentor and Demi's mentor, David Longenecker, when he was the president of which he used to tell me, keep them enrolled. That's how you get to the degree. The study that Christine mentioned before, the Healthy Students, Healthy Minds study, finds about 31% of college students have felt so depressed in the past year that it was difficult to function. But of them, in that same cohort, in that same study, more than 50% have felt overwhelming anxiety, making it hard to succeed academically. And that data is even worse depending on demographics. So is this a rural kid? Is it an urban kid? Is it a student of color? Who is it? Because there's great variability across the demographics. So put that in context. Witchy did a study with the Kansas National Guard during the height of OEF, OIF, and the demobilization of National Guard troops returning from Iraq and Afghanistan. The rates of anxiety and depression at those demobilization events was exactly the same. So we're talking about a level of stress, a level of anxiety, a level of depression that is consistent with demobilizing troops. Now, what else is, that's just what's going on. We don't know why. I mean, that's not something we can answer at this point in time, and there's a lot of people doing research on that. But one of the things to keep in mind is that those two groups have a lot in common because they're both about the same age. So it's in that age cohort. But it's something to keep in mind, and it puts something in context for you. A campus leader checklist for student wellness. I mean, as I heard Christine talking, you're doing this. And so I'm not going to go through all these, but I think that the most important thing is to be overt about this. Be out there. When we heard from Allison Melman, who founded Active Minds, she talked to the Witchy Commission and recommended that, you put the National Suicide Hotline number on all of your IDs. So it's just out there. It's out there and by the way, that number's changing as of June. I hope you all know that it's changing to 988 and that there's a new system going. And so don't start printing those IDs because you'll have to reprint them. So anyway, communicate. Establish two-way lines of communications between the students, between parents, between faculty. And I just wanted to add that our campuses are communities. They're embedded in communities. And when we talk about campus mental health, it's students, it's staff, it's faculty, it's leaders, and we're all in this together. And so, you know, it's taking the opportunity to normalize it, right? I mean, we make it all so private and so odd, and just normalize being mentally healthy, and looking for how to make it all right for somebody to say, hey, I care about you, or to make it okay for a student to say, I need help. And so we have to do that by normalizing it. You're already doing these kinds of things, but I just wanted to throw out some things that work. You know, work with your community mental health centers. Work with your federally qualified health centers in your communities. You have a great federally qualified health center here in Dillon. Look to the existing groups that are out there, that are advocacy groups like NAMI. Do you have Active Mind chapters on your campus? Engage with them, talk to them, and listen to them. Private providers in the community, who are they? Do they know, do your students know who they are? I think that Thrive is certainly going to help with that. Law enforcement, you know, I'll make another Dillon pitch. I met the sheriff from here working on some crisis issues. Hey, what a great guy. And so there are some really good people out there, and unfortunately, law enforcement is oftentimes the crisis responder of first resort for a mental health crisis. So working with those folks. And then crisis systems, both national and state, and how does your system fit into that? I don't know if you're aware, but the governor is really leading a revamp of the crisis system here in Montana as we speak, and they're planning mobile crisis response efforts. They're creating receiving and stabilization centers across the state. How do they interface with your campuses? Are you a part of that planning effort? You should be, so that, because it's one community, one issue. You already have, I said, what else works? You at college, you've got it. Active Minds on your campus, you know, that's student-led and student-run, so it really helps. And then just keep working on stigma reduction and campus culture change. I think one thing is to really look and evaluate what it is you have. And so and we look at it in three ways. Availability. Are the providers and services available? Do they exist? And if they're not, then what's a strategy to get them? And Thrive is one of those strategies. Accessibility. Do students know do they understand how to get it? I mean, it's that whole mental health literacy issue. Do they know and recognize that they have an issue? You know, if I grab my heart and say, oh, most everybody in here thinks, oh, Mohat may be having a heart attack, and there's probably somebody in here that knows CPR, and somebody else is going to know to call 911. So we should have that same level of literacy around mental health, and how do we promote that so that students and faculty and staff know where to turn, and that they know how they can pay for those kinds of services. And then finally, acceptability. Does it fit the culture, and is it evidence-based? Are they getting the kind of care they need? Are the therapists that they're being referred to, do they understand the life of a college student? If you're referring a Native American student, is that therapist culturally competent? I mean, so it's about all those things and thinking about all those things. And then, you know, I want to say, a lot of times we just think about getting more counselors, but it's really a whole health model. It goes from prevention and wellness promotion all the way over to treatment and then recovery. So responding to a crisis, promoting the health, and then helping a person recover. Do you have easy ways for a student to re-enroll and get back into the swing of things? And do you have support systems to support their success? So we already went through some of these resources before, but you'll have those in this that you can refer to in this in this slide deck, and then just remembering about in June, or rather in July of 22, it does the National Suicide Prevention Lifeline switches to 988. And I just wanted to sort of sum up, and I use the mnemonic HELP. First of all, you have to have a plan. Second of all, you need to engage, you need to examine, and you need to empower your campus, your communities, your students. You need to link internal and external resources and people. And when you have these kinds of task force, local meetings or whatever, ask the question, who else should be at this table? Who's missing? And then finally, promote, prevent, prioritize, and last but not least, persist. Keep at it, and because it doesn't go away. And so with that, I will stand for any questions. And thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you, Mr. Mohat, for joining us. We sure appreciate it. The partnership is appreciated. Any questions or comments for Mr. Mohat or Director Miller? Regent Dombrowski.
Thank you. Wonderful work. I happen to live, eat, and breathe in healthcare, so it's near and dear to my heart. I was really appreciative that you didn't use the word resilience and burnout not once between the two of you. And I say that with a little bit tongue-in-cheek, but it's kind of gotten overused as a description for where we sit today, and I really think you've been very practical about its long-term, and it's holistic, and it's about how all of us need to be mentally healthy. The prevention side, I think, has to be bigger, just in general in society, but certainly at the campuses. And we talked a little bit about this morning. If we don't get on the front end of this, there's going to be crisis people and teams running around catching people in crisis. So we got to sort of think through what's the prevention and what are the opportunities. And lastly, I didn't really hear much about the faculty. I heard training them and helping them identify, but they too have, I would say, behavioral health needs that likely need to be addressed, and inviting them in, and you probably have, but I just didn't hear it. So thank you again.
Thank you, Regent Dombrowski.
Chair Buchanan,
Yes,
I'll just quickly address that point if that's okay. Thanks for that, Regent Dombrowski. Yeah, so one of the things I talked about in the kind of scope of the Suicide Prevention Mental Health Task Force is that group has really been primarily focused on students and the student experience, and I think for good reason, right? They are somewhat at the heart of our mission and what we do, and they might not have access to the MUS benefits like employees do. They might not have access to community providers. That is certainly not to say that employees and faculty and staff and mental health and wellness among our employees and faculty and staff don't need attention. Certainly they do, and I think that one of the things that I have been talking about with our student affairs officers group and our task force group is that it would be really positive to partner with our faculty groups and our HR and other people who are really thinking about our employees as a unit and learn from one another and think about where we can collaborate and integrate.
Regent Sexton.
Thank you, Chair Buchanan. I just wanted to express my appreciation for both of your presentations, and especially the part about normalizing mental health and just speaking out about what's going on. I mean, obviously, there's, you can overshare, and not everybody wants to hear every minute detail of what you're dealing with, but, we're so used to somebody asking how you are, you just respond, oh, I'm fine. And the cognitive dissonance and can't say that word, you want to be genuine and authentic. We won't just bother with the other one. And so I really support that, and I know we talk about mental health all the time, and the best thing to do is when I feel strongly about something is just to start doing it. So I just wanted to thank you for bringing that up, because I just think it's critically important that we start being more honest with each other and take advantage of the support we frankly already have. So
I appreciate that, and that I'm a psychologist, and in my training, I spent a lot more time being trained about confidentiality than several more important things. But the thing that's always struck me is I'll run into my primary care provider in the grocery store, and she'll introduce me to her daughter. And when I would see clients, would tell them, if I run into you in public, it's up to you to acknowledge whether or not you want to say, to acknowledge me and to say hi or something. I mean, there's something really sort of twisted about that. and it's just struck me because, there's a lot of things that I'd much rather have my primary care doc stay quiet about. So anyway, I think let's normalize it. Let's just say it's okay to be healthy.
Regent Bow.
Sure. Buchanan, thank you. I think it's it's good to hear how we are compared to the other universities in the other states, and it's a little frightening. But so compliments to Director Miller for what you've put in place. I think it came across loud and clear in both unfortunately in both the faculty and the student breakfast and lunch today that this was the number one issue. That students and faculty are feeling overwhelmed from both sides, and that we need to continue our focus on this area. So I think I wanted to address the fact that that message came through loud and clear at both sessions today, and so will continue to be an area of focus for us. Thank you.
Appreciate that. Regent Lothar.
Thank you, Chair Buchanan. Dennis, you mentioned the importance of services that sort of fit the culture of a campus, or of a student body, of staff, faculty, et cetera. So I'm curious, maybe for you, Christine, when you look at the work of the task force, has the task force looked at sort of cultural fit of, our veteran community, our Native community, our adult learners, to see to what degree we have this alignment with our student body and the sort of culturally appropriate services that we're providing and providing more of?
Yeah, Chair Buchanan, Chair Lozar. So as I mentioned, our summit in the fall, the kind of third theme of the summit is around equity and really understanding that when we talk about mental health, we're always talking about disproportionate impacts on marginalized communities, low-income students, rural students, American Indian students, veterans, all of the populations that you mentioned. So yes, I think that when we talk about this, we need to really think about if we're developing programming or training or services, we need to be responsive to any kind of cultural competencies or cultural literacy in the populations that we're dealing with. And I think we also need to understand that, and this is where I think having stronger data and really being able to look at the population level, we need to understand that those different communities are experiencing different challenges. So when we look at our low-income students, for example, we're going to see more basic needs insecurities, and that is a mental health and wellness concern, right? We'll see housing insecurity and food insecurity, and we might not see those same things necessarily in other populations who also have mental health concerns. So I think that that's where some better information and better data about our student populations will help us develop better programming and structures at the system and campus level to be able to meet some of those needs. I will also say, as I always say, I think that some of that work is going on campuses, and certainly there's some local specificity there, right? The student population at MSU Billings is different than at MSU, than here at Western, than at than our two-year campuses. And so I think that that's another thing to pay attention to, not just as a system, we do X thing, but as a system, we understand that there are different needs from our students at our different institutions.
So maybe as a follow-up, what is the better data that you need?
Yeah, okay.
And yeah, how do you access that data? Is there currently a barrier to be able to understand the data and the individual population that we're servicing?
Yeah, so the task force, one of our goals is to secure resources to fund the Healthy Minds study. Hopefully, I think our goal is kind of a more long-term, every few years study to understand exactly that. What are the experiences of our students? What are their identities that are impacting the mental health challenges that they're facing? And I think very importantly, and this is why I think the Healthy Minds study is the thing that our group has kind of sort of circulated around. What is the impact of mental health issues on academic performance and academic outcomes? And that's something that survey and study kind of really drills down into.
Great questions, great response, thank you. Well, thank you. I think as we wrap this up, I'm quite confident I speak for every member of this body when we say, not only to you, but to every member of the system that is at some point or another interacting with this issue. Thank you. And our commitment, I hope, as a parent, to keep it on the deck and in front lines, and we just keep us on point. If there's resources or time, or I'll say I'm excited to see what we see in Billings in September. That's an exciting thing. Thank you, Chancellor Hickswall, for that. Wonderful presentation. Thank you both so very much.
Thank you.
I suspect if it pleases the board, let's maybe take that break before we bump into the next final two items. Does that sound good? Yep. All right, great. Well, then we'll adjourn for 10 minutes, which makes us get back here at 3:20.
And Chair Buchanan, as we come back, we'll hear about research. There are some great research posters out in the lobby that UM Western students have put together, kind of indicative of the work we're doing with faculty mentors down in Dillon. So please take a moment to check them out during the break. Thanks.
John Brockshire, thanks. Thank you, everyone, again, for being so engaged on these topics that need so much attention. It's a pleasure to be introducing the next topic, and Director McLean, we're excited. It looks like we get to meet Christine Bradel join us in this conversation, so take us away. We're looking forward to your update. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, members of the board. Very good to be here with all of you this afternoon. I want to thank you for the opportunity to present this exciting panel to you this afternoon. I would also like to express, on behalf of the AMA Council, our sincere appreciation to Chancellor Reed and every single member of your team for really rolling out the red carpet for our council yesterday. Everything from the technology to the signage, the welcomes, and the lunch were just top drawer. And we are deeply appreciative of Bethany Hauer and her contributions to the council, and are just entirely grateful for you and everything that you did to make our council feel so very welcome as we met here yesterday morning from 9 until noon in the model classroom, which is in and of itself a remarkable experience and a great place to be. I'd also like to express our thanks to our panelists who will join us in just a minute. Before I introduce them, there are a few things that I would just like to visit with you about. The first one is some of our data that I brought to you for the first time in November at our Board of Regents meeting at the University of Montana campus. At that meeting, I brought to you the fact that we had seen an 8% growth over the previous year in American Indian student enrollment, and that American Indian student enrollment on our campuses across the Montana University system made up 6% of our overall population. And that's really remarkable because that places us on par with that enrollment with the overall population in the state of Montana of American Indians. Additionally, I brought to you the retention increase of 7.9%, which was up to 62.7%. And that is the highest it has been in Montana University system history. And finally, I would point to the fact that at that time I also presented to you a slide that showed that we are getting to a place where we are seeing the gap between American Indian student retention and their white counterparts begin to close. And so some really exciting pieces. I also discussed some of the things that we're doing with Common Course numbering with 4 of the 7 tribal colleges. And during that conversation, you asked what might be leading to these largely across the board, across the Montana University system, increases in growth. We spoke that day about intentionality of efforts across the Montana University system campuses, about how what we were seeing wasn't hit or miss, but we were seeing intentional efforts led by every single one of our campus leaders and every single member of their teams across the state. One of the things that I was reminded of during Director Miller's conversation, as the conversation went towards cultural responsiveness, and as I looked at the next agenda item that will come after us is the research piece, is that the conversation around American Indian student success really truly does belong to every single one of us. And that has been a refrain of the American Indian and Minority Achievement Council since we first dug in and started doing our work. And Joe's going to point you to some of that data that he has around American Indian students making up about 10% of our overall graduate research since 2001. Additionally, as I spoke with our 2 panelists about cultural responsiveness, they agreed to point to some of the pieces in counseling that they already see on their campuses. Today, as a result of the conversation we had with you in November and what we heard as a need to continue to explore the why behind the numbers, today and over the next few Board of Regent meetings, we will introduce you to the people who make the difference happen. We will highlight the programs and the partnerships that are playing such a significant role in the American Indian student success at the campus level. Today, we are so very grateful to 2 fantastic panelists who are here to help us launch this Board of Regent panel conversation. I look forward to introducing you to them, and I will do that in a few moments. But before I do, in November, you called on our team at the OCHI and the American Indian Minority Achievement Council to not let up on our American Indian student success efforts. So before I introduce you to our panelists, I'd like to highlight a few efforts that have moved forward since November. And as Regent Buchanan articulated so well when he was speaking to the Regent priorities just a little while ago, he said these initiatives are not static. And I think what I'm about to present to you illustrates exactly that. We did not let up since November. And I'd like to point to a few things that show that. First, on the workforce development front. Right here on this campus, the University of Montana Western has a great, thriving partnership with not 1, but 2 tribal colleges, Blackfeet Community College and Little Bighorn College, to train teachers where they live, because we know that that is what is going to make sure that those teachers take those jobs where they live and that they will stay in those jobs where they live. Those are remarkable models and a great effort here at the University of Montana Western. Additionally, since November, in January 18th, I believe, both of the tribal colleges who are part of the 3-campus Grant to Grow Your Own Educator program launched their Grow Your Own Educator programs in partnership with their high schools up north. And those are Stonechild College and Blackfeet Community College. And then finally, one of the things that continues to gain momentum, and I'm hopeful that we can bring a panel to you on this in the near future, is the WWAMI-AMA postback. And Regent Dombrowski, I thought of you specifically as I added that to my item to mention today. Dr. Jay Erickson, who works with WWAMI and is the Montana Clinical Director for that program, and Dr. Jane Shelby, who is the Program Director for the Montana WWAMI-AMA program. They just worked with our office and are making application for a second grant, this time through the Charles M. Bear Family Trust, to hopefully be in a position to launch that program within the next year. Next, in regards to partnerships, every single one of the 7 tribal colleges are featured on the new college access portal that you got a glimpse into this morning. Additionally, through partnerships with our office and guidance, and I think a number of phone calls between Director Joe Teal and Dan Derglow and President Boehm from Salish Kootenai College. Salish Kootenai College became the very first tribal college in the nation to join the WICHE Interstate Passport, and I think that's pretty remarkable. And then finally, we continue to grow our partnerships with the legislature, and I presented to the State Tribal Relations Committee in January. And then finally, in programming, you approved, and right now the University of Montana is getting ready to launch its Master's in Native American Studies. Montana State University is getting ready to launch its PhD in Indigenous Rural Health. And then finally, right here on this campus, Native American literature will be offered this semester as a seminar class in Block 7. And then finally, just a couple of weeks ago, our division at the Office of the Commissioner hosted a well-attended call with 4 American Indian students from across Montana. And the title of that panel was What It Takes for American Indian Students to Succeed on a College Campus. It was a very well-attended opportunity for American Indian students to let their voice be heard. And one of the remarkable panelists of the 4 is Christy Russett, who joins us here today as a part of our panel. And Christy is the Montana State, is a student at the Montana State University. She also works in the Native American Studies Department, where her title is the Native American Studies Department Outreach Coordinator and Recruitment Specialist. We're also joined this afternoon by UM's Dr. Brad Hall, who is really an innovative and strong leader in outreach to tribal students all across the state in his role as a tribal outreach specialist. And so with that, I would like to turn it over to our panelists so that they can further provide you insight as to the intentional efforts that are happening on their 2 campuses as they relate to American Indian student success.
Christy Rosette Nitikasin, Asini Watsite Gotinya. Hello, my name is Christy Rosette. I'm Chippewa Cree from Rocky Boy, Montana. I feel deeply humbled and appreciative to be able to speak here today on behalf of Native students and staff over at Montana State University. I think this is a great step in getting our Native students attention that they deserve, and as well as just bringing a lot of the good things that are happening on our universities to light to all the great folks here. First, I wanted to mention and honor Dr. Walter Fleming. He is the Department Head of Native American Studies at Montana State University, and I'm grateful for the leadership that he has given our department and our university. I'm grateful for all the work that he's done directly with our Native students, coming into our student center, directly talking to the students and really brightening their day, making jokes and always walking around the building in what he calls his building shoes. Miigwech, Uncle Walter, I'm glad that I work under him. He's a great person. To transition into some of the things that are happening at Montana State University, recently our American Indian Hall opened to Native students starting in January. And already we've seen such a huge transformation in our Native student population, the ways that they fit into the university, the ways that they can start to make this place even closer to their heart and even closer to home. I think it's giving a lot of our non-Native community members reasons to stop in and reasons to ask questions and kind of become part of our community as well. And we're really excited about all of the bridges that are being built because of this visibility on campus that we have with our new American Indian Hall. And I feel very grateful to be a part of that and to be on campus for the first time with all of these students and getting to see them automatically adapt to this building and make it their home right from the start. I feel deeply appreciative. Speaking back to our grand opening back in October, it was a huge event. It was really well attended, and I was really grateful to see all of the folks from Indian Country coming out and becoming a part of our community at MSU. And there was lots of alumni in attendance, tribal leaders, community members, and even folks from other universities who were just really glad to be a part of that event. It meant a lot, I think, for the state of Montana to have our Native folks in an urban environment, but also to be able to call that our home as well. I think that was a really great opportunity for our students to feel like they're truly valued by the university system. I remember I was doing some tours with our students. We had our students queued up to be tour guides that day, and it was really special for them to be able to speak on behalf of their tribal knowledge. And I heard one student say, "I can't believe this is ours. I can't believe this space is ours." And I think that was really special, and it really said a lot about what our university has done to make Montana State University a home for Native students. It meant a lot. There was a lot of happy tears that day, a lot of building families, a lot of building community, and I think there was, didn't matter what tribe you were from, didn't matter if you were Native or non-Native, or if you were from U of M. But it was a great opportunity to really build bridges and to make everyone feel like we were all part of something together. That was really special. Recently, our department was awarded a grant in the amount of $2.75 million on behalf of the Cargill Foundation. And I feel really grateful that our department's going to be able to utilize this funding to implement a peer mentoring program so that our high-achieving students are able to pass down what they've learned to younger students and to really help them transition into the university system and feel like they have a community already. I think a lot of our Native students can tend to feel a little out of place sometimes. It's quite a bit different from some of our tribal communities, and so we're really hopeful that that peer mentoring program can help students feel like they've got, big brother, big sister, auntie, and uncle just, waiting for them at MSU. Another thing that we're using this funding for is to expand our cultural programming to include a tribal elder in residence. We really appreciate the traditional knowledge of our tribal communities and our elders across the region, and we're really excited to have that, that multi-generational aspect become part of our university, where we're celebrating family, from our babies to our elders, and everyone can be a part of that educational journey together. We're also going to begin to start offering tribal language instruction once again. We've previously offered non-credit workshops in the Blackfeet languages and Apsalika, excuse me for not pronouncing that correctly, but our Crow brothers and sisters offering language courses to students at MSU. We have a large Native population now, over 800 Native students on campus since fall of '21, and so we're really excited to be able to start to expand our opportunities to, not only cater to our Montana Native students, but also for the students whose homelands that we occupy, those traditional homelands, and so the folks who are coming from Idaho and Wyoming and beyond to be able to become part of our MSU community as well, sharing in language and culture. Another source that we will hope to fund with this grant is our Buffalo Nation's Food Systems Initiative, which supports Indigenous food sovereignty across the region. We also have our Indigenous gardens right outside of our building, so we're really hoping to cater to a holistic experience of Native culture at MSU. And lastly, one of the things that this grant is really going to be important and impactful for is to provide additional funding to support the development of new positions in the Native American Studies Department, specifically working on cultural programming and student support. We know that we need, additional staff on the ground to help make this work happen, and that in order to provide a high level of care that we really pride ourselves on at MSU, that we need more bodies and we need more people doing this work. And we have a lot of great allies that are contributing to it, to our success at MSU, but we're really excited to see what we can do and how much more we can provide for our Native students when we have additional staff. I think truly it's our students that we're doing this work for, and our students that we are accountable to at all times. And not only just the students, but their families as well, and their home communities that are being really generous and offering us their students to learn outside of their tribal communities. It means a lot for a student to leave their community and go off and earn an education and then come back and help the community survive and thrive. And so we acknowledge them, and we acknowledge everything that they have offered us as well as an institution. In my dual role, I've been privileged to see both sides of our new space at American Indian Hall, but as well as just being a part of MSU, the ways that the students enjoy our new space. And I've also been able to kind of, sit in our drum room with our students. I have a really talented student who plays his guitar every day in American Indian Hall, and he really greets us like that every morning. But we also head to our drum room to smudge every morning. It's part of our daily routine. We make our coffee, we smudge, and then we go say hi to all the students who are sitting around in the student center. And another thing that's really been deeply appreciated is our full kitchen that we have. So our students are always using that space to make meals together and to bake and to really just connect in the heart of what we consider the heart of our building, our Native Student Center. And that full kitchen is really one way that us Native people connect over food, over laughter. And that's where families are built, that's where connections are built, are through those really genuine moments together where we can all share a laugh together and take off our professional hats for a moment and just all be together just as people. As a Native recruiter in Indian country, I really see the way that we've been able to cater to our Native students on campus as a way of connecting to tribal communities in a really deep, meaningful, and intentional way. And the ways that I hope to bring out when I'm traveling is thinking about relationality, respect, and reciprocity in this process. Our tribal communities are offering so much to us. These Native students are deeply, deeply valuable. That's, our first time entering freshmen, our non-traditional students, our graduate students, our faculty, our staff, our families that are just passing through. These are the folks that make this work worth doing. This is the reason that we're sitting here today, to speak on behalf of the Native communities that are deeply committed to bettering their communities and also developing a good future for 7 generations beyond. And I feel deeply humbled, and I feel deeply responsible to carry this work on in a good way and to approach it as our elders might, and to try to learn as much as I possibly can. And so when I'm out there recruiting in Indian country, I always make sure that as much as I'm talking to the students and the staff and the community members, I'm also listening. Because I think listening is a hugely important part of the work that we do with Native students, to be able to understand another way of thinking. So a lot of our non-Native folks may not be familiar with some of these knowledge systems that we come in contact every day as Native professionals. It's a different world at times. And so I really want to be cognizant of that, and I hope that the work that we're doing can help foster these really deep connections in Indian country, so that our students feel well supported and that they feel automatically at home when they come and greet us. And so one of my things that I'm helping to do is to help start some conversations on our campus and beyond, so that we're doing work for Native students with our best intentions and our best foot forward, willing to listen, willing to learn, willing to recognize when we don't have all of the answers, and that we really are coming to these tribal communities in a humble way, where we're asking, how can we help, and how can this relationship become truly reciprocal? I think that's a really important step in what we do as university professionals. And so what we're trying to do is to build this community in a good way. In our Cree language, we call this Mio Wachituwin. And so that's good relations. And with this new grant, our Cargill Foundation grant, and our new beautiful American Indian Hall, I hope that we're able to continue to build good relations in Indian country and beyond for our students, and for our future students, and for their families as well. Timagwech, thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for attending today's meeting, all the people in the back, and I appreciate the invitation. The University of Montana is a place that is home to many Native American students from all across the country. Robust numbers from in-state and out-of-state. We recognize that today we're sitting in what we would call common hunting grounds among tribes in the area here on this campus. And so I'm honored to come here and share with you what I have to brought to your attention today. There are 3 main things I want to talk to you about, and in the intentional way that the University of Montana is working toward building greater Native American student success. And when we think about what those 3 things, it's commitment from the top, it's actual intentional action, and full student engagement. And those 3 things are not typical in our experience as Native American students. I'm a product of the Montana University system. And over the course of my career as a student and as a college access professional, it's been very important that we are, to Christy's point, listening. And I just can say it in the most simplest terms. Our elders tell us they gave us 2 ears and 1 mouth for a reason. And oftentimes, being a person of color, being a person from a tribal community, people don't acknowledge that in order to come to the Montana university system, our students give up a lot. They give it up every day. They give up family connections. They give up stability in many cases, just so that they can follow their dreams and that they can attain the 4-year degree and beyond. It's important to note that UM is listening. UM listens intentionally and is engaged in AMA, is also listening to people and expertise that we have on campus. And then in order to really identify and learn what it is that experience looks like, we intentionally engage with our tribal college presidents, and which also includes Chairman Gerald Gray of the Little Shell Tribe. And so across the state, we have Indigenous students, both online and in person. The pandemic has both created opportunities and challenges, which in many ways have been exacerbated beyond the current resource structures that we have in place. And so the commitment is really important by way of engaging people on campus. And before my tenure began at the university, President Bodner had created the Native American, President's Native American Advisory Council, which includes Native American faculty, staff, and students from across the campus. And PNAC, as we know it, we love acronyms at UM, demonstrates a commitment to learning from Native Grizz and consulting deeply and meaningfully with Native Grizz in their own community, and making sure that our intent and that people of all levels of the university are being informed, and that we're highlighting that their efforts help in all of the efforts that Christy and I have. Campus partners are very important. Strong relationship building is very important on campus, but it's equally, and if not even more important, to have that within our communities as well. And so making sure that we, in partnership with tribal communities, are making intentional actions moving forward. My role as tribal outreach specialist both is in very close proximity to leadership, which really makes a big difference in the visibility of Native American issues and students on our campus. That proximity to leadership gives us the deliberate ability to inform and provide that context to everyone, especially at the top. And it is that commitment that my position was placed right in the President's office. My office is in the Payne Family Native American Center, where I'm very engaged with the Native American serving programs in the building. But also, we want to let you know that there are many other Native American serving programs embedded within the institution that support various majors and degrees of study. Some of these actions are really a piece of making sure that we're not just listening, but then we're following through with what we're doing. And so making good on input, and the guidance that these constituents that we engage with very frequently, myself on the daily, that we are also looking at ways that we can create tailored approaches to helping provide greater access and success for Native American students. To Dr. McLean's point about 2+2 programming, it is really important that I note that the work that Deanna Cooper has done with the 2+2 and social work has not only expanded beyond to 5 tribal colleges, but to 2 state colleges. What does that tell you? It tells you that if we do it right for Native people, it benefits all students. If we make intentional decisions about how we serve our students, what supports we provide to them, and why, and giving people the rationale as to why. Informing with our data, with our research. Indigenous research, as to the point of the very high number of graduate research that's being done among American Indians, is going to transform our ability to look at our institutions in different ways. What you're looking at on the screen is the intentional outreach plan, and really looking at where these students are. You can see that our Native American students are not just on reservations. In fact, over the last 5 or 6 years, the numbers of Native American students represented in urban high schools has been very much increased. There is a lot more mobility going toward urban centers in Montana, and that is a niche that is really underserved and because it is assumed that many of these larger schools have the ability to have a college within their town, but we're also seeing that is a limiting access, and it's not really giving students what we are seeking from the outreach activities that we're promoting. The other thing too is that when we get investments, we put them where they need to be. And so one of the things that we did this last fall was announce that we have an endowment for the Kiayo organization. That organization is the longest standing tribally led student organization at the University of Montana. And we are going to have an in-person powwow this year, which, to some people it may be, you had 2 years off. It's really an important event. It brings people from across the region. It brings families together. It honors alumni, and also it honors the tribal communities that visit our campus. It's important to note that when we look at the most intensive need groups on our campus, we look to our first-time freshmen and our tribal college transfers coming in to a university from a very supportive, very intentional environment in our tribal colleges. It's very important to note that the research that has been done on tribal colleges has a great ability to inform the way that we work here at the Montana University system in the spirit of Indian education for all and the goals that are instilled in the state constitution. And so the first year experience is going to be something that we are going to be unleashing. I say unleashing because it's a piloted program for first time freshmen, Native American students, to create a cohort in which allows them the ability to ask those questions in a way that they're able to navigate campus, acclimate themselves to the Missoula community, and find who their community of support is on campus. It is really important that we also look at the things that we do as a university, is that we want things that we support to be tribally led whenever possible. And so the last 2 days, the University of Montana, after the MSU Billings had hosted the second Class 7 professional development. And that was because of institutional investment in bringing those teachers to our campus and making sure that these events and these opportunities are not just tribally led, but they're university supported. When I talk about student engagement, like I say, I see students almost every day when I'm not somewhere else. The student engagement has been a really important part in my ability to see what it is that we need to know about their experience. It is important to know that when people come to our campus, that people look like them. That we, for the first time in many years, we now have a Native American ambassador that's been assisting me and helping other constituencies to plan and look at intentional ways to engage students when they're on campus, on the onboarding and bringing them in, looking at where students are as opposed to where we want them to be. As we progress them into coming into the University of Montana, we want to be really clear with them when should they apply, when should they fill out their FAFSA with a priority deadline, getting ahead of the curve that often creates barriers for our students. It is really important that the redesign of tours and other things such as that it not only connects them to people, but gives them opportunities to speak to these people, to connect with them, to even create a way in which they can see themselves in the careers of the future. It is really important that these touch points of support are treasured on campus not because students are needy, but because we recognize that students have a variety of needs and needs that go beyond just them being students. And so it's important that we have people in place that make those decisions and help them navigate that. And as we transition them from high school or from the tribal colleges, we have to really know that they have specific needs. Many of the tribal college transfers, for example, are non-traditional students. They have different needs than first-year students. So understanding that nuance is more important to me and others that I work with, because that is really where the rubber meets the road and making sure that we're serving them. And as an employee of the University of Montana, it's very important that I instill in other people and my colleagues that we need to try things that are new, and that we want to make sure that what we do that is new is informed by the student experience at every step of the way. In fact, we want to have students evaluate and provide us the feedback that we need to make these services better, and give them that path of least resistance as they decide to come to the university on the front end. As we try new things, evaluate new progress, this really does positively impact the communities when we do our work and when we bring students into a fostering environment. It's also really important that by setting goals and by creating initiatives, we are really looking at guiding a university into a different era, in that when we enhance Native American student success, it helps not just that student, but their families, their communities, their tribes. These are people that can serve much needed roles in those areas. And we also want to really continue to use things and continue things that are working, and to make key investments in making sure that we're generating students that feel like they are part of a community and part of the Grizz family. Thank you.
Thank you so very much. Brad and Christy, you two are incredible ambassadors for your campus and excellent leaders on behalf of American Indian student success across the Montana University system. And I really appreciate the fact that you took the time to kick off these conversations with the Board of Regents. There are just a couple of things I would like to touch base on before I wrap this up and turn it over to you, Mr. Chair. The first thing is the data question that you asked, Regent Lozar, Mr. Chair. And yesterday in the AMA Council, I did hear a lot of good things happening around a new and innovative data collection to add to what we already have. And I will be finding out the details as to what that looks like and the timeline and the campuses, and I can bring that back to you. Second, we are working in our office with our campuses on their AMA action plans. We have strategically built that into the calendar. Those are due in July. The Governor's Tribal Relations reports are due in June, and we will be providing technical assistance to the campuses over the course of the next few months on those. And then finally, in our next meeting, we will highlight Montana State University Northern and the Little River Institute and Dr. Margaret Campbell and American Indian Student Success efforts up there. So much going on all of the campuses across your university system. And Brad mentioned the language conferences for Class 7. We had one at Montana State University that was held in December, and another one that will be held later this year at Great Falls College. And so our campuses are doing now more than ever in this regard, and being excellent ambassadors of the American Indian Student Success conversation. Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the board.
Director McLean, thank you. Dr. Hall and Christy, thank you so much for clearly the passionate work that you're leading our campuses through. We are running a little bit late, but certainly want to make time for any comments or questions from anybody on the board as it relates to this exciting progress. Please, Regent Lozar.
Thank you, Chair Buchanan. Thank you, Director McLean and Christy and Dr. Hall. Just more of two comments. We heard intentionality about 20 times in your presentation, and obviously intentionality leads to very, very strong results. Everything from setting recommendations to action plans to making sure there's tribal voice and visibility on campus, both in conversations and in physical place. I think of all the success that we're seeing amidst our American Indian populations, there's a lot that we can learn as Montana University system to follow this model that's obviously working, to bring in the right people, have the right people at the table, have strong advocacy, and be thinking about the sort of intended outcomes that we think collectively are the right outcomes. So I think we should be looking at AIMA and the work of the AIMA Council as sort of a model as we pursue other areas in the university system that we want to see improvements in. So that's comment number one. And then comment number two is, I had the opportunity to be a part of the AIMA Council when we set the recommendations several years ago, and I've got them pulled up right now, and in many ways, we've accomplished almost all of those recommendations. Some of them will never be accomplished because we can continue to strive to do better and better, but most we have. So I guess my recommendation to you, Dr. McLean, is to maybe bring the council back together and re-envision what sort of the recommendations and the goals are for AIMA 2.0, 3.0, whatever it may be, so that we can come back in 5 or 6 years to have this presentation, to have the retention rates of our American Indian students at the very highest, not just 8% growth, but at the highest in the university system. And I think it really follows that same path that you put us, the pathway that you put us down, in really stopping, thinking, and looking at the recommendations, building them out, and then having them integrated into the action plans of all the campuses. So that would be my recommendation for the councils to reevaluate where we're at across those recommendations and set some new ones. Thank you.
Do that.
Excellent. Thank you, Regent Lozar. Well, the good news is this is exciting, which means you guys have more work with us, right? Intentionality leads to intentionality. Don't get too far. We're going to ask you to come back and continue to keep us updated on this awesome progress. Thank you so very much. We appreciate the time you guys gave us this afternoon and the
Thank
work
you
you're
all.
doing.
Thank you.
Excellent. I get to quote my friend Regent Bow, it's time to put some R back in the ARSA. Let's talk a little research. Dr. Teal, good afternoon.
Afternoon. Perfect. Thank you, Chair Buchanan. Thank you, members of the committee. We are excited to put the R back in ARSA. I think we have plenty of good news to share today, and we're also excited that we'll have a little wider cast of characters than you saw in your committee call. Later, we're going to be joined by Dr. Annalise Ripley, Dr. Michael Morrow, and Dr. Rob Thomas to share a bit about this campus and what the block system brings to the ability of undergraduate students to participate in research at UM Western. First, however, we have some familiar faces. Jason Carter, Scott Wittenberg, to share, I think, really some monumental news. And that is that the Carnegie Foundation for Teaching and Learning, annually they do a ranking, a categorization of almost 4,000 institutions of higher education in the United States. And the most coveted slot in that ranking is about 146 institutions who are categorized as Research 1 universities. Those are the research universities that are doing the most to move forward science and innovation and to educate the next generation of researchers. And for the first time, Montana has 2 R1 institutions. And so it's worth taking a moment to congratulate Montana State University, its faculty, staff, leadership, who retain their R1 status, who are the largest research university in the region by some fair margin now, and to congratulate the University of Montana, who for the first time has been designated an R1 institution after, and take a note of this, doubling research activity at that campus in 6 years. These are kind of unusual things to be able to celebrate, and it's worth taking a moment to recognize this is a work of decades and of hundreds to accomplish this, and that also moving forward, it's going to mean a lot for these campuses, but also for other institutions in the state, students around the state, and our state's economy. And to unpack a little bit of that, I want to introduce Scott and Jason, starting with Scott, please.
Thank you, Joe. I've been asked to talk about the impact of R1 on our campus. I'll talk about it some. I would like to start by saying I quite often get the acknowledgement for UM becoming an R1, and I understand that Commissioner Christian even said nice things about me earlier. No, he's denying that. I'm going to stream that later today, multiple times. But I do want to make sure we understand it really is the hard work of the faculty, the students, and the staff that got us there. Both of our campuses have dramatically increased our research expenditures over the last several years, and in particular through the pandemic. It's been remarkable. On our campus, I know last year we had 360 proposals that went in through this month. This year we have 406 proposals, so the amount is even going up from where we've been at. So I think the trend is really good. But, you know, with all the stress that our faculty have been under, I think it's just remarkable the amount of extra work they've been putting in for all of this. When you talk about the impact of R1, you can't separate out really the expenditure part from the other part that I'll talk about. And on the expenditures, you know, we quite often use that term, and I think certainly with the public that's probably lost as to what that really means, because expenditures for our campuses are predominantly federal grants and contracts coming to the state of Montana that are spent here for economic and workforce development. It leads to job creation in the state from what we call research expenditures. I think sometimes that gets lost in our discussions. For our campus, our research expenditures, our growth in our research has really helped us in terms of our performance funding. It's a big reason why we got $3.5 million of performance funding of general fund dollars that goes to help the rest of campus. The reason we were able to do our bond refinance, which generated about $60 million, $60 million plus dollars, that's going to be used for build out of student success and dorms and everything else on campus. A lot of that came because of the growth of research on our campus. I think sometimes we don't fully tell the story good enough about the full impact that research has on our campuses. It's more than just the fundamental research that's done that benefits society, but actually leads to other things on our campuses outside of the research portfolio. But to talk about the specific impact of becoming an R1, the thing that may be most obvious is that it really helps in faculty recruiting. A lot of our faculty, when they are being interviewed and they come to our campuses, they're looking, particularly if they want to be researchers, are looking for R1 institutions. And by having that designation, it makes it easier for us to recruit the best faculty. When our departments are recruiting faculty to the campus, I interview a lot of them. I don't know why they bring them by to talk to me, but I do. I spend a half an hour with almost every one of the candidates that comes through. And since we became an R1 institution, every one of them, that's where they've started off these candidates coming in from around the country. They say, wow, I understand you become an R1 institution. That's great. So not only are they noticing it, but I'm sure it's coming from our faculty that are excited. And it's been a real morale booster in our campus to become an R1. So it certainly helps in the recruitment of faculty. It may be less obvious that graduate students, when they're looking to see what campus they're going to come to, they're looking at disciplines and they're looking at specific faculty members within those disciplines. And so the better quality faculty that you have, the higher quality graduate students you get on our campuses. But probably what's not obvious is the impact on undergraduate recruiting. It just happened, it was a circumstance to see a Ruffalo Noel Levitt's study that was done recently. 30% of undergraduates choose the institution based on status. And certainly an R1 status is going to be a big player in helping in our recruitment of undergraduate students. And I think the other thing I'd point about the map, and I think it'll lead into some of our conversations later, is if you look in the rural states, Idaho, Wyoming, North and South Dakota, and Montana, there aren't a lot of dots up there. It's difficult for campuses in rural settings to be competitive, particularly against the East and West Coast campuses. A lot of those campuses that do well in R1, because they have medical schools, it really helps to have a medical school on your campus. That's almost a sure thing. If you've got a medical school, you're going to be an R1 campus. Another fact I pointed out at the Arts Committee meeting, if you look at the R1 institutions around the country, there's only 3 that don't have medical school nor an engineering school. That's some weird little school on the East Coast. I won't mention anything about it. And the other 2, which I consider real competitors, the other one is the University of Oregon. To be compared against the University of Oregon, an AAU institution, I think is another great step up for the University of Montana. I think what you're seeing now is pressure on the federal government to recognize rural states in terms of how they're going to direct funding. And so I think that helps us now to be R1s to be competitive for those fundings. I think you're going to see that in some of the things that are coming out. We can't talk about them yet, but there's certainly things that we're working on collaborative to go after funding that we're trying to target to rural states. So go ahead.
Yeah, thanks, Scott. And let me extend my congratulations to Scott, President Bodner, and the entire community. It's an incredible accomplishment. What I've been asked to do, well, I was going to talk about resiliency and burnout, but I'm not going to do that. No, I'm kidding. I'm going to talk about what goes into the R1 status and what factors contributed to both Montana State and getting in there. There are three really large factors when it comes to determining Carnegie R1 designation. First and foremost are two factors, your research expenditures, and I would have to echo Scott. I think that we get lost in the minutia of what that means, and I'm really glad he took the time to talk about that. Really leads to impact, that really leads to economic development, and it leads to excellence, excellent educational opportunities for our students. But research expenditures are still the coin of the realm, and the National Science Foundation does a survey every year that breaks out the science and engineering and the non-science engineering fields, and it looks at the amount of R&D per tenure track faculty member. And Montana State and are doing very, very well both those parameters, very well. We're on the upper left-hand corner, which is a good spot to be in that. We're batting well above our weight zone. The other factor that goes into it, if I skip the middle portion there, is research doctorates. And what the Carnegie does is it doesn't just look at your total number of research doctorates. It looks specifically at 4 different categories. It breaks them out into the humanities doctorate programs, the social science doctorate programs, science and engineering, and then other fields. And those most on our campuses include things like an EDD, an education doctorate. Those do count. Very, very, very importantly for you all to understand is things like the DNP program, the doctorate nursing practitioner programs at Montana State do not count. The doctoral physical therapy programs at Montana don't count. So those are doctorate level programs, but they're considered professional doctorate programs. So we're at a little bit of a disadvantage in that we have 2 very strong programs at both areas of our system that don't count towards this. So we really have to spend a lot of time thinking about how we maintain our doctorate numbers, because as I look at the parameters, and we've recreated the chart for this last one, this is the area that both the University of Montana and Montana State are at risk for. We do not have enough research doctorates graduating on an annual basis that we really need to secure this and never look back. Our expenditures are great. On both campuses, the expenditures are great. So one of the things that we've been doing on our campus is looking at why that might be, right? And there are multiple factors. Obviously, your numbers matter, but also time to degree completion. And we're taking a page from the great success that all the campuses have been having at the undergraduate level and what it takes and the success metrics to keep and retain undergraduate students, and how can we apply those to our graduate students. We lose an enormous amount of our graduate students in that first year, and then we have far too many graduate students, at least on our campus, taking far too long to graduate, and there becomes attrition along that way. Same types of things you've heard about for years at the undergraduate level are also issues at the graduate level that we have largely ignored. And we are digging into that data to better understand what that may be. It's not always about more money. We've put a lot of money into our graduate education. We've seen a 33% growth in the number of doctorates funded on grants and contracts in just the last 2 years, at least at Montana State. So money is a big player in this, but it's not the only player. I look to North Dakota State University as one of our peers that we've been studying, and they have a lower doctorate number than us, yet have double the number of awardees. So they are clear, there's something at play with the time to degree completion, the retention, and other types of things that we are investigating and trying to figure out. But we do, at both of our campuses, need to put more attention into this. And And a lot of this is not just in the science and engineering. We need to put more time into thinking about our social sciences. The PhD that you approved a few years ago for Montana State University in psychology is going to count towards that social sciences one. Over at UM, I would gather to say that the 14 social science PhDs made the difference between being R1 and non-R1 for Montana State. So we cannot ignore the doctorates in the humanities, the social sciences, and the other fields. At Montana State, we had seven of our 70 that were in education. So the other fields do matter. That heterogeneity in the types of degrees that we offer are important. And then the last thing is the science and engineering research staff. And this is really just a more of an HR thing, making sure that we are properly coding in both of our systems the research staff that have terminal PhDs. Because sometimes that gets lost, that gets reported through iPads and some other databases, and we have to constantly be checking our systems to make sure that we're properly counting that factor. That factor does not play nearly the role that expenditures and doctorates play. So I guess the take-home message here is both universities and the extraordinary faculty at both of those universities are doing a tremendous job in pulling in large grants. You heard that just a minute ago with our previous presentation about the Cargill Foundation Award that Walter Fleming got. We just have story after story after story about remarkable faculty and researchers that are doing that. But we do have to pay attention to doctorates, and it's worth mentioning. I mean, these are students. This is a major mission of what we do. We're putting a lot of time and effort into this, and the student success models that we have at the undergraduate level, we need to start talking about how can we apply those at the graduate level. I'll say my last comment is that, you know, Regent Buchanan, who's not here. So Regent Buchanan once asked, well, what is it, you know, tell us if there's things that keep you up at night. And Scott and I have just talked a lot about this, and it continues to be the same thing I brought to you last time, and that is losing good people. I mean, I cannot understate. People refer to this area, I told you this last time, and I'm going to repeat it. When I got the job here, someone said, oh, congratulations, you're going to the cookie jar. I said, what do you mean, cookie jar? Well, that's the place where we go to pluck out all the great faculty, right there in Montana. And it's true. I'm right now, we're losing one of our top faculty, offers from both Johns Hopkins and Cornell. Those are not chump institutions. And what we really need is to get creative in retaining those individuals, because losing a really high-performing faculty member out of this system, not only do they take the millions of dollars away, but now with the housing market the way it is, we have to try to go get somebody who's going to take 3, 4, 5 years to get back onto the level that they may have been, and they got to come into a housing market that's doubled within the last 2 years. We are at such a disadvantage, and we're seeing that. What we talked about in Missoula is playing out. We are now deep into 2, 3, sometimes our 4th tier candidate in these recruiting right now, and we can't afford to lose good people. So if there's something I would say, Regent Buchanan, you had asked previously what could be done. We need to continue to be creative and flexible on compensation for these top faculty. So thank you.
And just the last item here, because I think there's one other group that deserves some recognition for the R1 status, and it also plays into what Scott mentioned about the geography of innovation, and that's our EPSCoR and IDEA programs. I'm not going to spell out that acronym, but in summary, these are federal programs that recognized for a long time research has been really concentrated in just a few states. And they wanted to create some funding opportunities for rural states, for smaller states, for states that hadn't succeeded in research to be able to start those enterprises. And I think that our recognition of R1 is showing that those programs in Montana have had some stunning success. The other thing that those programs do is that they help spread the geography of innovation within a state. And these are the programs that take the research that's happening on these campuses and seed faculty at our smaller institutions, seed undergraduate research support at our smaller institutions, seed grant funding, equipment for our smaller institutions to use. And I won't go through all of the details, but I encourage you to look at these additional science about our INBRE program, which works on biomedical research and has had extraordinary success, including providing 450 tribal college students over their time with the opportunity to do undergraduate research. our NSF EPSCoR program, which did things like seed the optics and photonics cluster and research area in MSU Bozeman during its time, and started up numerous seed outreach activities like the University of Montana's Spectrum and Montana Girls STEM Collaborative. And then NASA EPSCoR and NASA Space Grant Consortium, which each year provides 170 students opportunities to interact with NASA in a variety of different ways. So before we go on, I just want to pause for a second. We have one more group from the UM Western who's going to provide some context about the things that are happening on this campus. I want to pause and see if there are any questions for Scott and Jason.
Any questions or thoughts from members of the board? The only comment I've got is, Jason, thank you for being candid about a potential solution, right? We have to be creative. I don't know that we've got that answer like that, but if we don't know that that's the piece, we've been asking you for solutions, so thank you very much for putting it. And congrats, you guys, fantastic work.
I'm sure they'll stick around to take more of your congratulations if you guys want to. But with that, I'll invite Annalise Ripley and colleagues up to the stage.
And just as a heads up, I handed Joe a note. We're going to extend the meeting by 10 minutes to close at 4:40 to try to make sure we get everybody's opportunity on this, so thank you.
Oh, thank you. Chair Buchanan, members of the board, it is an honor to be here today and to help put the R back in ARSA. And we welcome you here at the Montana Western campus. And I'd also like to extend our congratulations to our UM affiliate for becoming an R1 institution. My name is Annalise Ripley. I've served on the Montana University system for many, many years and worn many hats, but I'm here speaking to you today as the Chief Research Officer for this institution. And we're clearly an undergraduate institution, so we don't have the goal of obtaining an R1 designation, nor could we. But what we do have the goal of is really promoting undergraduate research. And Experience One is one of the ways that we promote undergraduate research, and also faculty grantsmanship is another. So I'm here today to talk to you a little bit about both. How do I do this? Oh, okay. So thank you, Scott, for kind of going into the importance of what these research expenditures are. At Western, we're looking at the total of our grants and sponsored programs expenditures. And like UM, we have seen 100% increase in the volume of grant expenditures over the last, not 6 years, but 10 years. And there was quite a change in the trend in 2017. And this really is a change that is directly tied to the efforts of our faculty. We've been recruiting more and more faculty that have their own research agenda, and they're incorporating that agenda into the classroom. So we've seen dramatic increases over the last 5 years, which have a benefit of increasing the economy in the community, enhancing undergraduate experiences and immersive learning experiences, but also providing more revenue, indirect cost revenue for the institution. And one of the things that we're kind of realizing now is that our traditions in grants at this institution have been based in education programming, which has a lower indirect cost than research activity. And what you can't see on this slide is that this current year, as a result of the research efforts that have been going on, in this fiscal year, we have seen a 50% increase in indirects from February last year to February this year. And so we're starting to see the benefit of a higher research productivity and grantsmanship in terms of what it feeds back to the institution with indirects. I think that this is a remarkable accomplishment, particularly if you look at the numbers of faculty that we've had over the last 10 years. We have stayed steady with roughly 70, plus or minus faculty throughout a 10-year period, and yet the research productivity and the grantsmanship have increased quite a bit, and so I thank my colleagues for that. I want to make the point that it's often easy to say that research doesn't occur in areas other than the sciences, and it certainly does. It occurs across our institutions. What I'm talking to you about today is funded research, and that tends to have kind of a bias towards the sciences and what we're presenting to you today. But I don't want to overlook the research that occurs in every one of our classrooms and disciplines across the institution. There are a number of programs that our faculty are getting funded in, or agencies that are funding research, but we're choosing to focus today on reporting out based on funds that have been attained from some of these larger grants throughout the Montana University system. The Montana Space Grant Consortium through NASA, the NSF EPSCoR and the CRUISE program, and also NIH Embry program. And Chancellor Reed spoke earlier today about the Hogsback Project, which is funded through the Montana Space Grants Consortium, but it's also embedded across 14 different classes that span across disciplines with biology, stats, geology, and mathematics. And one of the things that I think is really important about this is that that project, funded through the Space Grant Program, is giving students immersive, real research experiences in everything from remedial math to 300-level modeling courses. So it's really experienced and benefited undergraduate students across the institution. So Chancellor Reed did speak a little bit about this project earlier today. I just want to acknowledge the PIs on that project, Dr. Eason and Dr. Dyerson, and I won't go into a lot of detail about it, but what I want to do is to take the focus off of me and put it on those researchers that are so active at our institution, and also to recognize that as much as the R1 Carnegie designation is very important, it occurred to me that the two faculty that are going to be speaking to you today are themselves awardees of Carnegie professors, or U.S. Carnegie professor and the Montana Carnegie professor, which is something that we're very, very proud of. So it is my pleasure at this time to hand the mic over to Montana Carnegie professor and professor of biology, Dr. Michael Morrow.
Thanks, Annalise. Hi, everybody. Thanks for having us. Yeah, we're not quite R1 level yet here at Montana Western, but I did want to relate to you a little bit about the impact of grant funding on not only our research, but also our students and our courses, as well as our institution. And so I'll just talk for a few moments, but we were very fortunate to have received about $2 million worth of in-bray funding over a handful of years now in support of our biomedical sciences programs. It helped establish the research infrastructure that we needed to do biomedical research, which was sort of the intent of the grant. But it also has tremendous impacts beyond our students just being able to do undergraduate research in the research laboratories with us as professors. But it also has a tremendous impact on what we can deliver in the classroom on our campus. And that in part, as Annalise mentioned, is because of our block schedule and the ability to incorporate our actual research in our classrooms with our entire classes. So this picture is demonstrating some of the infrastructure we were able to establish through this grant funding. It also is showing the impacts of this funding on our students, because our students are the true benefactors of these research dollars that we've been able to secure over the years. That particular student is now a DVM PhD, who graduated, did all 4 years here at Montana Western. And so with the use of the block schedule, we can actually perform laboratories that are our own research and allow all of the students that aren't necessarily doing undergraduate research themselves. Thank you, Russ. That aren't necessarily doing undergraduate research themselves to get exposure to up-to-date research activities, as well as getting hands-on use with that equipment. So we've been very fortunate over these years to secure that funding, and we're very appreciative for that opportunity.
All right. Well, thank you very much for having us here today. It crossed my mind as I came in today that COVID started here and hopefully it ended here. So, yes, as Mike said, we're not an R1 campus, but we are an RU campus. We are a research experience for undergraduates campus. And we are because 18 years ago, Ed Jasmine put the gavel to the table and said, Western will become the first public university in the history of the United States of America to adopt block scheduling. And it was not a gimmick. It was a system set up for students to have freedom and faculty freedom from scheduling. And that freedom from scheduling was a means by which to get out of the 50-minute lectures and into large blocks of time when something could be done. And that system has paid off in spades over all these years in the ways that count, not in the ways in which we bean count, but in the ways we actually make a difference in the lives of individuals and what they go on to do with themselves and their abilities to compete. I've been told recently that by several federal agencies and state agencies that for the technician level positions that our students are the ones that if they see them in the application pool, they hire them. That's a big change from the normal school that I came to now 28 years ago. And I had hair a little bit. So, what I wanted to do was to give you examples. You can keep these. I always come loaded with stuff. So 15 students put together this booklet on the geology of the Dillon area in 18 days. Okay, this is the product of 18 days worth of work. And it was only doable because there was freedom from scheduling. The students could focus on that and see that product through to fruition. And it has paid off in that I've been to meetings and have people say, oh, I stopped in the Patagonia outlet in Dillon, of course, where that's the only place anyone knows, in Dillon, and I picked one of those up when I was passing through town. It's amazing the mileage that those things have gotten. I think we've printed and given away about 25,000 copies of that document, produced solely by undergraduate students. More importantly, and to the point that Annalise was speaking to with the grants, I've had students for many years working on stream projects in Montana. Water, of course, is the lifeblood of the state. And we got started many, many years ago working on the Grayling project over in the Big Hole, and having students through our block system work on assessing the issues that fluvial Arctic grayling, which are essentially an endangered fish species, were facing. And they were gathering the data that were being utilized by the agencies to make decisions about how to change the habitat in order to see that these fish did not go under. And I got a call from the Clark Fork Coalition, a fellow there, Alex Leone, who's anybody who knows Alex, he's very persuasive. And he persuaded me to drive over the Continental Divide. And the minute I got onto the other side of the divide, all of a sudden people were like, oh, I didn't know you worked on streams. And boom, we started working on the Clark Fork River, started showing up in the Montana Standard on a fairly regular basis, and started producing reports on the Clark Fork, which is featured in that photo, producing reports like this for federal and state agencies in 18 days. That were providing them the data that they needed to make management decisions. So, for example, as you drive back, through the Deer Lodge Valley, if you came this way from, say, Missoula, you might have noticed there were big piles of light-colored dirt. Well, they're probably covered in snow right now, but there are big piles of light-colored dirt all over the place in what we call Phase 3. And Phase 3 is an area, you're looking at it right there, is an area of restoration that has been going on here for the last year on the Upper Clark Fork, that the students made a direct contribution in what's being done and saved the state money. Let me explain real briefly. So the students had gone in and done an assessment of this. That's this report. I'll pass it around. You can take a look and see what they can do in 18 days. The assessment report that they put together resulted in a recommendation that the state and the feds, the DEQ, stop using these very expensive core logs. Core logs are those things that you see that look like a hay snake, and they fill them with chips from coconuts. Well, what they do is it might as well be the California aqueduct system. They create a armored stream bank that doesn't function. It accelerates flow rates, and it does not create habitat that fish like. And those of us that fish right know that fish like undercut banks that rise up into an ice point bar. And so the students had suggested that the state could save money by not using these things, and you would get better habitat out of it. And all you had to do was decide that you were going to leave a little bit of contaminated sediment in the bank and allow the mature willow and other vegetation to stay. And that habitat then that's been developing since the 1908 flood on the Upper Clark Fork would remain in the restoration process. They don't touch the channel anyway, it's not part of the agreement. So leaving a little bit of bank was no problem because any metal that goes in over geological time, and it's not really adding to the contamination much because the stream's already contaminated. They don't mess with the channel, only the floodplain. So the students made this suggestion. We went up this year with my group. This is on a NSF cruise grant support. They're paying for the geochemistry that we're doing. And we stopped in to see how Phase 3 was doing with the restoration. The guy was explaining how they decided they weren't going to use those core logs any longer. And I just kept my mouth shut and smiled. Yes, indeed, Montana Western changed the management of the Upper Clark Fork system and saved the state a boatload of money in the process. And, more importantly, resulted in a better habitat more rapidly for the restoration of that stream. And so we're now working with the Clark Fork Coalition downstream doing the same thing. I was just actually writing my grant proposal when I was called to go over here and talk to you all. So this will continue on going forward, and it's making a huge difference. And those students are going on, and they're job ready. They have portfolios that include those documents that are going around, so they show the employer what they can do. Not just the classes they took from a transcript. The transcript is old news. We need portfolios that show what people do. That's all I got.
That's all. That's incredible. Thank you.
And then I'd just like to backtrack a little bit. This was a photograph. For the last couple of years, due to COVID, we haven't really been able to conduct our research symposiums as much as in the same fashion as we have in the past. And that's one of the reasons why we've had some of the posters out here, because we've had kind of a buildup of student research and want to give them the opportunity to have it on display. But annually, Dr. Morrow organizes for the institution an undergraduate research forum or symposium, and they bring in a speaker, and the students present their posters, and it's really an extremely informative and exciting program. Everybody's very proud of the work that they've done, and I think they get an awful lot out of it. So with that, I will conclude our presentation, and any one of us are certainly open to any questions.
Drs. Ripley, Morris, and Thomas, thank you guys so much. Any questions from anybody on the board? Yeah, that is good stuff. I mean, I know having been a fan of yours going back to when you got your Carnegie recognition in the 2000s, these anecdotes are abundant, and it's wonderful. So keep the work up. We're just so proud of it.
Thank you.
No, you bet. Thank you all for everything you do. Any comments or thoughts? Well, I'm going to apologize for running over the agenda, but I think it's worth it. And a note I'm going to make with Deputy Commissioner Tessman is we've got to be diligent to not overpack agendas, because each of these participants bring so much value to the conversation. So again, Dr. Morrow, Dr. Thomas, and Dr. Ripley, thank you so much, Jason and Scott, and to all of your staff and teams on both of your campuses. I don't think we need to say, let's get the R back in ARSA anymore, but let's continue to highlight the R in ARSA at this level. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair
Thank you.
Buchanan.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
With that, I hand you back to gavel, Chair Lozar. Sorry, a little late.
Oh, well, thank you, Chair Buchanan. Certainly want to thank everyone that presented today, both from the staff and from the campus communities in our budget admin and audit committees, as well as our ARSA committee. Definitely, those agendas were filled with very important items, and appreciate the chair's focusing our efforts on the most important strategic priorities that we set at the beginning of the academic year. At this point in time, we're going to transition to public comment. And since this is a public meeting, I'll call for any public comment on any matter not on the agenda, but under the jurisdiction of the Board of Regents. As always is the case, written public comment may also be sent to Jasmine Casanovas at jcasanovas@montana.edu. To make sure everyone has the opportunity to share a comment, we'd ask those that are commenting to please do your best to limit your public comment to about 3 minutes. And then we will also ask when you come up to the podium that you please state your name as well. So with that, I will see if there is any public comment. Welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the board. My name is Noah Durnell, Durnell, and I'm the president of the Associated Students of the University of Montana. Today I speak to you on behalf of our student body, and I want to speak to how the University of Montana has prevailed against really great odds this decade, which is especially evident this past year. Our enrollment is increasing at a higher rate than most national trends. We're acting on strategies that are coming to fruition and transforming our campus, and most recently, of course, gaining R1 status, joining other prestigious institutions around the world. The University of Montana is putting in the work, but despite our best efforts, we are still no match to recent challenges presented by what is now being referred to as the Great Resignation. The housing market has inflated at an alarming rate in Missoula, while the university is unable to increase pay to our staff to keep them employed here, keep them living in Missoula. The University of Montana has seen many resignations over the year, and they are very clearly affecting students. It's difficult to set up advising appointments or interact with the registrar and financial aid offices at the rate necessary to support students due to widespread staff vacancies on campus. Our faculty are overwhelmed because they have shouldered the burden of these losses as well. ultimately, this has left students feeling incredibly lost. Students are also seeing what is imminent, a loss of programs offered at our university, inadequate mental health resources, and despite student and admin collectively being tenacious to launch new and exciting things at the university, quite successfully, I may add, we still see that these are areas of additional need. I would suggest the theme here is that we have a lack of resources to combat the hardships our economy is pitching to us, and it is within your wheelhouse to help our university address this crisis. I first ask that you continue all efforts to secure additional revenue from our partners at the state legislature and continue a trend of partnership with the state. If avenues of increased support from the state is exhausted, a simultaneous effort I'd propose is increasing the state's tuition. Students understand inflation. It's something we discuss all the time. I truly believe students are more amenable to steady, predictable tuition increases to keep up with inflationary demands rather than sporadic freezes and inevitable increases that are hard to foresee, especially right now as we see inflation doubling and tripling what it has been before. But more than anything, I am really appreciative of the Regents and OG's commitment to making sure our education has always maintained affordability. However, I want to endorse raising tuition, partnering with our states to recognize the particular hardships students are facing today. And lastly, I want to thank you all for your collaboration this year. It's been excellent interacting with all of you, and I still have more of you to meet. This is my last Regent meeting as ASUM president, but I really appreciate your collaborative nature, welcoming all of the ASUM senators into your doors, and a really big special thank you to Regent Sexton, incredible student advocacy. I think you're inspiring a lot of students around our state, and there's big shoes to fill next year for sure. Thank you for your time.
Excellent. Thank you, Noah, and thank you for your leadership this year. Any additional public comment? Additional public comment? Welcome.
Chair Lozar and esteemed Regents. My name is Melissa Gluckert, and I am the newly serving Vice President of the Associated Students of the University of Montana, better known as ASUM. I also serve as a Mental Health and Wellness Program Coordinator at the University of Montana Business School. First, I'd like to thank each and every person in this room who has contributed to the MUS system in any way. I always tell people, before I got to the University of Montana, I did not feel like a real person. That might sound really strange, but it's pretty true. The opportunities that higher education in Montana has provided to me led me to where I am today. If you would have asked anyone who knew me as a child if they thought I would make it past my first year of college, they would have told you absolutely not. Yet I'm standing here today. I'm proud to have not only obtained my bachelor's degree in social work from UM in 2020, but entered into a competitive master's program in social work just a few months later. Many of my successes are owed to the systems within the MUS system that have supported me throughout my time as a college student here in Montana. So thank you, everyone, to the service that you've put into the state to help students like me to succeed. At the last Board of Regents meeting in Missoula, I presented on the mental health needs MUS-wide. Since then, I've had the pleasure to be working with Director Miller on the MUS Suicide Prevention and Mental Health Task Force, about which she presented today. I wanted to bring a student perspective forward while we're having these conversations regarding mental health. When you're considering some of the statistics you learned about within this presentation, you can look at me and see these statistics in real life. I'm very open about the struggles that I've been through regarding my own mental health. And this is the very reason why I wanted to go into social work, why I wanted to serve on this task force, and why I wanted to be involved in the Associated Students of the University of Montana as an advocate for my peers. We often associate bad academic performance with mental health distress, which I think can be partially true. But I'm here to tell you that that's not always the case. Today, I'm the most successful I've been in my life. I may be lacking in sleep, but I'm still very functional, and I'm a great student. Yet, I've also had by far the hardest year of my entire life with my mental health. There's a great stigma on our campuses and in our society that even I play into as a mental health worker, that your mental health is not bad enough to get help or not bad enough to engage in preventative work. I cannot express how important it is to continue to push for mental health services on our campuses, how important it is for us to keep having these conversations and to continue searching for more ways we can improve the MUS in order to support our students. As I say to students that come into my office in the business school, we're people first and students second. Again, I really want to thank you for your service to higher education. This is likely going to be the last BOR meeting I will be speaking at as a student representative, but I'm excited to continue my work with Director Miller on the MUS Suicide Prevention and Mental Health Task Force within the next year. And I hope to see you all in September at our Mental Health and Wellness Summit. Thank you.
Thank you, Melissa. Thank you. Is there any additional public comment?
Shoda Beleja Iwachisa Shuk, Biabsaligig. Chair Lozar, esteemed members of the board. My name is O'Shea Burdenground. I am a senator from ASUM in Missoula. I stand before you today to discuss how the sentiments of people like Rob Smith and Clayton Looney on the UM campus have highlighted systemic racism throughout the MUS system. Twice the students have risen and had their voices heard advocating against these racist professors on campus. And in my mind, the presence of overtly racist professors fails to satisfy Policy 1902, Minority Achievement. Specifically, Section B, subsection 10, which states that the Regents have a responsibility to develop and maintain a comfortable social environment on campus and in the greater community. As an Indigenous person in higher education in the state of Montana, it deeply saddens me to see the insidious impact of racism on institutions in the MUS system. I'm proud of statements written to condemn racism and other forms of harassment on campuses, but I beg you to consider what actions should that condemnation lead to? What roles does this body play? Many of the students you help succeed need your attention on this matter. Reinvigorate your stated commitment to Policy 1902. Outline new actions that you as a body will take for minority achievement and well-being. It is time for us as a system to do better. We must stop talking about DEI initiatives if the work isn't being done. I call on you, the Regents, President Bodner, President Grisado, and other campus leaders to work with students and members of the community that have dealt with these tough issues to find a compromise that both enacts DEI work and condemns racism. Thank you again, Chair Lozar and members of the board, for listening to student concerns and actively working to change the MUS system. Thank you.
Thank you, O'Shea. Additional public comment? Welcome.
Oh, goodness. Mr. Chair and members, hello?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay. Mr. Chair and members of the board, my name is Georgia Hawthorne, Jorgia, and I serve as a senator for the Associated Students of the University of Montana. I want to start by thanking you for your leadership and all the work you've done and will continue to do. As we begin to guide ourselves out of what is nearly the third year of the pandemic under your leadership, we should begin considering how to deal with the repercussions, specifically the mental health crisis, in an equitable way. I deeply appreciate the work that is currently being done to expand mental health literacy on our campuses. College students have long suffered from mental health issues. However, this has been clearly exacerbated by the stress, isolation, and uncertainty that arose from the pandemic. A presentation given by EAB to UM about the next generation of mental health services reports that in higher education, the demand for counseling appointments is 7 times greater than enrollment growth. It's amazing to see our enrollment grow, but our resources must grow with the student population. That same presentation also shows that 33% of white students receive mental health therapy, while only 25% of Black students do. Our BIPOC population is our most vulnerable, and we must work to make mental health services equitable for them alongside the greater student body. Many schools across the Montana University system, specifically UM, are growing, and our resources are struggling to accommodate the increased influx of student need. Departments aren't large enough to deal with long wait times, which disadvantages and potentially endangers students actively seeking mental health resources. Many health centers also have restrictions on the number of sessions students can have in an academic year, which drastically limits our institution's ability to properly serve students. Compounding that, not all health centers within the MUS are able to provide multiple free sessions. In UM's case, one counseling session is $25, which is a few days' meals or half a tank of gas. It is inherently inequitable to ask students to choose between their basic life functions. Increasing accessibility to mental health services across the MUS allows us to be proactive to student needs instead of reactive to a tragedy. Your amplified support and resourcing of mental health services is critical to the well-being of students. I understand that the board plans to meet for a mental health summit later this year, and I eagerly look forward to the actions that may come out of that meeting. I urge you to reevaluate the mental health processes and standards within the MUS and proceed in an equitable, student-focused way. Thank you for your time. I look forward to collaborating.
Thank you, Georgia. Any additional public comment? Any additional public comment?
Good afternoon, esteemed board members. My name is Cassie Williams, and I am a student senator at the University of Montana. I am here today to ask for your help. Over the course of this academic year, multiple professors on our campus have been found out to possess racist and Islamophobic, transphobic, homophobic beliefs. While there are so many amazing professors at our school, the student experience is diminished when we're asked to learn from people with these harmful views. The BIPOC students on our campus actively fear for their well-being and safety on our campus when they're required to take courses from these professors. Their parents have trusted us to take good care of their children, and these students have come and begged their student representatives to take action on this issue. However, it's not within my authority as a student representative to systemically remove racist professors from teaching these required classes. With that said, it is my duty as an elected student representative to bring these student concerns and student needs to the people who can take action. I invite you to examine the policies and procedures that fall within your jurisdiction that may inadvertently perpetuate or protect racism and racist people at the cost of our BIPOC students' well-being. I don't know the nature of the influence that you as Regents can have over this issue, but I plead with you to work together with us to find solutions. This issue is not just limited to the University of Montana or Montana campuses. It's all over this country, but it's our job to figure out how we can protect our students. We need to put an end to exposing students to identity-based harm. I sincerely thank you for the important work that you do, and I so appreciate you taking the time to hear out my concerns.
Thank you, Cassie. Is there any additional public comment? Any additional public comment? Last call for public comment. Excellent. Okay. Well, thank you all who provided public comment. We appreciate your candidness and your perspectives. Before I kick it over to Chancellor Reed, tomorrow morning the board will reconvene in executive session. As the presiding officer of the Board of Regents, I have determined that the executive session discussion relates to a matter of individual privacy and that the demands of individual privacy clearly exceeds the merits of public disclosure. So at this time, I'm going to close the meeting for the day, and the Board of Regents meeting will reconvene tomorrow at 9:30. And so we'll see you all tomorrow morning at 9:30. But I know Chancellor Reed has some updates for us about this evening's event.
Thank you, Chair Lozar. Just a little bit of information for all of those who are interested in coming to the reception. The museum will be open. It's probably open right now. You're welcome to just arrive and enter in the museum. The museum director has just a brief introduction that she plans on making at approximately 5:30, but you're free to come and go. Parking is sometimes difficult. The Andrus Hotel has a parking lot just a little bit north of the museum and across the street. It says for Andrus patrons only. The Andrus Hotel has said that that is open for us to utilize. And then there's also parking behind the museum. Most people don't know that. If you head as if you're going to go before you cross the railroad tracks, just circle back behind the museum, and there's a parking lot there that you're welcome to utilize as well. So we hope to see you there and wish you all a wonderful evening.
Thank you.